Morning, everybody. Okay, a few things, first of all. First, I'd like to deal with witnesses for OSHA. They, as you probably appreciate, were penciled in for Monday. I've reviewed their evidence with the team, and for our part, given that they have provided us with statements and have been interviewed by us, we have no specific need to call any of the witnesses from OSHA. Now, I'm not going to make that decision without asking at least those who are here whether there was anything that they thought that they might need to ask any of those witnesses from OSHA. I mean, obviously they weren't part of the IMT. It didn't seem to me to add anything specific beyond that which they've already provided. Does anyone have any representations to make about that?
Our view is that we don't need them either, sir.
Right.
I don't think they are beyond what they have in the state.
Yes, thank you. Is that the same for you, Ms. Maharaj?
The body of what this inquiry has indeed gone through is what OSHA would have, and so I would adopt the same approach, please.
Right. Good. Well, with that in mind, I then release them from their requirement to attend on Monday. Mr. Maharaj, I don't require them to attend. We've got their evidence. We'll utilize it for our purposes as we see fit. So that frees up Monday. So that's good. There's still some evidence to be heard, but let me just deal with one or two other matters. I'd indicated, I think 2 days ago, that I would come to view the chamber on the 14th and or 15th of March, the 23rd and or 24th of February, with a view to seeing the chamber once it had been taken out of the water and keeping the 24th just in case there was any need to hear any further evidence. I'm going to vacate those dates, partly because, as has been pointed out to me, this is a rather busy time in this country, and I wouldn't want to upset council who wish to attend the festivities by having to attend the chamber as well. So I'm moving it to the 14th and 15th of March. That's the position at the moment. I hope that fits in with everybody. The 14th would be the day on which I would hope we would be able to come and see the chamber, Mr. Peterson, if that was possible.
Mr. Chairman, that conversation was just about, Paria was concerned about the integrity between the window. It lends itself to, well, most likely unfounded allegations of interference or tampering. So I think that could be addressed by LMCS attending when or being present and supervise the emergence of it from the waters. And after that,
and confirming that is as it is.
That is it as it is.
And could do the same on the day of the 14th of March. So that no question of any interference with it in the interim period.
I'm advising Paria to also take photographs when it emerges from the water to see how best we could preserve what actually came up from the ground.
I was wondering whether it could be videoed as it was being brought out and put on shore.
I suggested videos also.
Awesome, marvelous. Well, if that fits in then with your timetable for viewing, I'll fix those dates, 14th and 15th. As I say, the 15th is simply a pencil. Everybody thought that it was absolutely vital then for the moment. Sure. Once a decision's been made not to utilize that day, I will communicate that through Ms. Sinan so that everybody knows it becomes free. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you very much. Anybody who wants to attend on the 14th will need to communicate with Ms. Sinanen in the same way as they have done for the previous view. And I take it that you want to limit numbers in the similar way. I would hope that we'll be able to manage one. I should tell you this. On Wednesday of this week, we received an additional series of videos provided by Mr. Khan of Enquire. I have now considered them and regard them as important enough to want to show the purposes of this inquiry. So they will be incorporated in his evidence, which is scheduled for next Tuesday. Can I say that I think that they are sufficiently different from that which has been provided before, that I've asked for, and I believe we will have today, a further statement from him, setting out why they're different, what they tend to show, what particular parameters he has used. I urge you all, particularly Mr. Peterson and Ms. Mirage, to have a look, because they do colour things in a slightly different way to what has been the evidence hitherto. I'm anxious that you should have it at the earliest possible opportunity. It is now, I'm told, posted. It is, the videos are posted on the website.
Yes.
So they are available for, there are 4. They're all quite short, but there are 4 of them.
And since Monday is a free day, so we'll have time to look at it in time for Tuesday.
It won't be entirely free, I'm afraid, because we've asked for Mr. Donowa, who was due to come this week, was unable to come this week. And I accommodated him for Monday. That can't be changed now. So we are, I'm afraid, sitting on Monday. What I thought to do was to bring forward, which brings me to the next topic, really, to bring forward the witnesses for the family members from Tuesday to the Monday, so that we would use up part of the morning at least before we rise, but the remainder of that day will be free. I don't imagine either Mr. Donowa or those witnesses will take very much time in the morning, which will give you the remainder of the day. But that's the current plan. Can I say that at the moment, those witnesses, in addition to Mr. Donowa, are going to be Catherine Ali, Vanessa Cassie, Jamie Manadath Ali. I haven't heard yet back from Mr. Ramadar as to whether any of his clients are intending to read their statements. I don't know if the lady who's here can help me with that.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. I would have sent Ms. Sinanan some statements maybe about 2 days ago. I'm not sure.
So,
Yeah.
I can't quite hear you. Sorry, say that again.
I would have sent Ms. Sinanan 2 statements
Right.
from our clients about 2 days ago.
Now, I've got the statements. It's a question of whether they want to give them live or whether they want to just put them in as statements.
I don't have any instructions as yet, but as soon as I receive those instructions, I will
Well,
email
can I ask
Ms.
for it
Sinanan.
today, please?
Yes, Mr.
I need to know today. And if they do, that it will be on Monday, not on Tuesday.
Yes,
right?
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I've said to in front of Mr. Roundar what my approach is to them giving that evidence, all right? So he's aware of that. All right, good. Well, as soon as you can advise me today, before the close of business today, please.
That's no problem.
All right, thank you. So that will be Monday. I anticipate we'll finish before midday on Monday. We'll start at 10 a.m. Tuesday, we will also start at 10 a.m. when we will hear from Mr. Zaid Khan from Inquire. That will then be the conclusion of the evidence. On Wednesday, I will hear 3 speeches. First from Mr. Ramadar at 10:30. We'll have a short break, and then Miss Alfonso, I think, has indicated that of her team, she's going to be addressing me. Is that right? Us, I should say.
Yes, good morning,
morning.
Mr. Chairman. That is indeed the case.
Okay, right. So what we'll do is on Wednesday, we will have hear first of all from Mr. Ramadar. We'll have a break, then Miss Alfonso. We'll have a early lunch, I hope, and then hear from Mr. Pigas after lunch. Then Thursday, we'll hear first of all from Miss Kamini Pesar Maharaj on behalf of LMCS, and then we'll have hopefully an early lunch, and then we will hear from, is it Mr. Peterson or Mr. Mutu? Are we going to get the long or the short version? You haven't decided yet. One of the offenders, right? Well, as long as it is only one of the offenders, that's fine. But we'll hear from you, if we may, on Thursday afternoon after what I hope will be an early lunch. Then on Friday in the morning at 9:30, please, Friday 9:30, Mr. Maharaj, on behalf of the Commission, will address us in the morning. I will have a few closing remarks to make once he's concluded, which I anticipate to be about 11:30 for 10 or 15 minutes. And at the close of that, I would like to invite all counsel into the witness room afterwards as an invitation from me for half an hour or so to conclude the inquiry informally. But that will be the position. So can I ask then that everybody makes a note of that? That's the plan for the remainder of this inquiry before we get down to the business of having to prepare our report. As I have indicated, and since this is being made public, I make clear now that it is our intention that there should be a draft report in the early part of April, and that there will be a final report after the supply of any salmon letters at the earliest opportunity, if there are to be any, by the end of April. So I hope to be able to provide the President with a copy of our report by the end of April. What did I say? Did I say something more?
I was just inquiring which president, but I guess there's continuity of office.
All right. Well, certainly it will be available to the government in that way. Of course, it is a matter entirely for them as to when they make it public. I will do everything in my power to encourage them to do so pronto. This is a matter which clearly has attracted considerable public attention and involves the future of this industry and people's lives. If there is any value in having this public inquiry, it is in making available our report as soon as humanly possible. To that end is why we have worked as hard as we have to try and make sure that it is available at the earliest opportunity. So that's where we are at the moment. Thank you all. We will proceed today. We've got 5 witnesses to get through. Let's hope we do. Thank you. Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Chairman, the first witness is Mr. Rolph Seales, sorry. And the summary would be done by Ms. Vijaya Maharaj.
Oh, thank you. Yes, good morning, Mr. Seales.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Seales. The oath will just be taken from you.
I
I, Rolph Seales,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to this commission
to this commission
in this case
in this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Right, please take a seat. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry you've been here, I know, a few times and you've not been accommodated, so forgive us for that. We've done our best to try and make sure that people aren't kept waiting too long, but I'm afraid it doesn't always work, so accept my apologies for that. The water's there for your use. Ms. Maharaj, who sits opposite you, is going to give you a summary of your evidence to the Commission. Please listen carefully. If you agree it, then great, and we'll proceed from there. Mr. Maharaj will then ask you a few questions, and then there'll be, I suspect, a number of other questions from some of the other council. All right, so that's the plan. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. On Friday, the 9th of December, 2022, Mr. Rolph Seales submitted a witness statement to the Commission. His statement is at page 3130 of the supplemental witness statement bundle. Since 2019, he has been the diving operations supervisor, client representative employed by Kenson and assigned at the Pointe-à-Pierre facility of Heritage Petroleum Company Limited. His role is to coordinate all company contractor diving activities at Heritage in accordance with the organization's regulatory standards and international best practices. He has over 25 years' experience in the field of marine diving operations. He was previously employed by Petrotrin for 22 years, 18 of which he was employed permanently as a commercial diver. On Saturday, 25th February 2022, at about 4:57 p.m., he was requested by his line supervisor to mobilize Mitchell's Professional Diving Services Limited to report to and provide support, if required, at Paria because of an incident which occurred earlier that day at Berth No. 6. At 5:05 p.m., Mr. Seales contacted Mr. Fitzroy King of Mitchell's, who confirmed at 5:23 p.m. that Mitchell's would be able to provide services. Mr. Seales was also requested to act as liaison between Mitchell's and Offshore Technologies Solutions Limited and Paria in relation to Paria's request for diving services. At 6 p.m., he arrived at Heritage in Pointe-à-Pierre to facilitate Mitchell's retrieving their diving equipment from the base. He left Heritage at 6:30 p.m. At about 8:20 p.m., Mr. Seales arrived at Paria. He was informed that OTSL was already moored at Berth 6 and was on the vessel Gulfstream Eagle, standing by for further instructions. At about 8:40 p.m., he was contacted by Mr. Fitzroy King of Mitchell's, who informed him that he and his crew arrived at Paria's car park and was standing by for instructions. At about 9 p.m., Mr. Seales was given an update by Heritage's Osei Flemming Holder and Paria's Mr. Paul Yearwood in an office downstairs of Paria's Terminal Administration Building. They informed Mr. Seales that the divers were working to remove a plug in a 30-inch riser in a chamber at 15 feet seawater when a splash was seen and contact with the divers was lost. He was also informed that one diver exited the chamber safely. He was shown a rough sketch of the riser chamber layout, which was a picture of a whiteboard and someone's phone. Mr. Seales responded to the briefing by indicating that the chamber is called a habitat and the divers may have experienced a delta P scenario based on the explanation given. At around 9:30 p.m., Mr. Seales proceeded upstairs in the company of Osei Flemming Holder to an unoccupied office at Paria's Terminal Administration Building to stand by for requests and/or instructions from the Paria persons in charge of the emergency response of the Paria Incident Command Team. During the period 9:30 p.m. to midnight, various personnel were in and out of that office. At one time, Mr. Seales held a discussion with Mr. Colin Piper in the presence of Paria's Mr. Michael Wee and Mr. Randy Archibald, and was shown a sketch of the riser chamber layout, which was on a whiteboard in the office. Mr. Piper told him that the divers were working in the chamber on the 30-inch riser at 15 feet seawater. They removed the first plug, and while they were removing the second plug, a splash was heard and observed on the surface, and all communication was lost. He responded by repeating that based on what he explained, the divers may have experienced a delta P scenario, and he explained what it was. Mr. Seales also asked if anyone knows the present state of the habitat and of the second plug, which the divers were reportedly removing. No answer was given. Mr. Piper and the other Paria personnel subsequently left the office. At about 12:15 a.m. on Saturday, Mr. Seales attended a meeting with Paria personnel, Coast Guard, and others in the lobby area upstairs of the administration building. At the meeting, which was partially in person and partially virtual, Mr. Colin Piper informed the audience that the camera which was inserted into the pipeline encountered a blockage, which appeared to be a diving tank in the horizontal segment of the pipeline. He said the blockage prevented the camera from going any further. He then asked whether the Coast Guard could go into the pipeline and remove the diving cylinder. The Coast Guard's response was that they could not. Mr. Piper then asked whether Mr. Seales could send any of his divers to remove the diving cylinder. Mr. Seales raised the issues of risk and limitations associated with this request by asking Mr. Piper questions. He asked, "How are you going to introduce a diver?" Mr. Piper said you could lower the diver with the use of a crane. Mr. Seales asked what the height of the riser above the surface of the water was. He was told 8 to 10 feet. He then asked, "How are you going to introduce a diver wearing service supply equipment?" and whether the diver would be introduced into the pipeline head first or foot first. He asked these questions so that the Paria team and others at the meeting could get an understanding of what the diving activity would have entailed. Mr. Seales told Mr. Piper that he had no authority to send anyone to remove the blockage, and that Mitchell's and OTSL's dive supervisors would be informed of the request to examine the camera footage and determine whether they could enter the pipeline to remove the blockage in the pipeline. After reviewing the video footage at about 1:18 a.m., the dive supervisors of Mitchell's and OTSL determined that the risk was too high and they could not send their divers into the pipeline to remove the blockage. Mr. Seales communicated their decision to Paria's team. Mr. Seales, during 1:40 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday, consulted with OTSL, Mitchell's, and Hull Support Services to explore the availability of a recompression chamber for Mr. Budram. He then instructed Mitchell's to return to their facility in Pointe-à-Pierre to ready their recompression chamber and remain on standby to receive Mr. Budram. OTSL's team, however, remained on site. After being informed that Mr. Budram's treatment was deferred to 8 a.m. on Saturday, Mr. Seales instructed Mitchell's to stand down and instructed Hull Support Services to ready their decompression chamber at their facility and library to receive Mr. Budram. Mr. Seales then left Paria at about 4:23 a.m. He arrived at Hull Support's facility at 7 a.m. At 8 a.m., the Hull Support's facility was in a state of readiness for Mr. Budram's arrival. However, at 10 a.m., Mr. Seales was informed that Mr. Budram tested COVID positive. As a result, Mr. Seales then held a meeting with Hull Support Services to discuss what additional controls would be required to safeguard their personnel. However, he was subsequently informed that the decompression treatment was no longer required. On Sunday, 27 February, at 4:15 p.m., Mr. Seales was requested to attend a Teams meeting. He logged into that meeting at 4:20 p.m., which was ongoing with the Paria team, the Coast Guard, LMCS, Heritage team, Mr. Krishna Fuentes, and others. LMCS was presenting a dive procedure at the time to insert a diver into a 30-inch pipeline at Berth No. 6 to remove the scuba cylinder, which was preventing the camera from going any further. A document was placed on the screen, and LMCS was reading the proposed procedure. The questions which were discussed included how the diver could be introduced into the pipeline, what equipment would have been part of the safety parameters, and physically, how was the diver going to perform the operation with the equipment on. Mr. Seales' view was that the procedure did not demonstrate how the steps would be safely executed, but only stated what steps were proposed to be done. In his consideration, the proposed plan did not contain this information, which was necessary to assess whether it could be safely executed. He also noted that the exercise was not to rescue the divers, but to remove objects in the line. The risk of the exercise had to be weighed carefully against its objective. Discussion was held surrounding the presented diving procedure and its lack of detail and inadequacies of control to safeguard the proposed diver. Due to the fact that it was ultimately not his decision to make, Mr. Seales stated that he volunteered no further input to the discussions, and his opinion was not solicited. Mr. Seales did not review the documents, and the documents were not forwarded to him. The meeting concluded with LMCS and Paria's team exploring other options to safely recover the missing divers. Mr. Seales had no further involvement in the matter. Mr. Seales, is this an accurate summary of your evidence?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Seales, now Mr. Maharaj has got some questions for you, all right? And then, as I say, there'll be others. Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Seales.
Good morning.
You are a very experienced diver. Am I correct? Over 25 years experience. Yes. And could you explain to us when you say that I'm certified as an unrestricted surface supply diver? What is that? Could you explain what is that?
No, that's just the classification of the diver.
Sorry?
You're going to have to move, bring the whole thing towards you, that's it. And if you don't mind, just lean a little forward when you speak. Thank you.
Right, that's the classification of the diver. So there are different levels. Unrestricted is a level under the Canadian standard.
But to help us, the classification is a high classification.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And according to your statement, I'm interested in the timeline, right? So if you could try and help us. You first became involved in this matter, according to paragraph 5 of your statement, at 4:57 p.m. on the 25th of February.
Yes.
And that you said in that paragraph 5 that you were requested by Mr. Fortune Mr. Fortune is at Heritage.
Yes, yes.
Requested that you mobilize Mitchell's Professional Diving Services Limited to report and provide support if required to Paria, correct?
Yes.
And that you were told to do this because an incident occurred earlier that day at Berth 6.
Yes.
Were you told at that time what the incident was?
No.
No. So based on the instructions you got, you contacted Mitchell?
Yes, I did. So I tried to gather more information to help inform what equipment would be required, but there was no information available at that time.
But you contacted Mitchell at around 5:05 p.m.
Yes.
You spoke to one Mr. Fitzroy King.
Yes, I did.
Right. And then you received information from Mr. Fitzroy King at around 5:23 p.m. that Mitchell's would be able to provide its services, and they were actually engaged by Heritage.
Yes.
Right. Then at about 6 p.m., you arrived at Heritage Marine.
Yes.
And then you received a call from Mr. Fortune, who identified Mr. Fleming, and what that call was for, or that call you got from Mr. Fortune.
No, well, he just informed me of the contact persons.
Sorry?
He informed me of the contact persons.
The contact
Paria.
person.
So who RBA contacted when I arrived at Paria?
Right. And who was that contact person?
Mr. Osei Flemming.
Fleming. And he was associated with which company?
Heritage.
Heritage. And you were asked to contact OTSL?
No.
No.
So I did not contact or engage OTSL.
Who
Right,
contacted OTSL?
I'm unaware.
You're not aware. But at about 6:30 p.m., you departed Heritage Marine, and where did you go to, if I may ask, after 6:30 p.m.?
Paria.
Paria.
First.
And you arrived at Paria at 8:20 p.m.
Yes, Nikama.
And you went to Paria Administrative Building?
Well, not immediately.
Not immediately. But how long after?
No, so within that period, 8:20 and 9 o'clock.
Around 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And you made contact with Mr. Rupert Paul of OTSL?
All right, so I would have made those calls when I arrived at the location, which is Paria, just to ascertain where they were at that time.
And then according to my working it out, at around 8:40 p.m., you were contacted by Mr. Fitzroy King of Mitchell,
Yes.
who informed you that the crew had arrived at Paria's car park and was standing by for instructions.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
And that was the crew from Mitchell.
Yes.
And then at around 9 p.m., you located Mr. Fleming in an office downstairs of Paria.
Yes.
And then you were given an update of the incident as to what happened that day.
Yes.
At around what time that was given to you?
That will be around 9 o'clock. So when I met Mr. Holder, Mr. Yearwood was in the office, so they would have just given a brief overview of what had or the information that was available at that time to them.
Was that the first time that you learned that someone had emerged from the pipe?
Yes.
So no one had told you that up until 9 o'clock that night?
No.
And you are an experienced diver for 25 years and no one told you that?
No.
And at when you arrived at Paria and you were given this briefing, you responded immediately to the briefing, and you said words to the effect that it may have. You said that the divers may have experienced a Delta P scenario.
Yes, based on the explanation given.
And then even after you got the briefing, you remained at Paria.
Yes.
And you were in contact with Osei Flemming Holder at Paria while you were there?
Yes.
And they were on standby also?
Yes. Well, sorry, I can't say what role or function he was performing at that time.
Well, according to paragraph 18 of your witness statement, you said at around 21:30 hours, I proceeded upstairs to the company of Osei Flemming Holder to an unoccupied office of Paria's terminal building to stand by for. Oh, so you were asked to stand by for requests. I'm sorry, from Paria. And who gave you those instructions?
No, it was not an instruction.
But who informed you of that, to stand by?
Well, as I said, it was not an instruction. So we proceeded upstairs, right, and stood by.
And stood
basically,
by, okay, okay. Then during
just pausing there, it's a follow. So it's about 9:30 in the evening now.
Yes.
Right? You've been given some sort of a briefing as to what had happened.
Yes.
Were you told the time when this first happened? The time that they first noticed that there had been an incident?
An incident?
Yes. It's not a memory test, so let me see if I can help you. It was about 2:45 that we know it happened, there or thereabouts, between 2:30 and 2:34. Some say 2:50. It's in that period, all right?
So,
were you told that this event, which you were being consulted upon, had happened as long ago as 2:45 that day?
I believe so.
Right. And you've already told me in answer to the question that you only learnt that a man had emerged from the pipe at about 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Were you told then when he emerged?
No.
Did you ask them, well, when did this chap come out of the pipe?
No, the conversation would have been.
Didn't? I mean, we know that it was more than 3 hours between the time when he did emerge from the pipe and you telling us you were informed that a man had come out of the pipe. Now, being a diver of some 25 years experience, it does not behove me to say to you that time is of the essence,
Yes, it is.
isn't it? There are 4 men in a pipe who may be alive. Were you told that?
No, there weren't conversations surrounding the other divers and where they were.
There were no conversations, did you
No.
say? So when you were informed that a man had emerged from the pipe when you were told that at 9 o'clock, but not told when, you had no idea when it was that he'd emerged from the pipe. You were not told as to the fact that it was known when he emerged from the pipe that there were still people in the pipe alive.
So
Were you?
at that time, I'm unaware if it was actually confirmed that the men were in the pipeline.
So when you were being told this at 9 o'clock, no confirmation that that these men were in the pipe,
Not that I'm aware of.
or that they were alive in the pipe.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
I mean, for you to be able to assist Paria and or Heritage in this tragedy as a diving expert in your own right, would you not think those were the basic facts you would need to know?
Yes.
And they didn't tell you. You just stood by. I don't mean that offensively.
Yeah.
You were stood by because nobody was asking you to do anything.
Yes. Now, can I expand?
Of course you can,
Right.
yes.
No, remember, I would have entered into an active emergency.
So speak a
Yes.
little louder, sorry.
Yes, remember, I would have entered into an active emergency response system. So Paria would have had their incident command team.
Yes.
And
Were you
LMC
part of that?
No,
Were you ever invited in?
no, I would not say that.
Right, so you were never invited in to actually address them, even if you were not part of the incident command team yourself, but to explain to them that night what you considered the position to be. You were never asked.
No.
Right.
So I didn't consider that my role.
When you did hear such facts as you heard, you immediately thought to yourself, this sounds like Delta P.
Yes, the initial explanation.
And you communicated that to them, did you?
Yes.
To who was it that you communicated that, please?
Well, it would have been on 2 occasions.
The
when
first occasion?
Yes, that would have been to Mr. Fleming and Mr. Yearwood.
Fleming and Yearwood.
Right.
Did they appear to understand what you were talking about?
I can't say.
Well-
I would have taken it for granted because when I explained initially, I didn't go in to explain anything at that point in time. So it was just a response to an explanation given.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. Did they appear to understand what you were explaining to them? You see, if somebody had said to me 6 months ago, what is Delta P? I might have stabbed a guess at it, but probably didn't know.
Yeah.
If somebody had said that, I suspect that most of the people watching this or sitting in this room 6 months ago
Yes.
might not have understood what Delta P was. Do you follow?
Yes.
So when you were explaining, well, this sounds like Delta P, did they seem to follow what you were saying? Or did you have to explain what Delta P was?
No, at that time, at the first instant, no. When I went upstairs, I explained it a little more and didn't take it for granted.
You didn't take it for granted and you explained it to them.
A little more, yeah,
Right, and so
of what may have occurred.
Right, what may have, well, obviously, from your point of view, it was only your best guess.
Yes.
But your best guess, if I may say so, with 25 years experience, is rather better than somebody who's not dived ever in their lives. Yes? Yeah, right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman. And just to continue, you stayed at Paria for Friday night
Yes.
until Saturday morning.
Yes.
And during that period of time, Paria did not request you to assist with actually diving services.
The first request would have come at Saturday morning.
Around what time?
So this would be at the briefing after 12 midnight.
After,
so there's between 12 and 1 o'clock.
Mr. Seales, we have had evidence before this commission that Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe, that is one of the divers, came out of the pipe at around 5:30, 5:45 p.m. on the Friday night. Okay? So bear that in mind. I want to ask you if you're on that. And he said that 4 other divers were in the pipeline. Now, you knew that this was a 30-inch diameter pipeline.
Yes.
Right. If a rescue had to be done to take those men out of the pipeline, if a rescue had to be done, would you agree with me that a rescue had to be done urgently if the men were to come out alive?
Yes.
In your view, in your opinion, you have a vast experience from what I'm reading here. Very distinguished experience. And you had to advise what timeline there was for a rescue to take place. What timeline would you have given? Approximate what timeline?
My timeline would be within the first 5 hours of the incident.
Within the
First 5 hours of the incident occurring.
first 5 hours of the incident occurring.
Did anyone ever ask you your opinion for a timeline as to affecting a rescue?
No.
So what you've just told us now, just this minute, 5 hours or so, was never asked of you, either by any of the people who were engaging you or the IMT.
No.
Had they asked you, would you have told them what you've told us?
Well, I would have asked for more information first.
Well, I dare say you would have, because you weren't being given very much from what you said. But can I understand, hither, doing your best now, if you'd been asked, that is the sort of timeline. You now know what the facts are. So would that have been your timeline, the same as what you just told Mr. Maharaj?
Yes. And that would be on the outer limits.
That would have been the outer limit.
Yes.
Right. So just to take that as a sort of scale, imagine you had a whiteboard and you divided that whiteboard into 5 separate sections. Hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, hour 4, hour 5. Yes. Beyond hour 5, they're not going to be around, are they? They're not alive anyway, or pretty unlikely. That would be your view.
Unlikely.
Yeah. So if you've got this 5-hour window at the outside, as you put it, you'd look to see what can be done in the first hour, because that's their best chance, isn't it?
Yes.
Then you'd look to see what in the second hour, and so on, by way of a scale, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Right. You now know, I anticipate, if you didn't then, but now know, that the incident itself happened at about 2:30-ish, 2:45, if we say, between 2:30 and 2:45. Let's call it 2:45. And we know that Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe about 3 hours later, perhaps 5:30, maybe a little bit less than 3 hours later.
Yes.
So 2.5 hours as a minimum had already been used up, as it were. Not, in fairness to everybody, nobody had appreciated that they were necessarily sucked into the pipe. And you weren't consulted until pretty late on in the day. But be that as it may, about 2.5 hours already passed. So half of your time has already been used, hasn't it?
Yes.
Renewed hope, I imagine, for those who were seriously interested in rescuing these men when Mr. Boudram comes out of the pipe. Because he's alive.
Yes.
And he's made his own way out, hasn't he?
Yes.
So renewed hope, as I put it, that the remainder of the men in the pipe might be rescued still, even 2.5 hours after the initial incident, do you see?
Okay. But what will be taken into consideration is that he would have been using the resources
Yes.
within that period also.
Clearly, which may shorten your 5-hour timeline, isn't it, rather than extending it. Were you made aware of whether or not there were any air pockets in this pipeline?
At that time, no.
You subsequently heard that, presumably, yeah. All right. But in any event, your outer limit pipeline is 5 hours. 2.5 hours were before Mr. Boudram comes out, half the time used up. And as you now know, he had used some of the air that was available to them, to those men, which left you with a 2.5 hour window at best. Correct?
Yes.
Tell me this, in assessing the risk to you and or any other diver in going into that pipe to rescue those men, is the timeline a critical factor?
Timeline is a factor, yes, for the personnel, but effecting a rescue, you have to consider the risk to the rescuer.
No, I follow that, but as you told us, I think, and certainly in the summary, one of the factors you were considering is later on when you were looking at going into you were being asked about entry into the pipe to remove a bottle,
yes,
an air bottle. That is a factor, isn't it?
Yes.
Am I really going to risk a man to move an air bottle? It must be the question that you ask yourself, mustn't it?
Yes.
That is different. If you'd known, for example, there was a man there alive where that bottle was, you might say, well, it is worth risking a man to save that man, but to save a bottle or to move the bottle out the way, it's a different dynamic, isn't it? Yes. All right. So really, I suppose what I'm asking you is this, is that as more time passes, so the value in risking someone's life to go and to effect a rescue diminishes, doesn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marlowe.
Much obliged.
I think Mr. Wilson has a question.
Morning, Mr. Seales.
Morning.
Just listening to you there, I would like to have your opinion and I guess get a little more clarification. You're basing the 5 hours in and around of probable survival based on you knew a diver came out. Yeah, that somebody survived and came out. But with your knowledge of Delta P, and that's why I need it clear, with that violent event, are you able to put a timeline of survivability once you were made aware of initial incident, men go into the pipeline, your training and your knowledge indicates Delta P.
Yeah.
Your first thoughts about that, men going into a pipeline after suffering Delta P, you would still apply a survivability window with a...
No.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, when you say no, you mean long?
Shorter.
So having identified Delta P, that 5 hour window may even be less.
Yes. And the emergence of Mr. Boudram. So the
Yes.
fact that you could have applied survivability was Mr. Boudram supposedly coming out of the pipe.
Right. So you got thank you. So you got Mr. Boudram coming out of the pipe. Did you know that he had told those who rescued him from the pipe that that the others were in the pipe and alive?
No. At that time of until later on that night into the wee hours of
into the wee hours of Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's when I would have.
That's when you first knew that. When did you first know that he had said there were air pockets in the pipe?
Would have been around that same time.
Same time. So you didn't discover that until the early hours of Saturday morning.
Well, yes, late Saturday night into late Friday night into Saturday morning.
Late Friday night.
Yes.
Saturday. So well past your window.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maharaj.
So it may have been implied, but on the Saturday morning, or during the Saturday morning period, or during Saturday was the first time you were asked your advice and sought help in respect of the men in the pipe.
Yes.
Is there a time on that, Mr. Maharaj?
Around what time was that on Saturday morning?
This is approximately 12:15.
12:15.
Approximately.
And at that time, that would have been way past what you have just told us, having known the facts, that timeline of about 5 hours.
Yes.
I just want to ask you one more question, which I would like to, I think might help us. You said in paragraph 1, you are the client representative and diving operations supervisor of Heritage, correct?
Yes.
What those functions entail at Heritage?
Basically, I coordinate and supervise all diving operations and ensure compliance to HPCL's requirements and industry best practice. I have other non-diving specific functions also and administrative duties.
If I may ask you this, if you were the client representative of Paria, would you have the same kind of functions?
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Who else would like to ask Mr. Seales any questions? Right, Miss Alfonso, please, first. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Seales. My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the SWWTU.
Morning.
I just have a few questions to ask you. Are you yourself, Mr. Seales, a dive supervisor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you still an active diver?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Right. As part of your commercial diving experience, and I agree with my learned senior, very impressive credentials, you would have received training with respect to the part of your course would have been the rescue of divers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And also diving into confined spaces?
Not specifically, no.
Not specifically, but rescue?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking of which, you would have said that you're the client representative at Heritage.
Yes, I am.
Are you in charge of or part of a diving department or unit or any of those things, or is it just you yourself?
No, it's just me.
Oh, I see. But in Petrotrin, you were part of a division, unit?
Yes, a department.
A
diving
department, I see. So with the closure of Petrotrin, that department, I guess, went the same way as Petrotrin?
Yes.
I see. Now, you've said in your witness statement you were only in communication with OTSL and Mitchell's professional diving service, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically you were in contact with the two diving supervisors?
Yes, I was.
Of each of the companies. Mr. On the Gulf Stream Eagle was, is it Mr. Paul?
Yes, it was.
Right, and from MPDS, it was Mr. King.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So what I see from your witness statement is by 8:20, you've communicated with OTSL and they tell you, we're already on site.
Yes.
Right, and they were in the Gulf Stream Eagle, a diving vessel, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, did they tell you, Mr. Seales, that they were on standby, waiting for instructions?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. King tell you something similar?
Yes.
And that shortly thereafter, he would have told you the same thing. We started at 8:20.
That would have been approximately 8:40.
Okay, thank you. So 20 minutes late. Sorry, 20 minutes later. Now we already know from the information you just gave, you got very late and limited information with regard to Mr. Boudram emerging from the pipe, and the timing in which he came out of the pipe. Did you pass that information on to Mr. King or Mr. Paul?
No, not immediately.
Okay. Did you pass it on at all?
No, the conversation I would have had with Mr. Paul and Mr. King would have been after the request was made for our support.
Okay, sorry, I don't think I followed you there.
Right.
So you do speak to Mr. King and Mr. Paul, one at 8:10, one at 8:20, and one at 8:40.
Yes.
Okay. By that time, by your evidence this morning, you did not know that Mr. Boudram had come out of the pipe, because if I followed it about 9 o'clock.
Right. So at this time, there was no communication of the details surrounding the incident to Mr. King or Mr. Paul.
Okay, that I understand. So subsequently, when I can't ask you to, nobody could ask you to relay information before you get it.
Yes.
So when you did get the information, which I believe is around 9 o'clock that night, that Friday night, did you communicate that to the two dive supervisors?
No, I can't recall. We had that conversation.
So as far as you know, they remained on standby, whether on land or on a vessel?
Yes.
Okay. You yourself, Mr. Seales, using that terminology, standby, indicate from about 11:30 you are also on standby.
Yes.
Awaiting instructions. To be fair, from your witness statement,
yes.
You're awaiting instructions from somebody from Paria.
Yes.
Right? Did you ever receive such instructions? You say you're waiting for instructions, so you're a diver.
Yes.
So I assume you're waiting for instructions with respect to diving.
Yes. So the request came at approximately after 12:15.
Okay. So the first request you get, you reach where the building where the incident command team is. You reach at 6:30. Yes, around 6:30 you reach.
No. 9:30.
Oh yes, I beg your pardon. You departed Heritage premises at 6:30. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you say yes. I hate 24-hour time. So it's at 8:20 you reach the Paria's administrative building. You see.
Yes.
So the first request, and you go up to this office, this vacant office, you say, and you await instructions.
Yes.
And the first time that somebody makes a request of you, forget instructions. The first time somebody makes a request of you is after midnight.
Yes.
During the course of the night, Mr. Seales, would you have reached out to somebody called Dr. Glenn Chetty? Hope I'm getting his last name right.
I may have. I can't recall.
Okay. Is he one of the people you reached out to for remote camera, an ROV?
No, it may have been an unofficial request.
Sorry?
It may have been an unofficial request. So overhearing conversations, I may have called him to ask him if he knows of an available ROV.
Okay. And you may have done so because you know him to have that kind of equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So you do recall speaking to Dr. Glenn Chetty? Okay. Did Mr. Chetty give you any suggestions? You would have told him what transpired, of course.
Yes.
You're not asking.
Well, a vague request.
Okay, you must have told him, look, I want this because I think some men are down in a pipe or something like that.
No, well, actually, he was aware of an incident.
He was aware of an incident.
Yes.
Did Dr. Chetty volunteer? He's a diver himself, yes?
Yes.
He's an instructor?
Yes, he is.
Right. And a supervisor as well?
Yes.
Okay, so he's a dive instructor. Did he volunteer any information, Mr. Seales, with regard to, because he knew of the incident? He didn't volunteer any
No.
methodology, approach,
No.
suggestion?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you for that. In this conversation, you referred to on Saturday, in the wee hours of Saturday, Mr. Seales, in Paria's Incident Command Center. You were the only diver present?
Yes.
Okay.
That I'm aware of.
And Mr. Seales, why is it if you're the, okay, so questions were being posed, a proposal was being put out there in here, in paragraph 24 of your witness statement. Yeah, you're right. If you could probably look at that.
Yes.
So Mr. Piper was asking you something about, could you send your divers to do something?
Yes.
To remove the tanks, right?
Yes.
Now, you just said you are the only diver in Heritage. So this is either Mitchell's diving or OTSL. When it says my divers, who did you think that was?
Well, again, it had to be probably the resources available.
Oh, okay. But the only resources that you were in
Mitchell's
communication with
yes,
was OTSL and Mitchell's. Okay. And then you pose a number of questions.
Yes.
You don't volunteer information or volunteer methodology based on your considerable experience.
No.
So you're the only diver there, and you ask Mr. Piper, how is this going to be done? How is the diver going to be introduced into the tank? Whether he will have this kind of equipment or that kind of equipment.
Yes.
Okay.
No, but this is not for Mr. Piper per se.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of, these are considerations when you are planning the activity.
Okay, so you are posing these questions so
just to
that
have an appreciation for what the activity entails or will entail.
Okay. As the only diver present, Mr. Seales, you didn't think that you would person put forward a plan?
No.
No.
At that time, no, because it was a request for assistance. I had no divers available to me in terms of under my direct command. We have dive supervisors who have their dive team. So what I would have done is gather as much information that I could have to communicate to them, to form an intervention if required.
Okay. But did you do that, using your own words, did you do what you just said?
Yes. So
you gathered information?
Yes. So the questions that I would have asked, which one of them would have been, how high is the riser above the deck? So earlier, the question would have been, well, they would have said that the riser was 10 feet from the sea surface.
8 to 10 feet, you say in your witness
Right, but that wasn't, so the question I asked was to, again, gather information and have an appreciation for the site itself. And that 8 to 10 feet, the question I asked was above the deck of the structure. So it wasn't from the splash zone or the sea level. It would have been from the deck. So you would have had an additional interface from the deck now to the sea surface. So in addition to the 8 to 10 feet, you would also have an additional distance from the deck to the sea surface.
Okay, I understand.
Right.
I understand why you're asking the questions.
Yeah. So this is information now that I would have gathered too. So when I'm communicating to OTSL and Mitchell, I can inform them of site-specific information.
Okay. So my question was, did you relay this information that you solicited or elicited from these questions?
Yes.
That you posed to members of the ICT team, one presumes, yes? So you relayed that information, that's after midnight?
Yes, and we have also conducted a site visit.
I see. Who is we, Mr. Seales?
OTSL and Mitchell's.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Seales. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Ramadar, we missed you yesterday.
After Mr. Peterson indicated that nobody liked me, I'm delighted to hear that. I said that after Mr. Peterson indicated that no one liked me, I'm delighted to hear that I was missed yesterday. Thank you so much for that.
He's misrepresenting the facts.
I'm so grateful for that. Thank you so much. And it's good to be back before you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Seales.
Good morning.
First of all, let me thank you for the efforts that you would have made of your personal time and energies to do what you could to assist. Yes?
Thanks.
Now, to be fair, you were there in a capacity as a resource to Paria and a resource for rescue or whatever else would have been required.
Yes.
Yes. Tell all of us, please. For a decision to be taken, what is the most important thing you would require? Not information?
Yes.
Yes. And you had a wealth of experience as a diver, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. No trick questions here, so relax yourself, okay? Okay. I do mean we are grateful to you, yeah? So, you being the only diver in the environment where decisions were to be made, questions were posed and so. Now, I want to be clear. The first time you learned that there may have been live men in that pipe, remind us as what time were you given that information?
And so that'll be between after 10 midnight.
After 10 to midnight.
Yes.
Did you consider for a moment that there might have been a need for rescuing persons when you left Heritage to come to Paria?
Well, I would say yes, because an incident would have occurred.
Yes. But when you got there, no one who greeted you informed you, first of all, as we've heard that you told us very frontally, that Christopher Boudram had exited the pipe before 6 o'clock that evening, correct?
Yes.
Had you been given the information upon your arrival, well, did you consider that to be critically important information to help you give advice?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't there in the capacity to give advice. So the fact that it wasn't forthcoming initially, because as I would have explained earlier, I enter into an active emergency management system. So LMCFs should have had their emergency response plan effected.
We get all of that.
And, yeah.
We got all that. Are we grateful, right?
Yes.
But you as a human being first.
Yes.
Knowing what you do today as you sit here, would you not now reflecting upon it, consider that bit of information to have been critical to be shared among the team of resources assembled like the Avengers?
Yes.
Yes. Had you known that Christopher Boudram had exited alive from the pipe at around that time, would you have acted differently? In other words, your decision-making process, whether they ask you to or not, would you not have volunteered some suggestion? Listen, I'm a diver. These are the things we can or cannot do.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, it shocked me, and I'm going to ask the question again because I want to give you an opportunity to reflect whether your answer is correct. When was the first time you learned that there would have been live men in that pipe?
Between 10 and midnight.
Do you, sitting as you are today, find it shocking that that information wasn't given to you upon your arrival? I'm not blaming you. Right? You only garbage in, garbage out, as we say.
No,
right?
Again, to be fair, I can't say that information was available at that time. That was the impression I got.
The impression you got. What was the impression you got? Gentlemen.
No, in terms of life. Proof of life.
Proof of life. So you got no impression when you arrived that there was even a need for proof of life within the pipe or the surroundings. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. In fact, wasn't it more an environment of death and disaster? Honestly,
An incident.
yes. Was there any anxiety that you would have observed from anyone from Paria, Piper, whomever? Gentlemen. Yes. Yes. To endeavor any rescue into the pipe? Even that you were not told about men being alive. Did you? I mean, you're there, you're observing, and your reputation precedes you, right? In terms, you're a great, you observe and you're very sharp. Did you observe any anxiety or even a discussion for a rescue into the pipe?
No, I would say yes.
Good. Rescue what? The tanks?
No, I would say yes in terms of they were feverishly working to gather information and resources.
To what end? That's the point.
So, yeah, I can't say.
Right. You didn't know. But the first time you were they made an inquiry of you was to retrieve or remove a blockage?
Yes.
And as the chairman put it, to retrieve a tank. Yes?
Yes.
Up to that time, nobody is saying men had been alive, one came out alive, and at the time that you may have been present, they may still have been alive. Nobody hinted that to you?
No. Well, at that time, which would be the approximately 12:15, they were trying to ascertain.
Ascertain what?
Information in terms of from inside the pipeline.
About the tanks?
Well, I would not say the tanks because...
When? Because remember you just told us,
yeah.
And repeat, what is the time you first learned that men had been alive at the time you were there before? When? Not after 12?
No, that's before I said. So between 10 and midnight, so between 12 and that conversation.
Yes.
Right. The request to remove the tanks was for the camera to go further into the...
Excellent. Excellent. And were you even informed as to the purpose the camera is going in? Was it for the furtherance of exercising a rescue of human beings?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I would assume nothing.
No, I didn't ask you about assume. Yeah. What were you told?
No, I wasn't told to say.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you were kept out of that information loop, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you were there to grant whatever assistance possible. You are a trained diver. You are aware that divers have found themselves in difficulties within a confine of a pipe before. Not personally, you know, but you're a well-read man. And in part of your training, you know that that is part of the dangers of a diver going into water in a pipe-ridden area, isn't it?
Well, I can't say so.
Why can't you say so?
It's not a common practice.
Not common. I asked you about common.
Yeah, and it's...
But is it out of the realm of the possibility that divers in a pipeline environment could find themselves in problems within a pipeline?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, you're the first one to tell these noble gentlemen of the Paria that there may have been a Delta P situation. Is that accurate?
I can't say.
Okay. But you are the one who told them about it. You told them.
Yes. So
yes.
In my compass, I can say yes.
Right. You had heritage. You're in the industry for many years. Isn't it by definition pumping? Isn't it the use of Delta P, pressure differentials, to move oil, to move water? Isn't that the business of pumping?
Yes.
Thank you. So it'll be stunning that if anybody would suggest that a Delta P situation would not have been a credible risk for men who are diving within a chamber with a pipe, wouldn't that be stunning to you? That a Delta P was not a live and a clear and present danger.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you know Mr. Piper for many, many years, isn't it?
No.
When did you first know Mr. Piper?
At 9:30.
First time you meeting him?
Yes.
Right. But he was the commander of the incident management team.
Yes.
He was the boss, as far as you were aware.
Yes.
Yes. you appreciate divers, first of all, are not like normal land-loving people, right? They take risks daily into going into an unnatural environment, meaning that you can't breathe underwater unless you have devices. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And therefore, you are trained, first of all, differently from the average land-bound human being, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. You appreciate that you are prepared in that, would I call it a hostile environment underwater? Would you consider it to be a hostile environment? With the dangers of crocodiles, sharks, currents.
I'm not sure where you swim.
Close story, Mr. Peterson. So, yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there are dangers there inherently, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, you are prepared to meet in that hostile environment challenges that may be not readily foreseeable, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, going into a pipe that may have oil, may have water, and not the largest of pipes, a 30-inch diameter, is something that is doable, isn't it?
I would say no.
No?
No.
You have never gone into a confined space in all your years as part of your practice or training?
Not a 30-inch pipeline.
Okay. What's the largest you went into? Or the smallest, sorry?
No, again, I never went into a pipeline.
There you go. But you do know that it is not just possible, but it happens from time to time.
With careful consideration.
And proper equipment.
And proper equipment.
Yes. At the time you were at the scene, you observed equipment, diving equipment, to be clear.
No,
Did you?
No, I was also the only equipment I would be aware of would be Mitchell's and OTSL.
Right. Well, what time did you first go to the scene of the incident?
Bird 6 would have been maybe around, I think could be around 1.
1 o'clock, 1 a.m.
On Saturday.
Yeah. Anything prevented you from going before? Before 1?
I would say yes, because of, again, I entered into an active system. So I wasn't free to do what I wanted.
No, of course.
Yeah,
you basically are pawn where
So no,
wherever they ask you to
Request.
go, you go.
Yes.
Whatever they ask you to do, you will do. And that's why we're grateful to you.
Yeah.
But having gone there this time, 1 o'clock in the morning, you saw diving equipment.
No. Well, the diving equipment, again, that I would have seen would have been on the Gulfstream Eagle.
Right. So let's get clear now. To go into a confined space, you certainly will need oxygen supply, correct?
Yeah.
Tell all of us here, what is the technology that is available and was available in Trinidad and Tobago on the 25th of February, 2021 to supply oxygen to a diver, apart from tanks?
No, air. Right, so air. No, it's
Yeah.
an oxygen, right? So air.
Sorry, because you can't give 100%, of course. Yes, I appreciate that.
Right. The equipment that's available to. Sorry,
In Trinidad and Tobago,
yeah.
or from your knowledge, what would be used to supply air to a diver not using tanks underwater?
Compressors.
Right? Compressors.
Yeah.
And a hose.
Yeah. Umbilicals.
Yeah?
Umbilicals.
Umbilicals.
Yes.
And you, of course, knew that that was readily available that night.
Yes.
Yeah. And as a trained diver, there is a language of distress. And I don't know the term, so you'll help me. When a diver is in trouble and he's being tendered, how does he respond to let those who are tendering know that he has a problem?
No, you have communication, you have line pulse signals. You
Sorry?
have communication and line pulse signals.
Communication meaning electronic communication, correct?
Yes, that's audio.
And that part of the umbilical.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And also the oldest of technologies, our old rope.
Yes,
right?
You could signal on your umbilical.
Yeah, you could signal on the umbilical,
Yes.
but also on a rope. Tell us if you're in problem. Show us now, because we want to learn, right? What if you are in severe danger and you need assistance using the rope? Forget the umbilical and the technology of the electronics. Tell us the oldest, simplest form of communicating that you have a problem and you require assistance.
Yeah, line pulse signals.
Show us.
Is that if you talk on a line, and there's a specific number of pulls.
How many pulls?
That varies from department, from contractors.
Okay. But you know when you get in pull,
they're established yet.
right?
So each pull have different.
And what is the response when you get that pull being the tenderer?
No, the tender will acknowledge the pull signals.
Right? And then what?
Yeah.
And then what?
Retrieve the diver.
Huh?
Attempt to retrieve the diver.
And how is that done?
By pulling on the...
Simple old technology. Pull the rope, right? If they're in difficulty and they can't help themselves.
But it's dependent on the circumstance.
Of course we know. But if after the 4 pulls you lose communication, as an example, what's the natural thing you do?
Yeah, recover.
Don't tell us for the record. Tell us, not a trick question, brother.
Yeah.
Tell us simple things. What do?
You recover.
What does that mean?
No, you pull
you pull them out,
yeah.
Correct? So that if a diver wished to go into this dangerous environment, and I say that openly, of a 30-inch pipe, right, with some level of blockage, a tank, and some other things, maybe chains and pulleys or whatever, and he finds himself in difficulty, could he not be easily retrieved by the old pull method?
Not in this circumstance.
Why not in this circumstance?
Because of the diameter of the pipeline. You also will be working around a bend.
Yes.
Now, there are certain requirements for certain activities.
Yes.
Right? The fact that he'll be working around a bend, he will require in-water tender.
A what?
In-water tender.
Right.
So that will be a person at the bend.
Beautiful.
Because the fact that you have that turn, that tube turn,
it may interfere with the communication.
Signal, you might not feel the signal, 1, and 2, in trying to retrieve the diver,
right?
You may not be able to pull him out of the pipe.
I appreciate that, but did you, sitting as you are today, what's the date today? 6th of January, important day in the United States. Yeah, the 6th of January, 2023, you are aware that Michael Kurban actually went in beyond the bend, isn't it?
I would have heard that.
Yes. So it was possible. And he came back out alive and well. Well, shouldn't say well because he lost his dad. But he came back out alive, correct? You know that?
I would have heard that.
Yes. So it was not impossible. You agree?
I can't say.
We're doing well, you know.
Yeah.
I want you to say.
No, I can't say. I'll be honest, I can't say because I would have heard. So I can't say exactly what was done. So I would have heard.
Right. Okay. But you had no reason to doubt that. Whether you have reason or not, fact is, this is the evidence.
Yes.
Okay? So you know now,
okay,
assuming that to be correct, that it was possible. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let's go a little further. A diver who has the umbilical, meaning you have air supply, electronic communication, and out of an abundance of caution, a secondary umbilical called a old rope, right? And that diver goes in and encounters oil, as an example, and for whatever reason believes that, you know, it's too hazardous to move forward. What would you as a diver, what would you do?
Retreat.
Retreat, yeah? Are you aware at any time that whilst you were there within the confines of the likelihood of life and before it should be extinguished, I think you told us, is it 5 hours, he says? 5 hours, yeah? That any effort was made by any of the resources provided by Paria, by Heritage, or any of the dive companies to enter to effort a rescue. Yeah?
Repeat the question, sorry.
Of course. I know it's kind of long, but it's simple when you hear it again. right? Whilst you were there, did you become aware of any effort by anybody provided by the resources of Paria or Heritage to enter that pipe to try to rescue human life?
No.
No. I understand there's a brotherhood within the diving community, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. You don't have to know somebody, but once you know it's a brother diver, there's a heightened anxiety to ensure their safety and well-being, isn't it?
Yes.
The old golden rule, from which that comes, do unto others as they have them do unto you, correct?
Yes.
You understand that? That is one of the most important rules for life, for children to grow up with, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think, looking back on all you know today, that men were alive in that pipe up till 6? One came out alive and indicated that there were others alive there. First of all, that it is fair to those who perished that that information not be shared with all those who could have helped.
Yes.
Do you think it was fair to the divers who were alive that no effort was made when we had the technology, the old rope, the umbilical, and persons who were willing to go in, that such persons were prevented from making an effort to save their lives? Do you think that's fair?
I can't say.
No, well, listen, let me help you. Maybe you don't know.
Yeah.
There was a professional diver who knew all the risks. He came and he gave evidence and was willing, knowing all that he did, to go into rescue. Do you know that?
No.
No? Nobody tell you that even. Isn't it? Because the time you were there until you found out after the expiration or the extinguishment of life, you didn't know that there were live persons to be saved, isn't it?
No.
No. And as a brother in the diving fraternity, do you think that is right that they should be left to die with no effort made to rescue them?
I can't say that. I wouldn't say that's a fair statement.
I am being unfair in the statement?
Sorry. No.
I'm not understanding you. What is unfair about that?
No, you're saying to leave them to die.
Yes, they were left to die.
No, sorry.
Because no rescue was efforted. They made no effort to rescue them.
Can you just pause for a minute? Because I'm struggling to hear with the noise going on outside. Just pause.
Of course. It is alarming evidence also.
Never a lost opportunity, eh, Mr. Ramadan? Yes, all right.
I missed you, sir. Yes. So, what was that question? Yeah. Tell me.
While you're taking a break, can I ask you a question? From what you were saying to Mr. Ramadan about the possibility of a rescue, do I understand you to say, in your estimation, whilst it might have been possible, it was necessary for someone to go into the pipe to the bend, and if he was going to go beyond the bend, to have another diver at the bend?
Yes.
So, in effect, you're putting two divers in the pipe.
Yes.
Would that have anything to do with, partly because of the existence of the bend, obviously, and the tighter the bend, if it's a right angle, as opposed to a much softer type of bend, it makes it more imperative, I imagine.
Yes. So recommended practice.
Yes.
It's a dive around a bend. It's a penetration dive.
Right.
The fact that that diver is going to make that bend, you lose the opportunity to recover or retrieve in the event of an emergency. One. Yes. Two, if he requires signaling, that bend would restrict the ability to even use the line pulse signals.
So when you were raising these questions, when you were finally being asked to provide your input in relation to the retrieval of a tank, when you were raising a number of questions yourself within those who were asking you, this would have been one of the considerations that you would have had in mind.
Yes.
As to how you might ameliorate those risks.
Yes.
Mitigate them. Yeah. So, assuming for a moment, Mr. Ramadar's suggestion that there were willing divers prepared to undertake that task, one to go down to the bend and then beyond, and one at the bend, would that facilitate, do you think, a diver being able to go in head first, the front one, and the one at the bend feet first, so as to ensure the extraction of the diver who went in head first could come out at the bend if there was a problem? Because otherwise I anticipate a 30-inch pipe, if you're just pulling someone out, if there's some distress, or you're not getting any response and you have to just pull them out, their legs could get in the way at the bend, couldn't it?
Right. So there'll also be the challenge of inserting the diver head first.
Sorry?
Inserting a diver head first.
Yes.
There's a risk associated with that also.
Exactly, yes. But by the same token, putting him in feet first wouldn't particularly assist in trying to rescue the very divers you're trying to get.
Exactly.
So one way of meeting the difficulty of deciding whether they should go in head first or foot first would be to have one go in head first and the second man at the bend feet first. Would that ameliorate the risk?
No.
Still a risk?
Yeah, because
Well,
again, the fact of introducing somebody head first, right now, again, initially, we'd have established that the riser is approximately 10 feet above the deck.
Above the deck?
Yes.
So you were told at midnight, were you?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, that the riser is now 10 feet above the deck on the berth.
Right. So when we went to the berth, the opening of the habitat, so the riser is within the habitat. So you'd have to lower a diver from 10 feet above the deck.
Sorry,
This is an air
I
gap.
just need to understand what you're saying, because are you saying that the diver couldn't enter the pipe inside the habitat?
No.
Well, how did the diver come out?
At this time. No, that's in, so there are different times.
Right, so by now...
Right, so the time that I'm aware of, what was available would be a riser above surface.
Right, you mean the habitat had been removed?
No, the habitat is still there.
Still there.
And the riser is within the habitat. And the habitat ends at approximately 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet, which I was told, above the deck.
Right.
So you are going to introduce a diver in an airspace, so you're going to suspend the diver.
Right.
Right,
yes.
so the diver could pass out.
So that I understand it, and someone perhaps remind me when the riser was added, about 10 p.m. that night, thank you.
Yeah.
So by the time you were being consulted on this, they'd already added this riser.
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that up until about 10 o'clock, you could have accessed the pipe by going up into the habitat and into the pipe a little lower than the level? But I mean, it was within the habitat because Mr. Boudram came out that way.
Yeah.
It's only by about 10 o'clock, I'm reminded, that about 10 o'clock, that this new riser had been fitted to make it a lot longer, so that it came above the surface of the sea. So and I get what you're saying now. So effectively, you're now suspending a diver all the way down the pipe before he even hits any fluid.
Right. So you have 10 feet approximately. Then you have from the deck to the sea surface, which may be what we'd have observed could be about 5 feet or more.
Right.
Then you may not have fluid until below where the riser was reattached, the flange, which is another 15 feet.
So it's a long way.
So you're looking at suspending a diver head first, approximately 30 feet.
Yes, a pretty unenviable position.
Yeah. So
actually adding the riser made it more difficult, not less difficult, to go in headfirst, certainly.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, it would be much more efficacious, but much more practical to have someone going in headfirst if he's going to try and rescue someone. Because feet first, it's very difficult to do anything once you hit somebody.
Yeah.
But in order to mitigate the going in headfirst, you'd need someone as a bare minimum at that bend.
Head first or foot first. So despite which direction you enter the tube, like on the pipeline, you need a tender, you need an in-water tender.
For the moment, let's ignore the fitting of this additional riser. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine we're just inside the habitat so that you can, I wouldn't say hop into, but you know what I mean, climb into the pipe relatively easily, unlike being suspended by a chain through maybe 30 feet of pipe. Right. I mean, there's a difference, obviously. But if I'd said to you at the time, before this riser's put on, what we're planning to do is to put one diver in head first within the habitat, and the second diver in feet first. First diver goes in the horizontal, the second diver stays at the bend. Would that meet some of the concerns that you might have?
No, again, so head first will still be a challenge.
Still a challenge, right? Yeah, so you would say don't go in head first. Go in feet first.
Yes.
Whatever you're going to do, do feet first. Yeah. All right. So working on that premise, and you know, I'm just using your skills now in the same way that perhaps the IMT might have done. But let's just consider it for a moment. If you went, I'm testing you as a diving expert. You're saying, okay, no, you can't go in feet first. You can't go in head first. You've got to go in feet first. So feet first, one diver goes in feet first with the appropriate equipment, which I understand to be umbilical cord, proper helmet of some kind, communications, both electronic and the old style, as Mr. Ramadar's been pulling a bit of rope. Yes, both of those going in feet first, lights, that sort of thing. Yes.
Yes.
So he's the first diver. The second diver would be exactly the same.
Yes.
He stays at the bend. You could presumably even see him down there, 30 feet down. Well, the water is clear, we're told.
No, but I think the depth was approximately 50 to 60 feet.
It is, yes, but there wasn't that much water in it.
Oh, no, but the bend that we're referring to is the tube turn. So this is at the seabed.
Right.
And this may even be below the mud line.
All right. Well, either way, you'd have a torch and you'd see the light, presumably.
Not necessarily.
Would you know?
No.
All right. Well, I only ask because occasionally I've done a bit, once or twice, been diving myself and used a torch, and it does shine quite a long way, but never mind. Be that as it may, both divers are now in. They've both got communications, both old style and new style, all right?
Yeah, and we're referring to end-to-end with at the habitat?
Yes. Entering through the habitat.
Right, so you'll need another tender.
Well, you need people in the habitat.
Another in-water, no, you need another in-water tender, but that's another bend.
No, it's not.
So it's more complex.
It's straight down.
Oh, no. So
in the habitat, the pipe is open like this.
Yeah.
It goes straight down.
But to enter the habitat, you'll have to pass on the outside of the habitat, enter between the habitat and the riser, and then go back down.
You mean the umbilical cord?
Yeah.
Right.
So it'll actually have more turns
they
now.
have to go two turns, yes.
So,
to
So
back up onto the
1,
surface.
2, 3, yeah. So you'll actually have a bend at the bottom of the habitat, another bend at the flange, and then another bend at the tube turn.
Like an S-bend, yeah.
Yeah.
And so you'd have to have men stationed there, making sure that
So, and these men would be divers.
well, one would have to
fully
be in the
equipment.
water all the time.
Yeah.
One would be in the habitat. Yeah. So that's the kind of plan
these are
that
the
you would be
complexities.
looking at.
Yes.
Right. So what you're identifying to me is what you're saying to me is, look, this is all possible, but this is what you need.
Yes.
You need a man in the water outside the habitat. You need a man inside the habitat to ensure the cable's going in. You need another man at the bend.
Yeah.
You need one in the pipe to go along to get effective rescue. They've got to go feet first. All of these things are things that you're identifying for us as a possible way in which you might rescue these men. So what you're saying is that it's not impossible to do, but it is difficult to do.
Yes.
And you need the appropriate number of divers or personnel whom can be relied upon to carry out that task, and a willingness to do so.
Yes, and I notice we keep using the word divers, right? But it's a team, right? And the supervisor of the dive is the person who will be responsible for. So it's not a matter of willingness of a diver. It's a matter of the person responsible for the dive.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
So he has to take the responsibility.
Yes.
But
so you have to
when
have
I say willingness, I mean no one would order someone to go into the pipe.
Yes.
It would have to be voluntary.
Yes.
That's what I mean by willingness, if you follow what I mean. I don't anticipate anybody would seek to force another to go into the pipe in these circumstances. You'd have to have somebody say, I am prepared to do it.
Yes.
And of course, a supervisor who's prepared to take,
To take
the risk of letting him do it.
Yes.
Yes. The responsibility.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Well, that's very helpful. That conversation that we've just had about the possibilities or the ways it might be affected was never conducted with you, was it?
No.
Nobody at the IMT or even outside the IMT discussed with you those possibilities or those potential ways in which it might have been achieved.
No.
No. Do you know Mr. Beddoe?
Not personally.
You know of him?
Yes, I know his name.
Do you know him to be an experienced diver?
Again, I've heard his name, but I've never encountered him.
Well, I can't ask him. All right. Thank you very much. Well, I'm sorry for that interruption, Mr. Ramadan. I take it you managed to regain your thoughts as to what the question was.
I may have lost some, but I'm most grateful, my lord. Chairman, thank you very much.
Mr. Ramadan,
Sorry.
just excuse, I just wanted to take off from where the chairman went, listening to the timeline. They said the contractor divers got there at about 8:40, call it 9 o'clock, 8:40,
Yes.
9 o'clock, and they were standing by whether it was an instruction or not. So
Yes.
where I'm going with it is coming out of the whole room is the site visit.
Yes.
So as to your awareness, because you mentioned the site visit took place after the riser was installed or when the contractors arrived, they did conduct a site visit, and what did that site visit bring back, or what was reported from the site?
Well, I'll say no. I'm unaware of what OTSL would have been at Berth 6.
Mhm.
I'm unaware if any personnel from OTSL crew went and viewed the chamber.
Yeah, so it was just arrive and stand by,
Arrive
and
and
then
stand by.
probably
Yes, the
Okay.
only official site visit that was conducted
Mhm.
would have been approximately one.
one. So
Yes.
that's after the riser was installed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Ramadan, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very helpful to me, the questions from both Chairman and Commissioner. Now, of course, we appreciate that this was no bed of roses environment, right?
Yes.
We didn't have perfect circumstances. You agree with that?
Yes.
You're aware that there are difficult rescues done throughout the world, and one of the most famous now, even on Netflix, is the rescue of many persons from the Thai caves. You know about that?
Yes.
Where divers were used, correct?
Yes.
And in such claustrophobic environment that some of the persons rescued had to be sedated in that environment to bring them out, isn't it? You know that?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So appreciating, no bed of roses, things are not going to be easy, as you've already answered to us. A rescue was possible, correct? Difficult,
Yes. Difficult.
but possible, correct?
Yes.
And you've given us, and we're grateful for your efforts. So you required a longer umbilical to make all the turns, correct?
Yes.
You know an umbilical could be added to?
Not while online. Yeah, but
Right,
again,
yeah.
and again the length.
Yeah.
So
Did you know how much length of umbilical was available that night?
no.
I want to tell you now, and I could be proven wrong, but at least 1,000 feet of umbilical. You know, you're in no position, of course, to deny that. No? You know the length of rope that was available that night?
No. No.
Several thousand feet of rope. You had several set of resources coming in. You knew full well that there were several divers available and several teams. Thank you for that. Several teams, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, as you are sitting here today, whether any of the other dive teams knew that persons were alive in that line before 12 or 12:50 a.m.?
I can't say.
You can't say. And as the chairman so poignantly referenced earlier, there's a fundamental difference in going in to save a whole air tank to saving a human life, a brother. And you have to be a little bit crazy to go and risk your life and go through all that with several turns with umbilicals to go and pull out a whole tank. You agree with that?
Yes.
But it's not crazy to go in with all of those complications to save a human life, isn't it? Huh?
Yes.
If it were to happen to you, what would you expect? That they will do all things that were possible to save your life? I don't mean to get personal, but it's important because we're dealing with human judgment here.
Oh, well. Seeing that to make it personal,
Yeah.
honestly, no.
Know what?
I would not expect it.
Because of the people you deal with.
No. No, I'm at peace.
You don't expect if you are in a position where you will die within that time frame.
Just a minute. You've asked him and you've got your answer.
Yeah, and I wanted this.
No.
No,
sir. So I can explain.
No, wait, we jump
I'm
to
at
that.
peace.
I just want to be clear. I got your answer. You being stuck in a pipe,
Yes.
right? Knowing all that you do, that in a period of time you will die. You wouldn't want every possible opportunity be taken to save your own life?
Not at the risk of other lives.
You still working at Heritage? Huh?
I am at Heritage, yes.
Yes, of course. And Paria is a sister company, part and parcel of the same management, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So you would prefer that to die rather than a risk, not that there's certainty of death of the rescuer, right? There's no certainty of death of the rescuer. Remember, you told us a rescuer, if he's in problem, he could be pulled back out. You appreciate that? Huh?
Yeah, yes.
And you are willing to die so that this fella wouldn't get his foot wet with oil?
Sir,
And what? Be honest here now.
no, sir, I am being honest.
Oh, well, wow.
So what I'm saying,
Uh-huh.
I would not want anybody to put their lives at risk. I'm
Yeah.
at peace. So if I'm in that situation, I would not expect anyone or want anyone to risk their lives to save my own. I'm at peace.
You're
If the shoe is on the other foot, I
At
would
peace,
enter.
at
Yes,
peace.
I will enter. I will make the attempt as an individual because I'm accountable for my life.
There you go.
So it's a
There you go.
decision that I will make for me,
Thank you.
but I would not make a decision for someone else.
Nobody give you that
Yeah.
godlike authority, you
Yeah.
know. As the chairman rightly put it, nobody could instruct anybody to come and save you. What's your name? Mr. Seales sticking a pipe.
Yeah.
Go down there, risk your life and go and get him. Nobody could do that. But you, Mr. Seales, knowing that it's possible, that and you know the technology, you have the assets, you have the equipment, you have the capacity and the capability and the willingness. Somebody say, I want to go and save my lovely friend, Mr. Seales. You will say, don't come, I'm going to die. I'm willing to die?
No, I won't. I can't.
Huh?
I'm stuck in the pipe.
Of course. So you think, Mr. Kurban, that's exactly the point. In your mind, being stuck in the pipe and in a mindset, right? Being stuck in the pipe.
Yes.
When you say stuck, you mean physically they couldn't move? Huh? Did you understand that they were immobilized?
Okay, no.
No. So they were not really stuck, but they were contained within the pipe. You agree with that?
Yes.
And all they required was for somebody to come and get them. Isn't it? Huh?
Okay.
Not okay. We're talking life and death here. 4 men died with children, brothers and sisters.
All right.
No, there's I want another issue here.
Yes.
Because you, sir, are a family man, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. You would want your family to endure your death.
I'm going to stop.
I beg your
Mr.
pardon. I
Ramadan.
will stop. I will stop. I am well contained, Mr. Peterson. Yes, I am counsel for human beings. Now, sir, appreciating as you have already told us that this thing was possible, right? As a diver, as the chairman so well and clearly put, time was of the ultimate essence, not just of the essence. You agree with that?
Yes.
Air running out, correct?
Yes.
Now, to be fair to you, you didn't know that there were live men in there until after 12. Very likely, by which time, from your calculations, they would have perished by then, correct? Huh?
Unlikely.
Huh?
Yeah, the survival would have been unlikely.
Unlikely.
Yes.
When you got to Paria, isn't that the essence you got that, listen, them fellas gone already?
No.
Did you even know how many persons were involved in this incident?
No.
You weren't interested to find out if it was 1 or 10?
Yeah.
Right? So did you make an inquiry? Because you are coming there to not just observe like a kunumunu, but to listen and to advise if you're possible, right? Did you not inquire how many persons were involved in this incident that you knew right away was a Delta P?
No, I did not get a number.
Huh?
No.
Having not been given it, did you make any inquiry as a normal Trinidadian? Forget you're a diver working for Heritage. You weren't interested?
Yes.
I'm only hearing the buttering about we going to 8 o'clock. You will not be going to 8 o'clock because they go dead according to you by 8 o'clock. Did you make any inquiry? And the answer is no. As to how many? Come on, man. We don't want to wait till 8 o'clock.
Yeah, no.
No. Sir, you know the word courage?
Yes.
What is courage?
Bravery. Willing to take risk.
Knowing what you do, knowing that there are dangers, you're still willing to do it.
Yes.
And certainly for a worthwhile effort, correct?
Yes.
There are people who courageously do stupidness. You agree with that?
Yes.
And there are those who have courage to save lives.
Yes.
Like every policeman every day put their lives on the line for us. You appreciate that?
Yes.
Every fireman, yes?
Yes.
Every EMT, ambulance driver, and so all the first responders, the doctors, the nurses, they put their lives on the line for us every day. Correct?
Yes.
You appreciate now sitting as you are today, 6th of January 2023. Men in a pipe with certainly limited air, and in your mind now, reflecting 5 hours until they perish, extinguish lives, that not making any effort to rescue them, when in fact they're not being rescued during that period, will lead to what?
Death.
Huh? Lead to?
Death.
Yes. Not a quiz that you don't know. Yes. Certain death, isn't it?
Yes.
And a decision, not you, once again, not your decision, but you were kept out of important information, and had you known these other things, your information would have helped you to say, hey, fellas, we have to go and save these men, isn't it? As difficult as it is.
Yes.
And not doing it led to certain death. Now that you know this, correct? You want to be part of that stain?
No.
No, of course not. So, Faisal Kurban, you knew, or you do know today, that Christopher Boudram had promised the men that he's coming back to get them away, sending help, right? You know that? Yeah?
I've heard, yeah.
You appreciate that this was a brother diver rescuing himself and making a promise that could not have been kept. You appreciate that?
Yes.
And through no fault of his own, it couldn't have been kept. You appreciate that?
Yes.
You know that was communicated to the authorities when he came out? That men were right behind, go and get them, go and get them?
Yes.
And nobody tried to fulfill that man's promise? Huh?
Yes.
Yusuf Henry died. You know that now, right? The
Yes.
names.
Yes.
Kazim Ali died, Junior. You know that?
Yes.
Rishi Nagesar died. You know that?
Yes.
Of course. And you know, as you are today, that even before your arrival, Faisal Kurban's son Michael had gone into that pipe as far as he could go with the limited resource at that time. Wrongly bend. You know that today.
Yes, I've heard.
And that he came back out unharmed. Physically, I mean. Emotionally, that's another issue. Physically unharmed, correct?
Yes, I've heard.
Did you speak to each and every diver there that night as to their willingness, capacity, ability
No.
to go in? No? Oh, by the way, maybe you know you don't know. These companies that were called out, do you know whether they were ever paid for their services that night? You'll find how relevant that is.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. You know the best things in life, as they say, free. Huh?
Yes.
Do you know that Conan volunteered? He didn't think about money. Do you know that?
No.
But they're all waiting to retain companies to come, isn't it? Isn't it? You only deal with companies. Do you know how much money was spent for all these resources that led or resulted ultimately in the death of these 4 men?
No.
Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Pegas.
I have no questions to this witness. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you, Ms. Persaud Maharaj, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
No questions. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Mr. Seales.
Good morning.
The exercise you went through with the chairman a few minutes ago with respect to options for diving.
Yes.
The divers you placed at the first turn, the second turn, down at the bend. That's 1, 2, 3. I think I counted 4 so far. If you were to send men after the bend along the horizontal, approximately how many feet along the horizontal before it becomes required or requirements to place another, what do you call them, underwater?
Well, it's a straight. So
in water, I think.
in water tender, no.
Yeah.
So along the horizontal, you will not need additional tenders.
Doesn't matter the length.
But the excursion, you'll have to take into consideration your bailout endurance, right? Because
You what?
Bailout endurance.
What is that?
The dive cylinder on your back, again, it has a certain capacity
Right.
for available gas to the diver.
Right.
So in the event of an emergency, that is the air supply that he'll be required to use.
To retreat.
Yes.
So going in and
Yes.
use
So that's
and
a
retreat.
so that's a calculation also.
That's a calculation.
So
again.
it's not just a matter of joining umbilicals and traveling indefinitely.
Right.
Right. These are considerations that you have to factor in.
And that calculation would be dependent on how long, how far along the horizontal they go.
You are traveling, yes.
Right. Those divers, well, that will probably take us up to about 5. Are those mere commercial divers or confined space divers?
No, commercial divers.
Right.
Commercial divers all having the relevant equipment.
Right. Not confined space requirement.
No.
You sure about that?
No, I would not say specialize in confined space entry.
You what?
I would not say specializing because this again is a penetration dive.
Right.
So it's even different.
Could you move your microphone just to your left, and that way you'll turn your.
Right. So it's a penetration dive.
Right.
It's not just a confined space.
It's not just a confined space, and it's not just, and not all commercial divers are penetration divers specialists.
So again, it's not really a specialty. It's a matter of planning.
Oh, so penetration is not an area specialty?
No, it's that's it. So all this is part of your dive plan.
Right.
And all the mitigations and controls you need to put in place to effect such a dive.
Right. If you were to work out that plan, did you, well, since this event, did you attempt to work out such a plan as a mock-up for this incident?
No, not formally. I would have thought of different things, but it was more of a personal effort.
There's more, yeah. That's out of interest because you're a diver.
Right, but it's very restrictive now.
Yeah.
The pipeline is 30 inches, right? So a diver would have approximately, an average person only has approximately 4 inches on either side of your shoulder.
Okay.
First to begin with. You are in a tube.
Yes.
Right, so it's very difficult. You are in full gear.
Yes.
So in terms of to navigate, to move to function within that space will be challenging.
Would be challenging. And to add to that challenge would be, first of all, the consideration that you engaging with the learned chairman with respect to whether you're going feet first or head first.
Yes.
And you said that there were risks to going in head first. Could you assist us with what, in a nutshell, those risks would be?
No, basically to start with, if you're going to suspend a person in air for a period of 30 feet, approximately 30 feet before you reach water, the diver could actually pass out before
he gets to the water.
Yeah. Right. You can also have flooding of your hat.
Have what?
Flooding
of the hat.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. And when you get into the water head first, or into the pipe head first,
yes.
What risks or challenges, if any, that you envisage the diver would encounter?
No, well, again, there's still the possibility because we never know what caused the scenario to subside.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so there's still a potential of a secondary delta P.
There's still a
consideration. There's a consideration.
So having evidence to eliminate the possibility of a second delta P is a crucial factor for any dive plan, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
All right. And since it's intended to be a rescue, how is it envisaged that, first of all, going in head first, that rescue would be effective?
No, again, head first to me is not an option.
Head first is not an option.
It's not an option. No.
Right. So the plausible step would be feet first.
Yes.
And could you assist us how you envisage feet first to be? In the 30-inch pipe, feet first, 4 inches on either side of the shoulder, with equipment, how is that to be effective?
It will be challenging.
Challenging is kind of uncertain.
Right. So you're going down the vertical section. When you reach the horizontal, you navigate the tube turn. You're able to, might pose a little challenge with equipment on.
Yes.
Right. If you were to turn over, so you'll have to turn over on, let's use it with all fours.
You have to turn over in the 30-inch pipe.
On your belly. So you'll have to be on your belly now. When you reach the horizontal section.
So you're going down back, your back first. Your back,
right, so
on your back, and then you flip into your belly.
Right, so you'll be going down feet first. When you reach the horizontal section, you will need to be on your stomach to be able to travel along the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, you still would not be able to raise in the pipeline because of the diameter of the pipeline. Right? Any object or anything that you'll be meeting foot first.
Right.
Now, again, we have to envisage that we are in a tube.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's not a 30-inch hatch and you spill out into a big space or a void.
It's a tube all the way.
Within this tube.
Yeah.
So any activity or action you are doing is within this space.
Yes.
Or this tube.
Yes.
Right. So you would be meeting objects foot first.
Yes.
You may not know, or if you do know, based on some of the camera footage, the objects that you meet, you would have to try to crouch.
Yes, just know that is. Don't factor any camera footage yet.
Okay, you know nothing.
You're still going blind.
Right. So just go in, whatever your foot encounter.
Yes.
You would have to try to crouch within the same tube.
Yes.
To make contact with your hand to bring this object forward, if you can.
If you can.
Yeah.
But you're bringing the object forward and then putting it in the space that you will have to be retreat, the passage along which you will have to be.
Again, you cannot just leave it there. So you would have to remove items one by one. Whatever you put between you and the surface,
you know, have to clear it.
It's advisable to clear that before you proceed any further.
Right. So if you have multiple, I notice in a statement to speak of tanks and other articles, I think you said. You have to clear that first.
Mm.
But having gone down there and clear that, then you're running out of diving time as a diver.
Yes.
So you know, the 4 or 5 divers you have using, 2 of them might have exhausted their time by then.
Yes.
So you're looking for 2 more divers again, at least to replace them, going back down. And assuming that they get to the point where the first diver was before he was repelled, you're going further than that, and you don't know what you're encountering beyond that either.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You know. The evidence is that there were 4 tanks in the line. Did you know that?
No.
Right. And let us assume, because some of the course examination before was based on assumptions. Let us assume clearing 4 tanks. That is at least 4 divers have to come out and decompress, I think is the term.
No, well,
Well,
in
that's
this activity,
well,
we do no decompression diving.
well, not decompress, but we gather the time.
Yes.
Yeah. To clear 4 tanks, and then if 4 tanks are to be cleared before. So you see, all of this, we are speculating because of the uncertainty, right? Well, we're speculating because we don't have certainty on all these items.
Yes.
But what would assist in that scenario that you're now engaging with me on would be camera footage to give you some level of certainty.
Yes.
Which would be what you will have to factor into to make a final determination as to whether you effect a dive.
Yes.
Back out the camera footage again. Would you, as a dive supervisor, with all those variables we just went through there, send a man in blind?
No, as a dive supervisor, no.
Right. You have ever been in control of a facility where you have to authorize diving?
No.
Right. But you know the concept of you could attract. This is somewhat of a legal question, but basically a common sense one. You could attract criminal liability if you authorize and send persons to their death.
I'm not sure that that's a question you can answer.
I would withdraw it or rephrase it. I'll deal with it and address it soon. But you said that day you weren't part of any decision as to diving on the 25th.
Yes.
Thank you. Let me see, didn't I come around with another way? You were taken by Mr. Ramada, I think, to the scenario of the cave rescue. I think he's speaking about the cave rescue, that the international incident with the students in the cave.
Yes.
Did you follow that incident?
No, I didn't.
So you're not aware that that rescue took days of planning and multiple countries and experts involved? You're not aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I didn't follow it.
Yeah.
In its entirety.
But at least you know that rescue
of it, yes.
took days of planning, and I think when I checked, I think it was 20 countries were involved and they were lending experts to that effort.
Yes.
And the students had to be sedated to be brought out through the confined spaces. You're aware of that too?
Yes.
All right. That takes me to the point of, when we were going through our narrative a while ago with respect to the difficulties of that rescue on the 25th, did you factor in your, after you said you're doing a personal assessment, did you factor in that the likely response of a diver in the pipe when the rescuer encounters him to bring him out? What his state of anxiety may be, and whether that poses a difficulty?
Yes, it does.
And why, expand a bit, why you say it would pose a difficulty?
No, he's in survival mode now.
He's in survival mode, and that means, and I know you think it follows, but some of us don't know. Explain when you mean that he would be in survival mode.
He could be
What
erratic.
is that challenge with him being in survival mode?
Yeah, he could be erratic. He could be trying to do whatever is necessary for him to get out of the pipeline,
Yes.
which is, you can be attacked.
You can be attacked.
You can try to take your gear.
He can try to take your air because, understandably. And also, did you factor in when you were doing your assessment, your post-25th assessment, as to whether the person may have been injured due to the violent Delta P scenario?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I think Commissioner Wilson had asked you about that the person being drawn into the pipe under Delta P they could be injured.
Yes.
And that will pose a further difficulty and as to embark upon a rescue.
Yes.
Yeah. We could deal with that. Something like my colleague Prakash. Sorry. Right. I'm interested in.
Your sotto voce is quite loud.
I'm sorry.
I don't think it was intended to be sotto voce.
Mr. Seales, you were contacted because I'm quite interested in a lot of what I heard this morning. You were contacted on the afternoon of
Just pause him for a moment. If you're going to be a little bit longer.
Yeah, I will be.
Why don't we take a break now?
Sure.
Because we haven't had a break. We started at 9:30.
Yes, sure.
So let's take a break now. And then you can take as long as you need. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 15-minute break now. So we'll resume at 5 to 12, please.
Okay.
And then I'm told that the Prime Minister is giving a press conference at midday, and therefore our TV coverage is going to be cut off. That is not the reason why I'm suggesting we have the break now to resume at 12 o'clock. Because what will be available on YouTube and on the website, so people can follow your cross-examination on YouTube and on the website. Thank you very much. We'll break off now until just before 12 o'clock. Thank you.
in this inquiry is that the men, or at least 2 of them, were injured. And that, you see that as an added difficulty in rescuing the men in that pipe. They haven't been injured.
Yes.
Most likely from the delta P factor.
Yes.
Right. And you also told me that a planned rescue would envisage that the rescue diver, I call him the first man in the line, going into the line, would be going in feet first.
Yes.
Help us with how you envisage he going in feet first. If he encounter the blockages and he remove those things, and he encounter the first diver, how is it envisaged that there will be the rescue after that? How is the contact, the rescuing, what is to happen when he reaches him?
No, there'll be tremendous difficulty because of the confined space.
Yeah.
Tremendous difficulty because of the confined space.
Yes.
To work within.
Yes, but then how are we communicating to that person? You factor that in?
No, there will be no form of communication.
So, because
unless they were in an air pocket.
Fine.
Well, yeah. But assuming no air pocket, or even assuming an air pocket, how is he communicating with him?
All the way out.
Yeah.
No, well, assuming no air pocket, how would he be alive?
Right. Well, assuming he has a tank.
Yeah.
We're making some assumptions here. You realize the amount of assumptions.
So it's
you're making.
assumptions,
Yeah.
it's assumptions. So, it's
So let us
difficult,
assume if he's in an air pocket, he breathing, he alive, he getting the air from the air
Yeah.
pocket. Assuming no air pocket, assuming he had a tank with him, so he's alive.
Yeah.
How is it envisaged with him with the tank that you're communicating to him what you, the person with your feet towards him, how you anticipate that will happen after that? Impossible, isn't it?
More or less, yeah.
And also, the difficulty will vary depending on whether you're meeting him with his head first or his feet first.
Yes.
Another difficulty, isn't it?
Yes.
Almost getting to the point of impossibility.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. Now I want to take you to the evening of the 25th, or the afternoon. You were contacted by Mr. Fortune.
Yes.
And he contacted you at around 3 minutes to 5. 16:57, you have in a statement.
Yes.
And if you, in fairness to you, you have a statement there with you, right? Paragraph 5.
Yes. Yes.
And he made a request of you to mobilize Mitchell Professional Diving.
Yes.
Because there had been an incident at Paria.
Yes.
So you know it was a diving incident at least, because it did not activate mechanics or any other expertise.
It had to do with the water.
Had to do with water. But you recognize it was an emergency.
Yes.
But he gave you no further details on that?
No, none was available at the time.
No.
He did not know.
He only told you, emergency at Paria, activate Mitchell Diving,
Yes.
and get there to assist.
If required, yes.
He said if required?
Might not be his exact words.
Well, give us what he might have said that caused you to come to that conclusion.
Well, it's okay. Yes.
Didn't he? Well, it must have been get Mitchell divers and get to Paria to assist in the incident.
Yes.
Because if you weren't to assist, you could have just called Mitchell and tell them, hey boys, I'll get down to Paria and see what they could do down there. But your supervisor asked you to go to assist and lend support.
My role?
Yeah.
To liaise. So I would have been the point of communication rather than everybody. Mitchell goes, everybody that's talking, they don't know who they're dealing with.
Right.
I would have been the focal point for communication to Mitchell.
Right. Because Mitchell is contracted by Heritage
Yes,
on a spot hire contract basis.
yes,
So you could give them instructions.
yes.
Having gotten that request at 16:57, what time you got to Paria?
I would have arrived at Paria approximately 8:20, I believe.
That's 3.5 hours after being told of an emergency.
Yes,
That's a long time, wouldn't you agree?
yes.
You weren't in emergency mode, it would appear.
Yes, I was.
And what took you 3.5 hours, thereabouts?
Because there were mobilization and logistics. So my role was to...
Speaking to
I'm
the
going to
mic.
ask you
Sorry.
to move
Closer
the
to the
microphone a little further to your
Yes.
left. Move it to your left so that when you turn left, you're speaking into it.
Yes.
Yes, so I would have had to facilitate any mobilization of Mitchells. Right. So if you would notice the time I would have arrived, so my urgency would be reflected in my time of arrival at Heritage Base, and that I would have been activated and responding to the incident in my capacity.
Yes.
So in terms of the mobilization of equipment for Mitchells, there would have been logistical support required because it's diving equipment.
Yes.
If they would have gone to the base, now this would have been an off day also.
This would have been a?
Off, you were off.
Yes.
Right? So I wasn't at work, I was home.
Right.
So I would have responded and went to Heritage Base in Pointe-à-Pierre to facilitate any requests for them to get their equipment.
And then?
The equipment is bulky, so it may have involved mobilizing forklift operators and so forth, transportation, depending on what type of equipment you were going to carry up to Paria.
Yes.
So there were a lot of activities prior to arriving at Paria.
Right, I understand that. I'm interested in that. What determined what equipment to be moved from Heritage to Paria?
Right, so with the lack of information, we would have carried the basic equipment to effect a dive.
Right.
Right.
And the basic equipment took forklift and all of that to move?
Yes, and a decision was also taken when we found out that there would have been further support in the form of Gulfstream Eagle, which would have had additional diving equipment. Certain things were left in an effort.
Certain things
were left
Yeah.
in an effort to reach on site
Right.
in a timely manner.
So when did you know that you were getting further support from Gulfstream?
While I was at Heritage Base.
And at that point, you still did not know that what was the nature of the event?
No.
All right.
At that point, all you would have heard now might have been the mention of a habitat. And that's it. Not where the habitat was, what the activity was.
Right. But the fact that you were aware, whilst you were at Heritage site, that a habitat was involved, Delta P start occurring to your mind?
No.
Okay. Right. So you got to Paria at around 8:20.
Yes.
It's a known fact that that was Carnival Friday. The fact of Carnival Friday pose any further difficulties to you in mobilizing men and equipment?
The only thing might have been traffic.
Okay.
Because we were mobilizing from Pointe-à-Pierre.
Nobody on their way to Soca Monarch or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Cool.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you all know the distances involved and I don't. So
Yes.
could you just give me some idea
Yeah.
how far away you lived from Heritage's site and then how far it was to get from Heritage's site to get to Paria's site? What are the distances we're talking about?
Right. So from where I left the Heritage site in Pointe-à-Pierre, within 10 minutes.
You lived within 10 minutes of Heritage, so
In
that's a
Pointe-à-Pierre.
short journey.
Yes. And you have over our from Point Fortin to San Fernando.
You have it's over an hour.
Yeah.
Is Heritage's site in Port of Spain?
No, it's in San Fernando. No, Point Fortin. Point Fortin.
It's where?
Point Fortin.
I don't know where that is. So
So it's further south.
further south
Yes.
than Port of Spain.
No, than Paria.
Right. Oh, it's in the other direction.
Yeah.
I am with you. Okay, fine. So it's about an hour from there to get to Paria.
No, more than that.
More than an hour.
Yes.
And that's in ordinary traffic or in heavy traffic?
In ordinary traffic.
Ordinary traffic. Was the traffic heavier on that day?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Sorry to interrupt. I just needed to have a picture of the distance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you got to Paria. All you had at that point, as far as knowledge is concerned, that it was an incident, emergency involving diving.
Yes.
Right. You arrived there with Mitchell or ahead of them?
Ahead of them.
Right. When you got to Paria, what did you do?
I called OTSL to find out where they were.
Yes.
Right. And I also called Mr. Holder to find out where he was.
That's Mr. Osei Flemming Holder.
Yes.
Right. And he told you where he was? Where was he?
He tried to describe the room, but I wasn't aware of it. So it was downstairs of the building.
You were downstairs of a building?
Yeah.
And you later get to know that that's the shipping building?
I'm still uncertain because it wasn't the main building. So I'm not aware of the name of the buildings.
Right. And where? Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. And you went to that building?
Well, I didn't know where it was, so
No,
I asked around in the car park, and somebody eventually
took you there.
Took me to him. Yes.
Right. You met Mr. Pointe-à-Pierre also? You know him?
He was there when I entered the office.
Right. And you met Mr. Piper at that same building?
No.
Where you met him?
Upstairs.
Well, same building.
I've not said I don't think it's the same building. I think this was a building to the side of the main building.
Okay. Right. And you were taken upstairs to Mr. Piper?
I was taken upstairs. Yes.
And you met Mr. Piper there? Who you told us before you did not know that?
At one time, yes. At one time I met him, yes.
When you say at
but
one time, what do you mean?
I wasn't taken to meet him, or I went into an office.
Mm-hmm.
He came into the office later on.
But you start to speak to him at around what? Shortly after around 9 o'clock?
So yes, no, between 9:30 and 10.
Well, we are instructed that, all right, well, I wouldn't hold you too closely to that, but you met Mr. Piper along with Mr. Mustaq Mohammed, Mr. Paul Yearwood. Remember that meeting?
No.
Who you met? Mr. Piper only?
No, it was Mr. Piper. The first encounter with personnel from Paria, other than Mr. Yearwood, would have been Mr. Andy Archibald and Michael Way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Archibald, Andy Archibald, Michael Way, Colin Piper.
Yes.
And Paul Yearwood.
No, he wasn't there at that time.
Right.
I don't think so.
Well, look at paragraph 24 of your statement. No, not your statement. I want to refer to paragraph 24 of Mr. Flemming Holder's statement.
No problem.
Right. He said that, and that's at page 1495, Mr. Chairman of the bundle. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just a minute. $1495, did you say?
1495, paragraph 24.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, yes, sorry, thank you, yes.
Yes. You see paragraph 24,
Yes.
where he said that the dive supervisor, Mr. Seales, Mr. Rolph Seales, arrived at the shipping building at around 9 p.m.
Yes.
I took him to the ICP and gave him an update of the incident and the emergency response. You saw that there?
Yes.
What do you say about that?
Right, so I arrived at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
He took
okay,
me, it doesn't say that I met or he introduced me at that time, you know,
Okay.
at 9 o'clock. So the time that I would have gone, my initial contact with Mr. Holder would have been around 9 o'clock.
Right.
The only person present would have been Mr. Paria Wood.
Yes.
Right. Subsequently, which would have been around 9:30,
Mm-hmm.
we went upstairs. He took me upstairs.
Right. That's what I told you earlier. I wouldn't squeeze you on the half. I wouldn't squeeze you on the half an hour. So let's
within
give you that.
period, right? So within that period,
yes.
Mr. Mustak, I was never introduced or met Mr. Mustak at that time.
But that's why I tell you I wouldn't. So forget it, 9:30.
So
give or take. I mean,
right,
I
so
wouldn't hold. That's why I said about 9
yes.
p.m. So I wouldn't hold that. I wouldn't hold your hand to the fire on that.
Right. So in this statement,
yes.
Right, I would not have been introduced when I would have gone upstairs to Mr. Paul Wood, because I met him downstairs.
Yes.
Right. The only persons I would have met upstairs would have been Mr. Piper and Mr. Randy Archibald, Michael Way.
Well, Mr. Holder is saying.
Yes.
I told him that one of the divers was rescued from the pipeline and that there were 4 missing divers. I also introduced him to Colin, which is Colin Piper, Randy, which is Archibald, Michael, which is Michael Wee, Mustak, which is Mustak Mohammed, Paul, and the scribe. Right?
And the scribe.
The scribe is the person who was recording in that ICT. ICP room.
Mm.
So what are you disputing here?
I'll say no. The circumstances of the events and the introductions was not like that.
All right. Let me give you that again. Let us say that he didn't introduce you to Paul because he met Paul. Yes. Let us say he didn't introduce you to Mr. Mustak Mohammed. So we have that he introduced you to Colin Piper, who you didn't know before, you said.
Yes.
Randy Archibald, you knew before?
No.
Right, right. And Michael Wee.
No, I didn't know him either.
Right. Yes. So you accept that, at least that part, that you were introduced to those persons by Mr. Holder, Flemming Holder.
Upstairs, yes.
Yes. Right. I now want to deal with the elephant in that paragraph, that he gave you an update of the incident and the emergency response. What say you?
No. No, so as I said, what was communicated to me when
I know what you said.
Right, so
I just want to know what you say about Mr. Osei Flemming Holder, the Heritage Petroleum Limited HSSE manager. What he's saying about you there. Is that a lie? Well, untrue.
It's a broad statement.
No, it's not broad. It's
so I would not
very
say,
narrow.
I would say it's inaccurate.
You say it's inaccurate.
Yes.
Right. And the inaccuracies is that he did not forget introduction. He did not update you on the incident and the response.
The update on the incident was as I indicated. It was just a brief explanation of what would have occurred. I was unaware.
Tell us that.
Right. So the divers were working, and while removing a plug, a splash was seen.
Right.
Yeah, and communication was lost.
And you right away recognized that splash, divers working in a chamber, splash,
pipeline,
disappear, pipeline, loss of communication, Delta P
plug.
Event.
Yeah, plug. Plug
Thank you. Plug remove, Delta P event.
Yeah.
Right.
May have.
But
go ahead, yeah.
No, but you right away realized Delta P event.
Yes.
From your experience. Having come to the conclusion, based on that narrative that you were given by Mr. Holder.
Yes.
Delta P event, where you thought the men were?
I can't say because it's dependent on the severity of the delta P.
No, no.
Right
All
now, we're using
Let
a,
us deal with the most, forget the quality of the delta P, whether slight or severe. Delta P, let's go with severe. Where do you think the men would be if it's severe?
if it's severe, yes, they could be in the pipeline.
Yes, they could be in the pipeline.
If it's severe, yes.
And if it's medium,
They could have been on the seabed.
okay. And if it's either no delta P, they would still be in the chamber.
At which time?
Well, no delta, I'm taking it to the next extreme. No delta P, just a splash, loss of communication. They're in the chamber, that could be in the chamber.
I don't know.
Right. So you don't know at that stage whether the men are in the pipe.
No.
Right. And you're saying that Mr. Osei Flemming telling you that one of the men in the pipe and 4 missing, that was never communicated to you.
Repeat, sorry.
You are saying that
Yes.
when Mr. Holder says at paragraph 24 that he told you, or that you were told that one diver was rescued from the pipeline and that there were 4 missing, that was never said to you.
Wasn't from the pipeline, was rescued.
He told you one was rescued.
Yes.
Right, let's deal with that. Did you ask him, since at that point you're telling me that you did not know whether the men were in the pipe or not in the pipe or on the seabed, you didn't ask them where that one was rescued from? The one that you now know was rescued,
Yes.
where he was rescued from?
No, I did not interrogate the situation. So I was told. So he gave an explanation of what had occurred, and the conversation didn't progress.
And he said one was rescued.
Yes, one diver exited. Yes.
Right. So we could take off that part of paragraph 24 that he told you one diver was rescued. Right. Up to that point, right? You thinking delta P, not knowing the severity, you didn't ask them, well, if it's severe, well, ask yourself, if the delta P is severe, men in the pipe. If it's not severe, they're in the seabed. So you will now want to know whether it's likely to be in the pipe or on the seabed, because you don't know severity. So the next question that would assist you is, where was that one man rescued from? You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
All right. You sent there by your supervisor to lend support. You're up in the ICP. You're there in an open room discussion. You didn't ask a question. That one man on the rescue, where did they get him from?
Open with a discussion.
See why you have problems.
No.
No what?
No, I didn't ask him where he was recovered from exactly.
But you realize that that's a logical question to ask.
Yes.
And let me put to you, the reason you didn't ask it is because Mr. Fleming told you from the pipeline and that 4 men were still missing. That's why you didn't ask the question.
4 men were missing.
Right, so we could take that off. Or he told you that?
No.
So why you didn't ask the question, and I'm putting to you the reason you didn't ask, is because you knew. He told you from the pipeline.
No.
Well, then explain to me why you didn't ask the question.
So we are putting numbers on the divers and so forth in industry practice, right?
A little louder, please.
Right. In industry practice, it would not have even been imagined that more than 2 people would have been in the water first to begin with.
Just now, industry practice, we would not have envisaged that more than 2 persons would be in the water.
That all your divers are in the water.
You lost me there, sorry.
Exactly. So in the conduct of activity.
When I say exactly, you intended to. But I lost, but go ahead.
right? So you're carrying out a task in the water. There's really no need to have more than 2 divers in the water. Remember, I'm approaching something. I am unaware of what was being done or the activity that was being conducted.
Mm-hmm. Let's stick up in there. The fact that you don't know the activity that is being conducted, you cannot conclude that 2 men would be the appropriate number to have in the water. You agree with that?
No, I don't.
So whatever you're doing, 2 men in the water.
In best practice, and no matter the nature of the activity, it's highly unlikely that you would have had more than 2 divers in the water working at one time.
Right.
You would use rigging to facilitate any additional support you may require.
Right. Let's pause on that for the time being. Back to the 1 diver rescued.
Yes.
So 4 missing, you said, could have never been possible.
No, I would not say not possible.
Because that's a fact now.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm trying to get from you is that Mr. Holder is saying, he was told that.
Okay.
No, not okay. Because this is serious. Because you see, let me tell you why it's serious. Because it is being alleged against Paria in this course of events that they kept you in the dark. So I want to demonstrate that that is not fair and not true. So let's stick with it.
Okay.
Knowing that 1 man was rescued, you did not inquire from the pipe or where.
Yes.
But you realize that 1 man being rescued, you must then ask, where is the other man? According to you, it's only 2, eh? It's only 2 by industry best practice and standards. Only 2 men could be in the water at the same time. So 1 man recovered, according to you, they didn't tell you from the pipe. So your next question is, where the next man?
No, I did not question him.
So as far as you are concerned, we call out all this equipment and we're going to be looking for 1 man.
No, sir.
All right. How many men you thought we would have been looking for when you were upstairs there?
So I don't know, I was informed. So when I arrived, it was not, I was informed of what was transpiring. So as I indicated, what was communicated to me was the event at the time. It was not back and forth communication where...
No, I not into all of that. I am dealing with you upstairs 9:30 up in the ICP.
Yes.
Where you introduced to Randy, Colin, Michael, Paul, all and Fleming. As far as you're concerned, that operation in that ICP at that time at 9:30 concerned looking for 1 man, as far as you are concerned.
No.
How many men you think the operation was about?
It was not a conversation about who they were looking for.
Not conversation, your knowledge. As far as you are concerned as an expert diver of 25 years, 2 men in the water, 1 found, 1 minus, 2 minus 1, 1 man this operation concerned. At that point, 9:30 as far as you're concerned. Is that so?
Yeah.
So at 9:30, as far as you're concerned, we're looking for 1 man. 1 man missing.
No.
How many men?
I didn't put thought. The question I had asked was if they knew the condition of the... No, I didn't ask on the personnel. I asked on the condition of the habitat and the condition of the plug that they were removing. No answer was given.
You asked about the condition.
The reason why I asked...
Just now, wait, you got your reason. That's how we're doing it here. You answer first and then you come here buts and reasons after. You were concerned about the condition of the habitat, excuse me, and the plugs. Right?
Yes.
Why you needed to know? I tell her, we'll get a chance of fear, you know. Why you want to know about the condition of the habitat?
No, that would help inform what might have happened.
Right.
Further inform.
And what you need to know about the plugs.
what had happened when they were removing the plugs. If anybody knows where the plug is, what's the current status of the plug, they would have been deflated the plug supposedly, right? Did they completely deflate it? Is the habitat flooded at present? What is the condition of the habitat at that point in time? Is the habitat, was the atmosphere re-established? Is it void? Is it full with water?
Do you want to know that?
That would help inform also where the divers might have been.
So the earlier information, flooding, splash, loss of communication, flooding habitat, plugs out, men missing, you still at that point did not think that the men were in the pipe?
No, it wasn't confirmed.
No, no confirmed, but
No.
thinking.
No.
All right.
I don't know. No.
So you don't know.
Yes.
One man rescued. You don't know. You got all that information about flashing and all of that before. One man recovered. You don't think.
I did not know from where.
I know.
Yes.
That is what we find difficult to accept. All of that you don't know. You inquiring about plug and habitat, whether it flooded still high, but and you hear one man recovered. But you realize that where that man was recovered is pivotal to any opinion as to where the others might be. Well, the other one, as far as you're concerned.
Yes.
And you didn't ask that question.
No.
You asked about plug and habitat, and nobody answered you. Well, I can understand why. I know. What you asked about the pipe? Did you ask anything about the pipe? You asked about the plug, the habitat.
That had no further communication.
You didn't ask about the size of the pipe?
I knew the size of the pipe from downstairs.
You knew the size
initially,
of the pipe from
downstairs? Initially, they would have informed me of the size of the pipe.
Who informed you?
Would have been Mr. Holder.
So what he was telling you? Let me hear this. What he told you about the size of the pipe downstairs? You know, realize they're having more information than you told us earlier, right? But go ahead.
It was a 30-inch pipe. The diagram that they show would have indicated a 30-inch pipe.
A diagram?
The sketch?
We come into the sketch. I never hear about the sketch, but just now. Mr. Holder tell you about a 30-inch pipe. When? And in what circumstances?
When they would have shown me the sketch on his phone, it was a picture of a sketch. The whiteboard, I'm saying a sketch. It's a sketch on a whiteboard.
Okay. So just now, wow. You arrive, that's before you go upstairs.
Yes.
Right. Before you go upstairs, we'll tell you, Mr. Holder, tell you one man in cover from the pipe and 4 missing.
Yes.
Which of the 9? That part about the 4 men missing and pipe. So downstairs now, I got the impression earlier that you were just introduced him and all going upstairs 9:30.
No.
So tell us what happened downstairs now with this phone and diagram and thing. First time you realize first time you're hearing this?
Well, just
no, sir, it's in my statement.
For a minute. Pause for a minute, please. Pause for a minute. That is not entirely fair. It's set out in his statement at paragraph 6.
I am talking about viva voce. That's what I'm talking about.
I know, but you'll appreciate that the summary that's being given for every witness doesn't cover everything.
So I'm not, with the greatest respect, I'm not speaking about the summary. I understand that. I am speaking about earlier.
No, but you just said, I know, but you just said this is the first time we're hearing about it. And
I didn't finish, sir. I was going to say, in your narrative today, one thing with the greatest of respect, I don't want to blow my own trumpet, is known for is being fair. All my cross-examination.
No one is suggesting.
So I was going to take him. I would have taken him there, sir. I was speaking.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Peace, there's no one is suggesting for 1 minute that you're anything other than entirely fair. Say that. You may have overlooked the paragraph 16 when you made the suggestion that this is the first time we're hearing about it. The fact of the matter is that he has mentioned it before, and it wouldn't be entirely right for you to be able to put to him that it's not, that it's something new.
No,
and I didn't want that impression to be created, all right?
So I would never create that impression. What I was putting to the witness is the first time you're hearing that in his narrative of having arrived, having encountered, and go upstairs, and when he first heard certain things.
Well,
then I would have taken him to his statement and say, but okay, you didn't tell us that for the first time. Look at in your statement.
Right.
So I I amend that if that is the impression created, sir.
Certainly it was the impression I got.
Right.
And I know that you would not have intended that to be the case.
No, sir.
But he has the statement in front of him. This is not a memory test. And he's entitled to look at the statement if it assists him in answering any of your questions.
I agree with you, sir. When I started, I wanted to make sure he had his statement in front of him. I asked him that.
All right.
Right. So you got to Mr. Fleming and he showed you a diagram. Paragraph 15 of your statement.
Yes.
16 of your statement, the last sentence.
It's in front of you. I suggest you have a look at it. All right?
Yes.
Right. He showed you a sketch about the riser. That is the pipe. The
Yes.
riser and slash chamber.
Yes.
Right? So we're not focusing on seabed anymore. We're focusing on pipe. Is not so.
Yes.
Right. Having been focused on a pipe, you will then move at some point to upstairs.
Yes.
He told you one man was recovered.
Yes.
Having been focused on pipe, did he not tell you from the pipeline?
No.
So he just tell you, focus on pipe downstairs. While you're going upstairs, one man recovered and pipe not part of that discussion.
So the habitat is part of the discussion.
I know. Habitat, you mentioned pipe.
Mm.
It's not so.
Yes.
Right. That is your version, and I give you an opportunity to critique what Mr. Holder is saying. He told you, right?
Yes.
I'm being fair. So Mr. Holder, according to you, only told you, look at my sketch on the phone downstairs, pipe. We come upstairs, he tell you upstairs, one man, well, let me be fair to you. Did he tell you downstairs one man was recovered?
Yes.
So he told you that downstairs.
Yes.
And you ask him, showing your pipe, well, better yet, focus, look pipe, one man recovered. And you ask him, thinking about Delta P that you had in your mind, you told me earlier you had in your mind. You ask if from the pipe?
No.
What you expect in a Delta P event, violent or moderate, to take the men from the habitat into where?
Where the man was at the event.
No, where would the Delta P take the man? Having occurred, Delta P having occurred, where you expect the Delta P to have taken the man?
That would depend on the severity of the Delta P.
I know.
Yes.
But you don't know the severity yet.
Yes.
So you're factoring in severe, moderate, slight. Moderate, severe, where you expected to take the man?
There's a possibility that the man it can be taken into the pipeline.
Right, I agree with you. So having heard he recovered or rescued,
Yes.
you didn't ask about the pipe. Nobody
Yeah.
tell you about the pipe.
That he didn't end up in the pipe. There's a possibility that he was not in the pipe.
I know, but you didn't know. Which of those?
Exactly.
So he, having been told he's recovered, not knowing whether outside the pipe, inside the pipe, your next obvious question, as a 25-year experienced diver, is where you recover this man from? You must agree that that question jumps out to be and begging to be asked, right? Don't you agree?
Yes.
And you were asked. No, that doesn't that doesn't mean that. You were asked to assist with a risk assessment.
Yes.
Who asked you?
Mr. Holder.
When?
That would have been downstairs.
Before going upstairs the 9:30.
Yes.
Right. A risk assessment to do what?
A diving risk assessment.
To dive where?
Exactly. No. That was the conversation. It was a diving risk assessment.
So but a risk assessment would depend, doing that exercise in any meaningful way must depend on where you're diving.
Yes.
In Mr. Mutu's swimming pool, no big risk.
It didn't go
in
anywhere.
open sea, well, Mr. Swimming, he had a real big pool. In open sea, different risk assessment. Into a pipe, different risk assessment. Penetration dive, different assessment. You agree?
Yes.
Right. So you've been asked to do a risk assessment by Mr. Fleming Holder. You will want to know, assess to dive where?
Yes.
You ask him?
Yes, there's no information.
No, you ask him?
No.
So you didn't say, Mr. Fleming, with the greatest respect to you here, just telling me assess a risk to dive? Let me suggest to you that you're being inaccurate. Do you accept your inaccuracy? In that, I am putting to you, Mr. Holder, ask you to do a risk assessment for a possible rescue of divers from inside the pipeline. I'm at paragraph 16 of Mr. Holder Fleming's statement, Mr. Chairman. It's on page 1493. I am putting to you that you're inaccurate because Mr. Fleming Holder told you or requested of you a risk assessment for a possible rescue of the divers from inside the pipeline.
No.
Do you accept that?
No.
So you're asking us to accept that. All he says, Mr. Seales, all I want you to do an assessment for me to dive. That is it, right?
Yes.
How you went about that exercise? That request?
It was not conducted.
You're telling me I wasn't conducting it?
No.
So Mr. Fleming Holder is your manager, HSSE at Heritage?
Yes.
He's your boss? He's superior,
superior, yes.
Senior to you?
Yes.
He asked you in an emergency to do an assessment and you decide you ain't doing it?
No.
What you decided?
I didn't decide anything. We subsequently left.
No, we go deal with it. I know, I want to know why you did not do the assessment.
When I arrived, he was at the computer doing something.
I get all that already. You're not dealing with him, you're dealing with you.
Yeah.
Why you, he requested of you an assessment. You tell me that already. Why you didn't do it?
No, I was not instructed to do an assessment.
All right,
Yes.
he asked you. He instructed you, he asked you.
No. He didn't ask.
You can't have all.
No, that's
marbles,
it. So
eh?
it's a
I
matter.
had to pitch too. You
it's
can't
a
have
ma-
all the marbles.
It's a matter of phrasing and how the conversation went. Right? Do you have a diving risk assessment?
What do you ask him?
If I had a diving risk assessment, or if I can do a diving risk assessment.
No, wait, no. He asked you
Yes.
if you have a diving risk assessment.
Yes.
From where?
There are basic fundamentals in planning a dive.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's just was looking for a template to start processing a risk assessment.
And the second one, you tell me when he asked if you had one, or you asked him the second part was what? Did he request it? It gave me two options. He said he asked if you had one.
Right. So it was not for you or me and myself to prepare a diving risk assessment to rescue divers from a pipeline.
What did he ask you?
So in essence, probably when I arrived, he was doing something on a desktop.
Forget him.
No, that's it. So if that is what he was doing at the time of my arrival, may have been assistance he was seeking to formulate a risk assessment for diving. It was not specific to rescue divers.
It wasn't what?
A risk assessment to rescue divers. That wasn't the conversation.
So he just interested in diving generally. That's what they're telling us. In an emergency situation, you responding to an emergency, bear that in the back of your mind.
Yes.
So when he asked you about this general diving risk assessment, what did you do? What did you say?
Sorry, there's nothing to repeat.
That is true. What did you say?
Yeah. To prepare risk assessment.
No. When whatever you were saying, Mr. Holder communicated to you.
Yes.
What did you say in response to that request, instructions, invitation? I don't know what it is. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, what did you say?
I can't recall.
You didn't say, boss, I can't do that. I don't have enough information, according to what you're saying?
Yeah.
You said that?
No, I didn't say it like that. I saying that. I can't say exactly what I would have said to him.
But he is saying, sir, that he asked you, which to my mind make a little more sense than what you're saying with the greatest of deference to
Yes.
to do a risk assessment for possible rescue of divers from inside the pipe. So you say that was never said to you. I've given you the chance to call Mr. Holder coming in.
Yeah.
He's saying that he tell you that.
Yeah.
That never happened.
No.
Right. He finished on the computer and all going upstairs. At this stage, you still in over pipeline, right? And man in the pipe.
Men in the pipe, no.
Right. You're going upstairs. What you saw on the whiteboard when you went upstairs?
It would have been the same, more or less the same as the picture that was shown on the phone.
Right.
So it was the configuration of the habitat and the pipeline.
Right. And you still, at this stage, even you and say, but why all the men wasting all the time and focusing on this pipeline? The men could be on the seabed. You ain't do that?
No.
You ain't wondering all that time, what is this obsession with this pipeline about?
No, there was no obsession with a pipeline.
But there was focus
No.
on the pipeline.
No.
Remember you tell me downstairs when the chairman took me for beating up earlier with saying you didn't say it before.
Yeah.
On the phone, you tell me there was focus on the pipeline. And the phone, they're showing me on the phone.
No, they're not focused on the pipeline.
Well, they focus on the whiteboard only?
They are focused on the event.
Mr. Seales.
Yes.
Please. You arrived in the building, the first thing Mr. Holder ran and pushing your face is the phone with a pipeline on it. You told us that. He took you to the phone and showing you the pipeline. And asked, well, I am putting to you, asking you about a dive into that.
No.
So he just show you the pipeline.
He showed me what the configuration of the operation was in terms of the habitat, the configuration of the pipeline itself, and where the habitat was, and what they was doing. So it's a drawing of a U, basically, with a habitat on one end. Men were in the habitat. They were removing plugs. That was the explanation that was given.
And having removed moving plugs and splash and flush and all of that.
Communication was lost.
Right.
Yes.
Delta P.
Yes.
Delta P is pulling men into the pipeline. Come on, Mr. Seales. Mr. Ramada says seal is broken. No, this is serious because you see, it's serious.
Yes, I'm listening.
Where would the men be in that scenario, Mr. Seales? 25 years experience, diving experience. You told us you had over Delta P.
Yes, so based on the explanation, that's exactly as I said. It's likely that that could have happened, but again, they don't have to be in the pipeline.
Yes, but one of the great possibilities are in the pipeline.
Yes.
And you did not factor in any part of your thoughts pipeline. You only on seabed.
No.
Right? So you thought they could have been in the pipeline?
Yes.
When you thought that first, in that scenario, arriving, phone and all that, when you first thought that?
No, within the whole scenario, yeah.
No.
There would have been a possibility of various things happening.
I know. When did you first think, listen to the question.
Yes.
When did you first think that the men could have been in the pipeline? In your arrival, phone being shown to you, pipeline, habitat, line, flashing, flooding, all that. When did you first think the men could have been in the pipeline?
Within the whole scenario of the explanation?
Within the whole scenario of the explanation,
yes.
Downstairs before going upstairs?
Yes.
Right. That is it. Having had the lingering thought that these men could have been in the pipeline downstairs. You want to change that now?
No.
Oh. Having heard a man was rescued, what came to your mind then? Having thought that it could have been in the pipeline. Not only curiosity ask you to ask, that man rescued from the pipe? So you could eliminate your thoughts that the man could have been in the pipe. You realize that, right?
No, because the fact that he was rescued doesn't necessarily mean that he was in the pipe.
I know that. You didn't know that either.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get from you is that you dare to assist to search a man. Well, according to you, 2 men. You're thinking pipeline or seabed, right? Could be pipeline, could be seabed. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Because what the rescue has been done, the evidence is that was being done before they realized a man came on the pipeline and they were searching the seabed and around. Because they don't know.
Yes.
So you have those 2 options in your mind. You will want to narrow it down, wouldn't you? Because you're there to help and lend support. Huh? Isn't that so?
Yes.
So you want to eliminate.
Yes.
So if you hear a man is rescued, you either he found on the seabed or in the pipe. So you want to eliminate one of them as possible. And you ask, where them find he?
No.
And that is why I tell you it's more plausible, and I'm putting to you, that you were told, so let's move on. You were told that the man was rescued from the pipe and 4 other men were missing. I'm putting that to you, right? So we can move on. And you deny that you were told that.
Yes.
Right. But you know, subject to correction, I got the impression that you were just put on standby. The impression you gave, at least me, and I'm infallible, that no requests were made of you. You were just brought there.
Did you say infallible?
I always get it wrong, sir. I
Well,
always try to tell myself I'm fallible, and I always get it wrong.
So you're fallible then?
I'm fallible.
Yes.
I always try to get it that way, but I always get it wrong. Where was I? My colleague tell me nowhere. But now, I got the impression that you were conveying to us that you were called there, you got there, and you were put on standby, and no requests were made of you.
Yes.
But you realize at least 1 request so far was made of you.
Yes.
And an important one, to do an assessment for a dive.
Yes.
So do you now accept that the evidence is not accurate when you said Paria had you there and no requests were made of you? You must accept that, because we just went through that. And I want to finish quickly.
Yeah.
So you're inaccurate on that, right? At least that.
Yes.
Right. You're upstairs now, board and everybody upstairs. Going with you for Colin Piper, Randy Archibald, Michael Wee, Paul Yearwood, Osei Holder. What was being discussed at that time?
All right. Paul Yearwood, as I could recall, was not there, as I said. So Mr. Colin Piper came into the room. It was Michael Way, Randy Archibald. It was the same diagram. They explained what had happened. I asked the question of what is the status, trying to gain.
What is the status of what?
The habitat and the plug. If anybody knows, now this is 9:30 in the night to 10. They appeared that they didn't know because no answer was given, and they subsequently left the office.
But at least at that conversation, the surviving diver was revealed.
Yes.
Mr. Bodam.
Yes.
Well, we got through that already, say didn't. And then what happened after that? You were just
That was it. They left.
Right. And when they left, all you knew is that there was all of this information, this drawing on the board and all of that. A man was recovered, rescued, and that's it. That's all you knew.
Yes.
And you remained silent throughout all of this. Apart from asking those two questions about the habitat and the plug.
I was no longer in their presence.
No, whilst you were in their presence, those are the only two questions you asked.
At that time, yes, no answer was given for those questions, and they left.
You went tell them, I feel Fleming could be in the pipe, you know. Let's do up an assessment for the pipe.
No, I did not.
Why not?
As I said earlier, I entered into an active emergency management system. Paria's team would have been functioning. The incident command team, LMCS, may have had an emergency response plan active. I do not know who Paria was in communication with, what resources they had available, and what was being done or conducted at that time.
Right.
So when they came into the room and they asked those questions, or not even asked the questions, they showed me to give me an idea of what was transpiring, and I made my comment. That did not go any further. They left. So there wasn't a conversation.
So they showed you the stuff because you have expertise to bring.
So
did you tell them you had Mitchell on site to conduct a dive?
Yes, all that was communicated on my arrival in terms of what resources was available at that time when I arrived. So that's why I got the information from Mitchell when they arrived.
Right.
I called OTSL to find out where they were, and I would have communicated that.
Right. And the assistance you brought through Mitchell, at that stage, your equipment that you brought, it was intended for a seabed dive or a pipe dive also.
To effect a dive, it doesn't matter. To effect a dive.
It could be both.
Yes.
Right. When you're up in that room upstairs in the ICT, you didn't indicate that you had equipment standing by to do a dive into the pipe also?
No. There was no conversation to effect a dive or request to effect any dive or anything so wrong than diving.
Right.
I would.
So when this, according to you, persons left the ICT, what time you left the ICT room after having arrived there around 9:30?
No, and that was not the ICT room.
Well, room.
This is a room separate and apart from incident command.
Right.
So they came into a room where I was.
Right.
I do not even know what office that was.
Right.
So this was a brief conversation, and they left.
And they left you. But
Yes.
that room had the whiteboard.
It had a whiteboard.
A whiteboard with a drawing on it.
Yes.
Right. They left there and left you there.
Yes.
Right. That was around what time?
That would be after 9:30.
Right. And you remained there by yourself for how long?
Yes, Mr. Fleming would have been there. I would have walked out in the hall, but that's the area I was stationed.
Yeah, for how long? Until what time?
Until would be the 12:15, when they would have had the briefing in the lobby, where a request was made for diver intervention.
So that would have been about 2.5 hours later.
Yes.
When was this request made about diving to remove the blockage in the pipeline?
12:15 approximately.
And you were privy to that. You were present for that.
Yes.
When they make this request, who they made it of?
They made the request of the Coast Guard. They declined.
No, just now in your presence.
Yes. Right. So it was a briefing in the lobby area of that building.
Yes.
Right. He gave a briefing of
who?
Mr. Piper.
Right.
Of what the camera would have encountered.
Yeah.
Right. And then he made a request for intervention. The initial request was made of the Coast Guard.
Yes.
To remove the blockage.
Right.
They declined.
Yes.
Then he asked me.
He asked you
if I could send my divers
into
the pipeline.
For what purpose?
To remove the blockage, which would have been a cylinder, what the camera would have encountered.
Why would And you declined that also?
No.
Well, you sent the men in?
No, I had no medicine, so I indicated that I have no divers. And I asked questions in
Yeah,
terms
but you
of,
had control over Mitchell divers.
which I explained later on. So I
Yes.
told him, because it was a direct question, if I can send my divers.
Yes,
So just for it not to be misunderstood, I have no divers.
right,
Mitchell's and OTSL have divers, have a
Right.
dive team and a dive supervisor.
right,
What I could have done is make a request through them.
To
So I
dive.
made that clear.
right.
Yes.
12:15,
Yes.
you and saying, but why are we so obsessed with this pipeline?
No, by that time we would have known, because they would have heard of the conversation.
Which
By this
conversation?
12:15, this is after Mr. Budram would have been recovered.
I know,
So they are
long. Mr.
focused-
Budram come
Exactly.
at 5:30, yeah?
Right. So they, in their communication at that briefing, they're looking at going into the pipeline. They have the information that it's possible that men are in the pipeline. So at 12:15, this conversation is to effect a dive into the pipeline.
To remove the tanks,
Yes.
to get clearance to do a rescue.
Yes.
Right. So at 9:30, that conversation didn't take place.
No.
Well, I am putting to you it did. In fact, I'm putting to you that you were immediately and entering the building, taken to the whiteboard. You were told that Budram was recovered. I'm putting that to you.
Is
Yes.
this at 9:30?
And
Can I understand, is this at 9:30?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So 9:30 or thereabouts?
At 9:30 thereabouts.
Is this when he had the meeting with
Upstairs.
upstairs
In the
with
room.
Mr. Way?
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And you're
Yeah, I'm putting that he was informed that the men were missing, that
Yeah.
Budram had been taken out of the pipe, was rescued out of the pipe.
I
I'm
disagree.
putting that to you. Right.
He was
So-
rescued.
Yeah. I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. We got that already. I don't want to cover ground twice. So we're now at 12:15.
Yes.
So the request was made of Mitchell through you,
Yes.
through the supervisor. What did they say about going in to remove the arm?
No, after reviewing the footage, they declined.
All right.
So that would have been,
You have 25 years experience in diving at that stage.
yes.
You had any difficulty with that declining?
No.
You think it was a reasonable position?
Yes.
You had any difficulty with the request to clear the line before going in further? To clear the obstacle before sending in divers?
No, he was sending divers in to
clear the, yes, thank you, sir. Thanks. You had any difficulty with they sending divers in to clear the obstacle to effect the rescue?
This is after reviewing the video footage?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the difficulty?
As I would have indicated earlier, in terms of the size of the pipeline, how you accessing the pipeline, the equipment that would have been required to effect the dive, what position the diver would have been in, right? How do you rescue, your rescue plan in terms of...
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
we got all that before. Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean we got that before. I don't want to spend time. I'm also instructed that you weren't just parked aside and put on hold. You were being consulted at different stages for your advice and assistance. Is that not so?
No.
So after 12:15, what happened?
No, sorry, after 12:15?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, between you arriving
Yes.
and the declining to send men
Yes.
into the pipe to clear, you were being consulted at different points for your input and assistance.
No.
So after 9:30 thereabouts, the next time you got engaged is 12:15 thereabouts in the lobby meeting.
Yes, for that intervention.
After you declined Well, it's through Mitchell declining through you. What was your participation thereafter?
A request was made for chamber support.
For what?
For recompression chamber support for
Yeah.
Mr.
All right. That
Yes.
is, yeah.
No,
I mean, apart from, okay, go ahead.
So, and right, and that would have occurred at the time when we were reviewing the video footage at Berth 6. So my focus would have transitioned from facilitating that request in terms of the treatment for Mr. Boudram,
Yes.
which would have been mobilizing the chamber support.
Right. That's Mr. Bud. Right.
So that's my involvement. So again, this is within the same timeline of having the request to go to Berth 6 to review the video with Mitchells and OTSL. The other request at that time would have been for treatment for Mr. Boudram.
So two questions. I got all of that.
Yes.
Commendable. You had 25 years diving experience. You were in charge of the diving wing of Heritage, right? If I could call it a diving wing. Paria is a sister company. And that's a sister under one kind of umbrella. You went there in an emergency to assist. Bringing your experience to bear, you didn't ask these men, when we dive in, when we looking for this man?
No.
You just sat there waiting to be questioned.
No.
You didn't say, I have the command of Mitchell's diving. I could put 5 men in the water within the next half an hour. Can I do that?
No, sir, that's not how it works.
Oh, that's not how it works.
No, sir.
What do you mean by that's not how it works?
So it's a emergency response system that has been activated. Everybody have roles and responsibilities. I cannot arrive on location. There was no directive of, okay, you are here, you and your team take command of anything. The operation was ongoing. Incident command team, which is, I am unaware of what resources, other resources, and what was actually taking place at Berth 6 on LMCS badge, what resources LMCS had, what communication was taking place between LMCS and Paria, or any other external resources. I was sent there to support if required. So that's it. I am there into a system. I am not there like I am at the commission today. I am not here to do as I please or what I think. I am under the command of
the chairman.
Yes.
Yes.
That is not just you either, right?
Mr. Ramadan. Yeah. Right. So you got, I like that. You got into a command system that was already activated.
Yes.
That is good. But dealing with the human side of you now.
Yes.
And taking doing this as a risk, taking us about what Mr. Ramadan said about a brotherhood of divers.
Yes.
You know, divers are missing.
Yes.
Notwithstanding the activation of this system, I understand from examination earlier in the commission by Commissioner Wilson about a command system and a structure. And the human side of you now.
Yes.
I know a diver is also human, but I mean the human side of you.
Yes.
They're saying, well, men missing, I mean, I want to dive, what are you doing?
Yes, I will say things to myself.
No, not you to you. Not you to you. Because I say some things to myself in this commission.
No,
but you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you did nothing.
Yes.
Even when at least the one request you admitted to so far was made of you, you didn't do it to do the assessment.
Yes.
The dive assessment to rescue men. Isn't that so?
No.
You did the assessment? You did nothing pursuant to a request to do an assessment to dive, not for gold, to dive to rescue men. Is not so?
No, that wasn't, as it was not concluded. It's not clear cut as into a request was made to do a rescue dive, and I said I'm not going to do a risk assessment for a rescue dive. It was a conversation. Subsequently, we left to go upstairs.
But you give advice at some point that a dive is not advisable.
It would not have been any form of advice, would have been communication from,
Well,
yes.
Suggestion.
So yes.
You suggested that a dive was not advisable
Yes, I can say that.
because it was too risky.
Yes.
And that was the dive into the pipe. Or all dives.
Well, no, this is a 12:15 conversation. So,
Yeah.
yes. So in terms of diver intervention, this would have been the conversation after the review of the video footage, after consultation with Mitchell's and OTSL dive supervisors, that would have been communicated to ICT.
And your professional opinion, you agreed with the
Yes.
dive supervisor that it's too risky.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Seales.
You have some questions? Yes, I do have a few questions, just if you can help me, please. First of all, can I, in order to try and pin down the time when you first arrived at Paria,
yes,
and what happened thereafter, can I ask that put up is page 1573, which is the supplemental core bundle, volume 2, which contains the actions as recorded by Paria's scribe at the scene,
yes,
at the IMT, right, or the I forget what it's called, the command center, right? The person who's scribing as events take place. And what we can see is, if you go, please, to the next page, 2141. Do you see there's an entry there? Roll up, please, 2141. I'm afraid the timing of this is not always chronological, but 2141. Do you see it? Yes, there we are. Do you see? Thank you. You can see at 2106, there's a discussion with Kazim Ali Sr. And then there's information from Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. And then at 2141, the next entry, it says discussions with heritage personnel. Do you see that line?
yes,
Right, that's at 2141. Do you see?
yes,
Right. Now, you told us that between 2130 and 2400 hours, there were various personnel in and out of the meetings, in and out of the office. But at around 2130, you had a meeting which involved a number of the personnel at Paria, correct?
yes,
Right. And that's the meeting that has been put to you by Mr. Peterson and others. And I just want to try and identify the timing of this, because if this document drafted by Paria is accurate,
yes,
the discussion is taking place at 2141. Do you see?
yes.
Right. So do you think that might be right when you were in this meeting with these people from Paria? You said 2130.
Yes, yes.
This is 2141.
Possibly.
Right. We can see that the next thing that happens at 2143 is that someone's trying to contact the hospital in order to try and make arrangements to speak to Mr. Boudram.
Yes.
Now, were you present in the meeting where Mr. Boudram spoke to Paria?
No, I wasn't in the meeting.
You weren't in that meeting?
No.
Right. So whatever the time was that you were in the meeting, it's cut off by what we know from other evidence. Mr. Boudram was speaking to members of the team in the incident room. And we know that to be shortly before 10 o'clock. So it's around 2141, there or thereabouts, if their note is accurate.
Yes.
Now, in that meeting at that time, is it the case that you had already spoken with Mr. Flemming Holder?
Yes.
And at 21:41, if that's the right time, you're in this meeting, you're now explaining, or it's being explained to you what did or didn't happen. There's a dispute, I appreciate, between what's being suggested and what you put in your statement, all right?
Yes.
And I'm not really, for the moment, for the purposes of my questions, interested in that dispute. What I'm interested to know is this: whether it is right or wrong that you were told certain things or not told certain things. On any view, the first time you knew anything about the detail of this event, this incident, was at the earliest possible time would have been at 2100 hours.
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene and saw Mr. Flemming Holder.
Yes.
Am I right about that?
Yes.
Right. So whatever the position, whatever you've been told, whatever you weren't told or were told, it is not suggested that you knew anything other than the very basic fact that there was an emergency to which you were required to attend, yes?
Yes.
Until 2100 hours.
Yes.
All right. At 2100 hours, when you were being told something, whatever it was, were you, and I will ask you to reflect on this, please, were you told then how long it had been since Mr. Boudram had emerged from the pipe?
No.
Think about it, please. It's quite important, this, all right? Do you think there's even the possibility that you were told how long it had been since Mr. Boudram had emerged from the pipe?
No.
Would you regard that as an important fact to be told?
Yes.
You told Mr. Peterson that you were asked at an early stage, say early, sometime after 2100 hours, about a risk assessment.
Yes.
Right. First of all, were you asked if you were capable of preparing a risk assessment?
No.
Were you asked to carry out a risk assessment?
No.
What was it that you were asked about a risk assessment?
If I had a diving risk assessment?
Did you have one? You were asked that, were you?
Yes.
Right. And did you?
Well, again, it would not be specific because the risk assessment is site-specific.
Site-specific.
For the
And you see, Mr. Peterson's saying, not unreasonably, if that is the case, if a risk assessment is site-specific, wouldn't that lead you inevitably to be asking questions?
Yes. And there was no information available.
Right.
So that's why nothing
well,
ever...
let's take it one step at a time. See, the first question is, did you ask the questions? Because I rather understood your answer to Mr. Peterson was that you didn't.
No.
Right. So do you recognize now that perhaps you should have?
Yes.
Right. So you should have, what you're saying is you didn't ask the questions, but perhaps you should have done.
Yes, I should have interrogated.
Right. Because that once you started asking those questions, you would presumably be given the answers if they knew them.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So that's with Mr. Fleming Holder, all right?
Yes.
And then after that, about a half an hour later, 41 minutes later, if that record is correct, you're now in a meeting with a number of others. Yes, you told us, Mr. Way,
yes,
Mr. Piper, and others, yes? And in that meeting, were you asked anything about a risk assessment in that meeting?
No.
Bearing in mind that we're now pushing 10 o'clock, knowing what you know now, that Mr. Boudram emerged from the pipe at about 5 45, something like that. All right. What was the likelihood of anybody being alive in your mind at 10 o'clock?
Highly unlikely.
Were you willing to risk either your own life or anybody else's in effecting a rescue of anybody who was highly unlikely to be alive?
As a diver, my own.
I'm sorry?
As a diver, my own.
I'm sorry, just didn't catch
Right.
it.
So the question you asked was if I would have been willing to risk my life
Yes.
or anybody else's.
Yes. Bearing in mind, we're now, 4 plus hours after Mr. Boudram has come out of the pipe and nearly 7 hours after the incident.
Yes.
Would you be willing to risk yourself or others to effect a rescue of somebody who you think highly unlikely to be alive?
No.
You were asked a little about the time that it took between your being first alerted to this just before, I think, 6 o'clock. Forgive me, no, I think it was just before 5 o'clock. Yes, literally minutes before 5 o'clock, when you were first told about the incident and asked to attend. Do you remember?
Yes.
So let's, for the sake of a couple of minutes, call it 5 o'clock, all right? So at 5 o'clock, you first learn of this and you were asked to attend. You told us you did the best you could to speed yourself up to get there. You realized it was an emergency. But between that time and arriving at the Paria site, you told us you went first of all to Heritage, and I asked you about how far it was and so on. So just so that I understand this, please, was there anything to prevent you being informed en route what the issues were and what might be done to effect a rescue? I mean, were you on the phone, for example? Were you available on the telephone?
I had my phone, but I was not in communication with anyone from Paria.
No, I appreciate that there's no evidence to suggest that you did actually speak to anybody at Paria, but I simply want to know whether or not you were available to be called by Paria or anyone else.
Yes.
And had you been called, would you have been in a position to have provided them with such expertise or knowledge as you had?
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
No.
So the hours of delay between, if that's the right expression, between your first being alerted and arrival at Paria would not have prevented them from speaking to you if they had wished to do so.
It would not have.
All right. Thank you. That's quite a lot. So if anybody wants to ask any questions, in particular, Mr. Peterson. Yes, of course.
Following from that last question, nothing prevented Mitchell, your supervisor, Mr. Fortune, Heritage, anybody calling you. Anything prevented you as a human being from volunteering, knowing that it's a diving emergency and you have 25 years experience? Phone calls work both ways, unless your phone is on one way.
Sir, in my opinion, the emergency was being managed by the resources available. So
I know, I get that.
Yeah, so who
I am dealing with the human side of you, a diver, brother divers missing. Nobody ain't calling you according to your evidence. You must say, for example, if I hear Mr. Mutu missing, nobody had to call me. I call in around everybody I know who could dive, who could fly, who could do whatever. Let's look for Jason. You didn't do any of that.
So who was I to call? That's the question.
Mr. Fortune, to say, hey, you only tell me activate your supervisor. Hey, you only tell me activate so and so and so. I have a boss man at HSA man called Mr. Holder. What all of them doing? Anybody, what we doing? Who missing? How many men missing? Divers missing? Brothers missing? Anything like that?
No.
On reflection, you should have done that, right? Come on. On reflection as a human diver.
So knowing the little that I know now, yes.
The little you know?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that there, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ramadan.
questions, and I'm very grateful to Mr. Peterson's cross-examination. So, Mr. Seales, did it ever come to your attention that the survivor, Mr. Budram, had given an indication as to how deep into the pipe he would have been?
No.
You appreciate the pipe at its full length was like quarter mile, correct?
Yes.
You knew that from
1200.
before?
Yes.
That is quite intimidating a distance, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So in answer to Mr. Peterson, when you spoke about the difficulties, you appreciate if it was 1,000 feet in, that would be very difficult, correct?
Yes.
But if it was less, it would be less difficult.
Yes.
And if it was far less, for instance, less than 150, maybe 160 feet, that is doable with all of the difficulties that would have been identified, correct?
Less difficult.
Thank you. And doable. And doable.
Yes.
Thank you. Most grateful to you, sir.
I think Mr. Wilson had some questions, and then I'll come back to answer.
Morning again, Mr. Seales. I just have 3 direct questions. So I heard that your official title in Heritage is Dive Supervisor and Client Representative.
Yeah.
And Client Representative.
Yes.
Have you had any formal training to be a client representative?
Yes.
From which institution?
JFD.
Sorry?
JFD, James Special Division.
GMB, okay,
Yes.
great. So you...
Now move the microphone the other way to the right, okay? Yes.
Right. Are you aware of your obligations as a client representative under your training or industry best practice as you're quoted?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go here. Just a slightly different question to the room. I heard you mention your awareness that an ICT was stood up, but, and hopefully I'm not repeating the question, but when you arrived at Paria, what upon your arrival indicated that an ICT was stood up and an incident was being managed? What?
I would have taken it for granted that it's industry best practice. So
Okay.
when I was taken upstairs and introduced to the personnel, I wasn't formally introduced, identifying each individual's role, but it was assumed.
So you only identified, just to be clear, you only felt like an incident was being managed when you was taken upstairs.
Yes.
And that's when you first became aware that an ICT is stood up.
Yes.
And an incident is being managed. Being aware of your roles, responsibilities, and obligations as a client representative, not as a dive supervisor. I don't know, well, I'm going to ask how much experience you've had in terms of managing an emergency response.
None.
Any training or awareness, not even diving related, but any other sort of training or familiarization courses?
No.
All right. And I think what came out into the room, but I'd also like to test with you. At any point in time, did you feel, as a client representative, that you felt that you could have injected yourself into the IMT, given that you are a subject matter expert?
No.
No.
Based on my assumptions of, again, I didn't know what resources were available to Paria's team, who they were in communication with, and what LMCS had in place.
I understand that, but it would be more the injection of your expertise into the conversations. That what I'm asking is not your awareness. Your awareness of those resources would come after I offer for your consideration. That would come after you inject yourself into the ICT conversations and stuff. Yeah. All right. My third question would be around the decompression chamber.
Yes.
I heard that the request was made for that, but also I heard that the decompression chamber was no longer required. Who indicated that chamber no longer required?
I would have been informed through heritage personnel. That via the doctor, so it was a communication.
Okay, so there was a doctor or Hyperberg doctor
Yes.
involved in that decision.
Yes, so
That
again-
decision didn't come from you.
No,
Okay, great. So, and that doctor was part of Heritage's emergency response, if you're aware.
no, I'm unaware. So again, I was just facilitating requests.
Mhm.
So communication and requests came from individuals through
Understood.
heritage. Yeah.
Understood. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yeah. I just have a few questions. In answer to Mr. Peterson, when he asked you, well, why you didn't offer some advice, some men are missing, men need to be rescued, you said you were aware that the ICT was activated.
Yes.
And therefore you couldn't do that, right? You remember you
Yes.
said words to that effect. If you were invited by the ICT to give the ICT advice on rescue efforts for these men, would you have done that?
Yes, but it would have required going to the site.
It would have required?
Going to the site and being more informed and involved.
Yes. And if you were permitted to do all of that by the ICT, would you have been prepared to do that?
Yes.
And you would have been able to answer some of the questions that were asked of you today as to the considerations in having a rescue plan for that particular situation on that day.
Yes.
But you were never asked to do that.
No.
As a matter of fact, according to paragraph 5 of your affidavit, you were asked specifically to mobilize Mitchell's Professional Diving Services Company Limited to report to and provide support if required at Paria Trading Company Limited.
Yes.
And you kept to your instructions, what you were instructed to do.
Yes.
That's all for this witness.
Yes, thank you. Right, we'll take lunch and resume at 2:30, please. To go, Mr. Seales, forgive me. It's been a long morning, so forgive me. Thank you very much for coming. Your evidence is appreciated, as it is with all witnesses here. You're now free to go, and you can stay or leave as you please, all right? But thank you very much. Thank you. We'll rise now, and we'll resume at 2:30, please. two of the witnesses for this afternoon. That is Mr. Andy Johnson and Mr. Anderson Gill. Correct? Yeah. They've been released for this afternoon, so we have two witnesses to get through. I've had a request that we rise by 5:30. Let's see if we can make that happen. All right, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Maharaj.
Our next witness is Mr. Krishna Fuentes. And Mr. Ronnie Bissessa will do the summary.
You just read it.
Okay. I'll just explain.
Yeah, there's no actual summary, is there? Yeah.
I,
state your name,
Krishna Fuentes,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
to
this commission
in
in
this case
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Fuentes. Thank you for coming. I see you've brought a file with you. Right. Now, first thing I should say to you is this: is that in the first instance, at any rate, you'll not be allowed to utilize that file to answer any questions. All right. Save where you feel you can't answer the question without consulting some note or whatever you might have. Do you follow? The consequence of your relying on anything that you look at in that file will mean that anybody else interested in asking you questions would also be able to look at your file. Do you follow? Because you can't have something private in front of you without us knowing what it is. All right? So
Okay.
This I'm anxious to impress upon you, as it is with everyone, is not a memory test. You're not required to remember dates and times and things like that without assistance. All right? if that assistance is available. However, you've not provided a witness statement for us. What we do have is email correspondence. Mr. Bissessar, who sits opposite you there, is going to summarize that correspondence so that you can hear what it is that we have of what you say about the matter hitherto. Listen carefully to what he says. If he gets something inaccurate, you'll tell me at the end of what he has to say, all right? Otherwise, if you accept that what he says is a fair summary of the position, then you'll say so. What will then happen is Mr. Maharaj, who sits next to him, will ask you a few questions, all right? When he's finished, any other barrister who I permit will be permitted to ask you some questions, all right? I want to apologize for you. I think you've been here on several occasions, and so I appreciate your coming, and I know that sometimes it's very inconvenient, but I appreciate your coming. So you put that file to one side. If you need to refer to it, you refer to me first, and I will consider it, all right?
I will gladly share. It's a page with notes, diving documents, references, diving laws, and I will gladly share it with the room.
Well, Mr. Fuentes, if you need it, put it into your file, please. If you need it for any purpose, just tell me, all right? So you'll be asked some questions in due course, and if you need to refer to it in order to answer the question, you say that to me, and then we'll see where we go, all right? If you put that to one side, please, for the moment. Thank you. Could we have some water for Mr. Fuentes if he needs it, like most witnesses? I have a little stash here of my own. Within that one, would you please? Thank you. All right, Mr. Fuentes, there's a bottle of water if you need it. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so listen first of all to what Mr. Bissessar has to say. All right?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Krishna Fuentes is an in-car diving supervisor, a dive system auditor, and a diving client representative. Mr. Fuentes did not provide a witness statement to the Commission, nor did he accept the Commission's invitation for him to be interviewed by the Commission's legal team. By letter dated 17th October 2022, this is at page 166 of the correspondence bundle, the Secretary to the Commission invited Mr. Fuentes to be interviewed. By an email sent on 18th October 2022, and this is at page 3157 of the supplemental witness bundle, which is on the screen, Mr. Fuentes responded, advising that he was not directly involved in the accident and asked to be removed from any further investigation of the incident. The full email is as follows. It's a fairly brief email, Chair, and I'll just read it out. Good evening, Ms. Sinanan. Thank you for your email dated 17th October 2022. As per our conversation today, this is my response. As you already know, my name is Krishna Fuentes of Diego Martin. I have 24 years experience in the diving industry with qualifications as an IMCA diving supervisor, a dive system auditor, and a diving client representative. In your email to me, there was a letter attached. The paragraph 3 implied that I was directly involved in the Paria diving incident that occurred on February 25th, 2022. This statement is not factual, as I was not involved in that project in any way, nor was I involved in any aspect of a rescue or recovery operation of the bodies. On February 27th, 2022, I received a telephone call from Patricia King requesting my participation in a diving procedure and risk assessment. This was scheduled to take place on the same day at 1600 to 1630 hours. The review was solely and specifically focused on a diving operation by LMCS to recover 3 scuba bottles from inside the 30-inch pipeline at Paria and nothing more. This had absolutely nothing to do with the rescue mission. February 27th, 2022 was the first time that I was ever contacted by Paria Fuel Trading in my 49 years of existence. I attended the team's online meeting at 1600 hours that day. My 2 points of input at that meeting were, 1, the 3 scuba bottles that were inside the 30-inch pipeline would not be able to clog the pipeline if they decided to pump water from the other end of the pipeline. 2, that it would have been detrimental to send a diver inside of the 30-inch pipeline without the required PPE and additional safety measures in place. It was my honest opinion, based on industry operating standards, combined with my experience in the field, that this may have resulted in injury or a further loss of life. I was asked to fill out a NDA document, which I complied with. I was asked my opinion solely on making that dive to recover 3 scuba bottles and absolutely nothing else. In service to my country and industry, I participated and gave my requested opinion free of charge out of goodwill. The emails that were sent to me from Mr. Paul Yearwood of Paria Fuel are all attached as supporting documentation. This includes the meeting invitation, the diving procedure risk assessment, and a document that includes my comments on the diving procedure that was written by LMCS. The LMCS procedure clearly states that the operation was to recover 3 scuba bottles. The above information defines my involvement in a scuba bottle recovery operation. As such, based on this information, I ask that you remove me from any further investigation relating to this incident. Please feel free to contact me for any clarifications. Thank you. By further letter dated 20th October 2022, and this is at page 168 of the correspondence bundle, the Secretary requested Mr. Fuentes to, inter alia, reconsider the Commission's request for him to be interviewed. On the 25th of October 2022, and this is at page 170 of the correspondence bundle, which can be put on the screen, Mr. Fuentes responded in the following terms. Good morning, Mr. Nanan. I referred to previous correspondence ending with your letter dated 20th October 2022. I am very concerned that having provided you with all the facts relating to my involvement, which make clear that I was nowhere near Berth 6, Pointe-à-Pierre on 25th February 2022, you persisted in insisting that I was directly involved in the tragic incidents which occurred on 25th February 2022. You, on behalf of the Commission, appear to have already formed a view adverse to my interest. That being the case, I have consulted my attorney and declined to participate further by either attending an interview or providing a statement as you have suggested. I have already provided you with all the information that I have in my possession, and there is nothing further that I wish to say. Please be guided accordingly. Thereafter, in obedience to a witness summons, Mr. Fuentes made himself available to the Commission. The witness summons was issued on the 9th of November 2022, and it's at page 10 of the witness summons bundle. Mr. Fuentes, do you agree that what I have presented is a true and faithful summary of your correspondence with the Commission?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Fuentes, may I reassure you that there is no adverse inference to be drawn or conclusion that has been drawn to your interests by this Commission at all. The only reason you're here is because we feel that you are in a position to provide us with some additional assistance, all right? I don't anticipate that will take very long. But if you listen to what Mr. Maharaj has to ask you, and you answer his questions, and then those of the others, I'm sure you'll be gone within a short space of time, all right? Thank you very much. And mark what I say, if there is something you want to refer to, ask me first, and then we will see where we go, all right? Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Fuentes, after this incident, which occurred on the 25th of February, 2022, last year, you have been retained by Paria as an expert client representative to assess diving plans for Paria. Am I correct?
Somewhat. Not retained, but on a freelance basis when to review diving documentation.
And have you done any such review since your retention?
Yes, I have.
How many?
Twice.
Twice.
Two documents, two diving operations.
Okay.
And it's not retention. I don't get the retainer or anything of the sort.
But how you want to describe it?
On a freelance basis.
Freelance basis.
Yes.
So in other words, you do it and you do not get any payment.
I get paid for it.
Or you get paid for it?
Yes. On a freelance basis,
on
not
a
a
freelance
retention basis. There's,
Okay,
there's a
all right,
difference.
Okay.
All right. You're not employed as an employee.
No.
You're a freestanding
Independent,
enterprise of your own,
freelance,
independent, and they engage you from time to time as and when they need you.
Correct.
Right. And you've done that on 2 occasions,
Two occasions.
for which you've obviously been paid. Or you're,
It's in the process.
well, yeah, I know what you mean, right? All right.
Okay. Now, you consider yourself an experienced diver.
Yes, I have 24 years.
24
since
years
1998.
experience. Can I
Yes.
ask you scuba diving with scuba? Are you commercial?
In my early days of diving, I would have done some scuba diving.
But are you a commercial diver
I am
now?
a commercial diver.
And how many years experience as a commercial diver?
I have 12 years as a diver and 12 years of oversight supervisory experience.
And as a commercial diver with experience,
Yes.
and having regard to your total experience as a diver,
Yes.
you would have known that there have been diving to rescue persons from confined spaces.
Kindly repeat that, sir?
As a diver with experience
Yes.
that you have stated,
Yes.
you are aware that there have been rescue of divers from confined spaces.
Globally, there could have been rescues of divers from confined spaces. Not. You have like factual information, like
Okay.
actual
All
cases.
right, I'll take your answer.
All right.
Do you consider, do you think that you can do a rescue from a confined space?
Could I look in there?
What does he want to look at? I mean, it's a question really that's personal to you, isn't it? You're an experienced diver. Do you believe you are able to effect a rescue from a confined space? Obviously,
Okay,
it would depend
all
on
right.
all kinds of parameters, but
All right.
it's a very broad question.
It's a very broad question. The possibility exists to rescue a diver from a confined space, right?
Right.
This incident goes a bit further and deeper than just a confined space.
Mr.
This-
Fuentes, but pause there for a minute. I think you'll find it much easier if you just confine yourself to answering the question that's been asked, which is it possible to rescue people from a confined space? And your answer, I think, is yes. Obviously, it will depend on the parameters of what that confined space is.
Yes, but this was more than a confined
Yeah,
space.
well, we're not talking about this one
This
at the
was a
moment.
physically confining space, which is
Mr. Fuentes,
more of a risk.
we're not dealing with this one yet. He's asking you generally, first of all.
Okay,
right?
well,
If we come to the specifics, you'll be able to tell us all about it.
The next question, Mr. Fuentes. Would you not agree with me that it is possible to rescue a diver from a pipeline that is 30-inch in diameter?
diving in pipelines is not a thing. Honestly, divers don't go into pipelines. There's no task on the installation of pipelines, the repair of pipelines, the inspection of pipelines. There's no task that requires a diver to go inside of a pipeline. All work is done on the outside of the pipeline.
I agree with that, Mr.
Right?
Fuentes.
So entering a pipeline is not a thing. We do not go inside pipelines.
Okay, but suppose there is an accident and a diver ends up inside a pipeline and the question of rescuing that diver arises. Do you think from your experience, if there's a 30-inch diameter pipeline and the diver is inside that pipeline and there is water in the pipeline, okay? Obviously there's water. Let's say the pipe is even filled with water. Do you think that it is possible to rescue a diver from that pipeline? It is possible, whether it is possible.
A rescue diver would have had three things against him. It's a three high-risk activities, right? It's a penetration dive, 1. 2, intercontaminated waters. 3, with the possibility of further delta P.
Okay,
Right?
I take that.
Okay,
So those are the risks that would have to be considered.
major risk, yes.
Right. And there could be a consideration of those risks, and there could be if it is possible, the dive can take place.
With the proper gears and steps, additional steps, safety steps in place, yes.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions of this witness? I see shaking heads. It is shorter than you might have expected. I believe there is. Yes, Mr. Mutu.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fuentes.
Good day.
My name is Jason Mutu. I represent the interests of Paria
All right.
and Heritage.
Okay.
Just a few questions for you, by
Sure.
way of clarification. In answer to Mr. Maraj, you said with further steps being taken. What are those steps?
Can I look at my page of notes, please?
What are they?
What or what?
What are the page notes? What is it?
The answer to his question.
You can't remember it.
You said it's not a memory game.
No, that's true. But you wrote the notes. You wrote the notes.
Right.
Right. You had them just before you came into this building, yes?
Well,
Yes.
can I look at my page, please?
Well, if you think that that is the only way in which you can answer the
It is the
question,
best way.
the best way.
With more, and I can give him all the information that way.
All right.
I may
Well,
omit something without.
No, it's not. You're right to remind me of exactly what I said to you. It is not a memory test. So can I have a look at the note first, please?
You?
Yes, me.
All right. Excuse me.
No, wait there.
Okay.
This is all you want to look at, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
More towards the bottom of the page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. It's really the part in the box that you created at the bottom, I understand. Yes, I have no difficulty with using this to remind yourself of what you wrote on it. But if anyone else wants to see it, they're welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, perhaps you'll repeat the question, Mr. Mutu, so that he can.
All right, could you
we can all
please
remind
repeat the question once more?
Sure, maybe slightly different. But in answer to Mr. Maraj, I believe you said the rescue, I'm using my words, a rescue might be possible provided that certain steps were undertaken.
Right.
Could you indicate what those requirements would be?
Okay, for example, the contaminated water scenario, what is actually was in that pipe is unknown to a point. In that case, we should look at it at a worst case scenario. From a diving perspective, divers should have a full contamination suit to enter that pipe with an appropriate headpiece, diver's helmet, suited for the job, designed for contaminated waters. In terms of a penetration dive, additional steps such as a wet tender in place at the 90.
Sorry, can I ask you to explain what is a wet tender?
All right. So for the diver to enter he will enter the riser, descend past the 90 degrees and start to travel along a horizontal section of pipe to an unknown distance, right? Divers' umbilicals get snagged very easily. So once a diver goes beyond that, he himself may be unrecoverable because his umbilical could get hung up on the 90.
You mean the umbilical as he goes?
Correct, wrong the bend.
As he goes round the bend.
Yes. Yes. It happens very easily.
And going into the pipe.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
In cases like that, you put an additional diver at that bend to tend his umbilical however far he needs to go. So that's what a wet tender is.
Okay, understood.
Right?
And is that the position at each time that umbilical goes around a bend? At each place, you would have someone, ideally, someone placed to tender the umbilical?
Ideally, yes, but for that to actually be done is almost impossible. Then you have 3-4 divers in the water at the same time, which is a no-no. Is not done.
Right, we've heard some evidence about it. You know that there's this hyperbaric chamber or habitat over the pipe.
Yes.
So the umbilical, we're told, would have to come from the shore down into the...
Right, so you'll have someone at the entry point.
Yes.
And depending on the distance horizontally that he needs to go, you'll need a tender there as well.
Yeah. So you might need one under the water as it comes into the chamber, yes. As it comes into the hyperbaric chamber before it goes into the pipe.
Yeah, someone to tend his umbilical there.
And someone in the chamber as it goes into the pipe.
Possibly.
Right, yeah. So that's 3 or 4 minimum, really.
Or they could, if I have not
Stop
seen...
looking at him.
I have not seen this chamber, so it could have been possible to coil his umbilical there.
Right.
And have one person tended down inside the riser.
So there are other ways of doing it that might have avoided the necessity of having that many
But
tenders.
the risk would be his umbilical getting snagged on the 90.
I got you. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Mutu.
Right. You identifying the other requirements.
Right. A third umbilical on board. So you have 3 dive umbilicals. So if one diver penetrating, one diver tending, you need a standby diver on deck just in case anything goes wrong with any of those 2 divers.
Standby diver.
Right?
Standby diver. That's what I could write. That's right. Is it? Yeah, standby diver. Yes.
With his own umbilical, right?
Sorry?
Standby diver with his own umbilical.
With his umbilical. Yeah. So a third umbilical.
Yes.
Is that right? I mean, if somebody's inside the habitat and they've got, which is, as I understand, about 20 feet into the water, thereabouts, would scuba not be sufficient for that? A tank breathing? Because first of all, he's in a
Scuba is if you want to go to the Bago to look at the reef. That's what scuba is for.
I do actually, but that aside,
that's the only use, good use of scuba.
Well, first of all, the person inside the habitat, all the works were being carried out inside the habitat without any equipment at all, because it's a dry area. Well, not dry, but you know what I mean. They don't need.
It's dewater.
It was pressurized, and they were breathing.
It was dewater.
Dewater, is that what it's called? Right. Okay. Thank you. So. That remained the same. So why would it be necessary for the person who's wet tending, to be wearing an umbilical at all?
No, he won't be wearing an umbilical.
Right.
If anything goes wrong with the two divers that are inside the pipeline,
right,
then you need to have someone to be able to get to them.
You mean to go down, a third diver to go in to rescue the two divers who are already in?
Yes.
Right. Would they not just be on a rope and pulled out?
Sorry?
Would those divers not be on some sort of harness with a rope to pull them out if anything went wrong?
They may have been pulled out, or they may have been snagged and not be able to be pulled out. I can't say that.
Right, okay. Anyway, from your point of view, you think the safe course would be to have a third diver with an umbilical who could go in and get them?
Yeah.
Right, okay, got you. Thank you very much. So Mr. Mutu is right when he says with his own umbilical.
Yeah. Yes, any additional requirements?
And they would have had to have a sufficient quantity of air to make a penetration dive.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had a compressor or if they were using...
You mean either by way of a compressor for the umbilicals.
Correct, yes.
And then spare tanks to take with them, these little mini tanks that will help them out if the umbilical goes wrong.
If they were using big banks to supply the divers, they would have had to have enough supply to make a penetration dive.
Right. But so that I understand that.
If it was compressor supplied, then they would have had an unlimited amount of air.
Yes.
Right.
So that's in the umbilical.
Yes, to supply the umbilical.
Right, to supply the umbilicals. But would they need also additional spare tanks that they would
on
take
your
with
back,
them, just in case?
Definitely, yes. Every dive needs that.
Right, so if the umbilical went wrong, got snagged,
crack your valve,
torn, they turn on the valve and they've got their own source of air.
And
Gotcha.
then you
get them out.
Your dive.
Yes, right. Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Any other requirements?
No, that's it.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether full contamination suits are red? I think the term used was full contamination suits are readily available in Trinidad?
No, they're not.
They're not available?
They're not available.
Readily or at all?
They may have a contractor that may have a whole one laying around.
Right.
But to say they're going to a store to buy it or to get it here, no.
No. Okay.
No.
Right, so that I understand what you're saying. This contamination suit, right, is not one that's available anywhere on Trinidad, as far as you know.
That you're going, as far as I'm aware, is not readily available.
Right.
As I said, a contractor may have one laying around. I don't know what condition it would have been in.
Have you seen one in Trinidad in your 24 years of working here? Have you seen one?
Probably seen one.
You've seen one. Where was that?
Where was this? Laying around in someone's warehouse. I can't recall where it was.
Thank you.
Right. The inquiries received some evidence about risks associated with a rescue attempt in this pipeline and the methodology that would be employed in order to effect a rescue. So I just want to take you to some of those areas now. And I'm going to ask you whether you agree with some of the evidence that has been given here. It's been suggested that for the rescue to be effected, and on the basis that, the undisputed basis that there were certain items in the pipeline, like divers tanks and so on.
Like what?
Divers oxygen tanks.
Okay, yes.
What would have to happen is that when a rescue diver goes in, he would have to retrieve the equipment, if there's blockage, one by one, each item, and then take it out, and then re-enter the pipeline. So to do it in a methodological manner. Do you agree with that?
That the scuba tanks would have blocked a rescue?
No, that in order to rescue the men, one should employ a procedure. And the procedure would be if the diver goes into the line and encounters a blockage or a tank, if he can free the blockage.
Oh, well, can I ask you, Mr. Mutu, to skip the word blockage for the moment?
Tank.
Let's just deal with each item if you want to, but a tank in the way.
Yes.
So he's going down, he's doing the rescue using your criteria. And obviously it's a risk, but he's going down and he encounters a tank, a scuba tank, right? Presumably with the spider attached to it, all right? So would he have to remove that first by going back again?
In circumstances where he has his umbilical attached, he has a tank on him as well, and he has to go further in the pipeline. Does he remove that, take it out, and then come back in?
He would have to make that call at that point in time, that diver.
Okay. What would
on his comfort level.
Right.
If he feels comfortable slipping by the tank,
right,
and continue, that would be his call at that point in time.
In order to do it safely, what would your recommendation be? That he take it out?
Not really, not particularly.
Okay.
No.
But if he encountered more and more equipment, more and more tanks along the way, would you accept that continuing to enter further into the pipeline becomes more risky without removing those items?
Yes, that sounds logical. The more debris that's there is the more things that can go wrong.
Yes. And in terms of entry into the pipeline, we've heard some evidence that if a diver were to go in, he would have to go feet first as opposed to head first. Would you agree with that? For the purpose of effecting a rescue.
That would depend on the diver.
Okay. Would your recommendation be feet first?
I am uncertain. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't. It would depend on the size of the diver as well.
Okay.
I would find a small diver.
Find a small diver, yes.
Yeah, they are small divers.
Yes, I'm sure. Can I ask you this? I'd suggested to somebody else before that the first diver in, you told us about having a wet tender at the 90-degree bend.
Yes.
And I was suggesting that it might be possible for the first diver to go in head first, the second diver feet first, so that when the first diver who's gone in is backing out, the second diver might be able to assist him. I mean, the problem is this, isn't it? On the one hand, you're going to affect a rescue much more effectively if you're head first.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
On the other hand, getting yourself out of the pipe afterwards, once let's say you found somebody and you're pulling them out, when you get to that bend, you've now got to come out. There's only one way out for you, and that's upside down, isn't it? your feet are going to be coming out of the top of the pipe first. And that might need somebody at the bend might be able to help you with that to a degree. But even that person's feet are, if they went in the way I'm suggesting, their feet would be at the wrong end, as it were. Yes.
Yes.
So I mean, it's really I can see why you're suffering with the same dilemma that I would. I mean, clearly it would be safer for that rescue diver to go in feet first. I think that I don't think there's any dispute between us on that. The question is how efficacious would it be for a diver to go in feet first at all to try and rescue someone? As it's been pointed out to us, that person may be injured. He may be feet first himself.
Correct.
Or feet aft, as it were. So it's foot to foot. What would you then be able to do in 30 inches of pipe?
And zero visibility.
Yeah, and maybe zero visibility, quite.
Not maybe, definitely.
Definitely. Well, we know that there was some water in the first part of the pipe and that there was some visibility because we've seen the camera going in with some visibility. So we know that there was, certainly to start with, some visibility. I'm not suggesting it's as good as it would be if you're just diving in the ocean, but it wasn't completely dark. It became that, I suspect, as it became thicker with oil. But yes, I mean, so you wouldn't make a judgment call on that. You'd leave that to the individual diver.
Individual diver at that point in time.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Matu.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. No further questions.
Okay.
Oh, hands are coming up now. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to allow this. You had your opportunity, you chose not to. Tell me what it is, please, that you want to ask, Miss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I actually did raise my hand when you asked
Not very high,
question.
obviously.
But I'm shorter than Mr. Mutu. I apologize.
All right, Miss Alfonso. Do you have?
Right. I would not say that I raised my hand if I did not, in fact, raise my hand.
I wouldn't think that for a moment. If you did, I'm sure you did. And it's my fault for not seeing it.
And next time I will stand. So I said, I'm not blessed with great height.
Very well. Of course, I will permit you, of course, to ask questions. Miss Alfonso will ask you some questions as well. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Fuentes.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nairi Alfonso, and I represent the interests of the SWWTU. I want to go back to that full contamination suit that you may or may not have seen some number of years ago in a warehouse. The purpose of, I don't understand, if you could assist me, the purpose of the contamination suit would be what?
To prevent oil from and other contaminants from making contact with the diver's skin. And it's mated to the heart, so it also prevents entry of gases or liquids accidentally into the diver's helmet.
Okay, so please assist me further, Mr. Fuentes. I imagine a commercial diver would be wearing a full wetsuit, yes?
Pardon?
I imagine a commercial diver would wear a full wetsuit.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Okay.
Sometimes they would just wear coveralls. Many divers in Trinidad only wear coveralls.
Okay, thank you for that. I really didn't know that.
Yeah.
Maybe too much television.
Okay.
So that if one of the commercial diver, if any commercial diver had to enter this pipeline, they could wear a full wetsuit. Would that not protect them, their skin from contact
porous.
with the oil?
No, a wetsuit is porous material.
A wetsuit is porous material?
Yes.
That's why they call it a wetsuit as opposed to a dry suit.
And that was my next.
So the contamination suit will actually be dry on the inside.
Okay, so my next question, the chairman just alluded to. Okay, so is an alternative to a wetsuit a dry suit?
An alternative?
Okay, so let me be clear. If it is that generally, I accept entirely what you say, Mr. Fuentes, that a full contamination suit is not generally available in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
So if a rescue had an entry, let me forget rescue, if an entry into this pipe had to be made.
Yes.
In default, for want of a better term, of having access to a full contamination suit, could one wear a dry suit? To protect the diver's skin, as you say.
Yes.
Okay.
Provided it can mate to the helmet.
Okay. But that would depend on what kind of equipment was available.
Yeah.
So it would be possible, and dry, okay, I should ask that question. Are dry suits generally available to a commercial diver in Trinidad?
No.
No?
Well, I don't know. I'm not certain if any contractors have them. I'm not privy to their
Mr. Friend,
assets. We don't use dry suits in Trinidad. The temperature is not required. We don't use it.
Okay, it's for cold temperatures or some
freezing waters, yes.
Freezing water,
uncontaminated waters.
Uncontaminated waters. Okay. So, and I'm corrected by the chairman and yourself, and I'm thankful for that. So a wetsuit would allow some interaction between the diver's skin and whatever he's diving in.
Yes.
Okay.
Not some, it's porous.
Okay, so a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Whatever is on the outside will get on the inside.
I see. Yeah. Now, you spoke of the word contamination. We are talking about the contents of the pipe as contaminants. So, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that is, I think if my reading was correct, I recall my early reading, that pipeline had previously carried crude oil. You know that to be true, or you don't know?
I believe I heard that. I cannot confirm it.
Okay. So let's say it's hydrocarbons. So it could be crude, it could be refined product,
right.
But it will be some kind of hydrocarbon.
Hydrocarbons.
Okay.
So, and condensate.
And condensate. Now you're letting me know that I didn't do chemistry at high school. Right. Okay. So that being said, would there be a substantial danger to a diver exposed to that environment for an hour, 2 hours?
Oil is toxic.
Oil is toxic.
And it releases toxic fumes. It is toxic.
I'm aware of the toxic fumes.
Toxic, yeah.
But so if you got oil on your skin for an hour or two?
Miss, it is toxic.
Okay. Well, okay. So
toxic is poisonous.
Okay, yes, but there are some things which are going to kill you that are toxic, and some things are not going to be so good for you and will not kill you. So let's start. So if you were exposed to what we believe might be the type of contents in this line for an hour or two, do you think with your experience of 23 years, I believe, or 24, that would lead to a fatality?
The possibility exists.
Or so that if a diver went down in a wetsuit into the environment, he would be exposed to death because oil is in contact with his skin.
Not only the oil, the fumes enter in his helmet, hydrogen sulfide. We have to assume the worst.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes, okay, so we spoke about umbilicals earlier, yes? The air that a rescue diver, or diver entering, I said I don't want to use rescue, a diver entering that environment, the environment we think that was there, he will be breathing what? Not from the umbilical, his umbilical?
Yes.
Air, I'm sure that's not the technical
air from his umbilical through the helmet, yes.
Okay, so are you suggesting that noxious fumes from the line contents would be he would be breathing that instead of what's in the umbilical?
It is possible. Because depending on the diver positions himself and the angle he looks up, things like that, fumes can enter the helmet through the neck down.
Okay.
Or liquids in this case.
Mr. Fuentes, so these full dive helmets and the lighter versions that they have now, which are, I don't know, band mask and so on, those allow external liquids and fumes to enter?
Yes.
Can I offer some clarification?
It can happen. It happens.
I would be happy.
Yes, I'd like to offer some clarification. What you're trying to refer to is called norm. And it is a consideration if you're going to dive into pipeline. NORM, the acronym is Naturally Occurring Radioactive Material. And you'd find that type of material within pipelines with the vintage in Paria. It is a hazard that divers would have to take into account if entering that pipeline. Without a hazmat suit and KMB mask, and the mask that you're referring to, they are being phased out in terms of being used for the exact reason that is being identified. You'd have a lot more ingression coming in with that band mask. I agree with you that you'll be breathing air from the surface, but NORM is a credible factor that has to be considered when entering a pipeline of the vintage that we have at Paria. Yeah?
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Wilson. So, Mr. Fuentes, Mr. Boudram, who came out of the pipeline after more than 2.5 hours. And he did come out covered in oil. So I'm not suggesting that he didn't come out with some material from the inside the pipeline. It does, I want to be hesitant to say he was carried to hospital in an ambulance. He was treated at the San Fernando General Hospital. I think if I follow from his evidence, he remained with much of that oil on him for a day or two. I don't know, maybe perhaps the hospital didn't have three. I'm corrected by the chairman. So he was exposed to the same environment that we are theorizing what it would be, because clearly it had water in the pipe.
I just want to know where this is going. What the witness has said, just a moment, Mr. Fuentes, what the witness has said is that in order for him to ameliorate the risks as he saw it, he identified to Mr. Mutu 3 separate features, one of which included a contaminated water, full contamination suit. That's my note of it. What I understand him to mean by that is he would want to consider a suit that would be able to protect the diver from the very thing that Mr. Wilson has identified called NORM. As I understand it, a relatively new phenomenon, not new in its existence, but recognized as a potential danger. And a perfectly reasonable concern, it seems to me. Does it really matter whether or not the particular suit lets in a little bit on one side, a little bit on another side, or does it really matter what the basis of that contamination is? He's just giving you his opinion as an expert of 24 years that that is a consideration and that it should be considered. I'm not sure what you're asking. What is it you want him to say?
Well, there's nothing that I want him to say, because I said Mr. Fuentes is a diver and I am not. But,
but if you're asking medical types of questions, I'm not going to.
No, I'm not asking any medical type question.
What is it
if Mr. Fuentes has indicated that it would be toxic and lead to death to have this, whatever the line contents, to be in contact with the line contents.
Well, you're not suggesting it's not toxic, are you?
No, but certainly, as I said, there's some things that are toxic, but if you're exposed to them for a short period of time, they will most certainly not kill you.
Look, the bleach next to my lavatory seat is toxic. That's not really the point, is it? What Mr. Fuentes is saying is that it is a proper consideration before asking a diver to go into a pipeline with material of that kind. And so that's fine.
Well, then let me ask Mr. Fuentes that direct question, then, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Fuentes, if these things that you have outlined this afternoon were present, all the tenders, tenders in the water, the tender on proper umbilicals, proper air compressors, and so on, and the only divers suiting that was available would be a wetsuit, would you be able to advise, or would you be able to advise on a dive plan to go into a pipeline like that with that equipment, minus the full contamination suit? Because we say that's not available, and the dry suit is not generally available or in use in Trinidad.
Miss, you've confused me with that question.
Okay.
Sorry,
my
I'm
fault.
afraid.
Please
Can
forgive
I
me.
can I see if I can help, Mr. Fuentes? I think what's being asked of you is this: all other things being equal, would you have been in a position, do you think, to have given some sort of dive plan for this rescue if you had been asked?
Could you say that once,
Yes.
Mr. Lynch?
Do you think you would have been able, if you had been asked, would you have been able to come up with your own dive plan for a rescue? Do you think you would have been able to do that if someone had asked you?
I would have had to been, for me to do that rescue, I think I would have been, I needed to have been the supervisor
Yes.
there and then at
Yes.
that point in time.
On the berth?
Yes.
Yes.
At the time of the incident.
Right. So when it
And for the-
actually happened?
And for the few minutes afterwards, the 5-10 minutes after that, then I could have attempted a rescue.
A rescue plan.
But
Yeah. Well, whether it would go ahead or not would depend on a number of factors, which you've already identified in answer to Mr. Maharaj and to Mr. Mutu and to me. All right. And I think everybody understands that this is not straightforward on any view. And you've been very fair in identifying things that concerned you as an expert before you would consider going to that. Can I ask you this, which arises a little from what has been asked of you? I get the impression, so I need you to correct that if I've got it wrong, all right?
Okay.
I get the impression that the things that you have identified would ameliorate and mitigate some of the dangers as you saw them, all right? But that much of that would also depend on the individual diver. Would he be prepared to take this risk or that risk or whatever it is? And it would be a matter for him having pointed out what those risks are.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that?
It would be a personal decision on that diver at that point in time.
Right. So, for example, foot first, head first, that sort of thing,
Yes.
whether he wears a particular type
Are
of
you
suit.
willing to go?
Sorry? Are you willing to go? I got you. Yes. Yeah. That nobody could be ordered to
No.
go into the pipe,
No,
could
you
they?
can't.
You wouldn't conceive of that, I imagine.
And
All right.
as a supervisor, I would not ask anyone to go
No.
where I would not go myself.
Right. And you might even say to them, look, this is not a good idea. Please don't
Correct.
do it.
Yeah.
I want to do it. Please let me go. You'd say, well, it's on you. Would that be a fair way of putting it?
No, if I say no,
If you say no, that's it.
Is no.
Right. So, because you're the dive supervisor.
Yeah.
So once you say no, that cuts
That's
it off
it.
completely, no matter what they might
No
say.
matter what.
I got you right. And you would not be prepared to put together a plan unless you were the dive supervisor.
Correct.
Got you. Thank you very much for that. Yes.
One more
yes.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Fuentes, diving into a confined area like this pipe that is now the subject of this inquiry, isn't that called penetration diving?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't the most common form of penetration diving into something like a pipe, something enclosed where you don't have direct access to the surface?
It happens. There are instances. Yes.
There are instances.
Yeah.
And
But as I said, divers don't go into pipelines.
Yeah.
That is not a thing.
what? Sorry.
Divers do not go into pipelines.
Okay.
That is not done.
So the reason that I asked particularly about penetration diving and the whether it would include going into an area like the pipe, because you said it wasn't a thing.
For example, a wreck on a seabed,
Yes.
diver makes entry into it through a hatch. That is
Yeah,
penetration. That is what we call penetration diving.
Well, I wonder where I got my information with respect to penetration diving and so on was and I want to get I hate acronyms, ADCI International Consensus for Commercial Diving and Underwater Operations. You familiar with that standard?
Yeah.
Okay, so they actually say the classic example of penetration diving is diving into a pipeline and moving along the horizontal in a pipeline in particular.
That was an example they gave. But
They say it's a classic example. I
it
want to
was
be
an
faithful.
example, but it was not a contaminated pipeline with oil, and there was no possibility of a delta P. That's what that document you refer to is, it refers to an ideal situation. This was not.
And it also provides, to be fair, in the same guidelines for diving where delta P scenarios have happened and are possible. You would agree?
Could you repeat the last bit?
Okay, that same standard that I carried you to also provides diving in situations where there have been delta Ps or where delta Ps are possible or probable or could occur. Would you agree? That same AD.
Well, I'm going to
ADCI.
stop this again, I'm afraid,
Yeah,
Ms.
yeah.
Alfonso,
Please,
because like Mr. Fuentes, I'd like my own file, which had the document in it. If you're going to refer to a document like this, you really do need to have it given to us in advance. We can put it on the screen, and then everybody can understand exactly what it is you're saying. Because, you know, making that assertion, and I'm sure you're reading it accurately, but we need to read around it as well. And very often there are things, as you know, which might help answer the question. So if you're going to rely on this, I would ask you to provide it to us. We can put it on the screen. We can see what it says. And
I have it here.
I should have guessed. He has it.
I really do.
I'm sure you do. Yeah, and if you tell me you do, I'm sure you do.
Mr. Chairman, in our defense, we have in fact supplied or assisted Dr. Glenn Chady with a witness statement which contains the extracts of that particular manual.
Yes, well, I haven't got his statement. Look, Ms. Alfonso, really, if we're going to be dealing with this specifically, I must have the document. I must have it in advance. I don't want it sprung on me now. I'm grateful to Mr. Fuentes for having it with him, but it's no use to me as a complete layperson to see a document like that just handed in without my being given an opportunity to read it myself. And I would wish to do that. Now, if you want to rely on this, you're going to have to get the copy to us. We can have it for Monday, and then we can see where we can take it from there. And I won't stop you making any submissions about it in the opportunity that you're going to be given next week to make submissions. I'm not sure that Mr. Fuentes can help you. If it's contained in the document, it's contained in the document, and you can refer to it. But you'll need to supply it to us, all right? And
I'm just indicating, Mr. Chairman, that we have, and I'm accepting immediately that it is belatedly, but that is because, as I said, we're only assisting somebody in putting in a witness.
Yeah, well, I'm not moaning about it being late. I'm concerned about cross-examination of a witness which I'm supposed to follow and everybody else is supposed to follow without having the document. So if you want to provide the document and then make your points on it, please do.
I accept that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Do I take it that's your questions? Then?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
I think, Mr. Ramadar, you wanted to jump in after your turn.
Well,
what is it you want to ask?
Very simply this. We heard about snags, and I just want to explore the
You want to explore what?
The issue of the snagging, the ability to snag on the umbrella.
Well, why didn't you ask it when it was your turn?
Well, it only came out under cross from...
No, but that's not how it works. You know that's not how it works.
I'm entirely in your hands.
Mr. Ramadar, you know that you have an order, we have an order in which this is being done, and you're out of order to seek to make the cross-examination after Mr. Mutu has.
Well, with all due respect...
Are you applying to go out of turn as an exception to the normal rule to be allowed to cross-examine this witness after Mr. Mutu? Is that your application?
It is.
Tempting though it is to refuse it, I'm going to allow you. Don't do it again.
No, I shan't, and I'm hardly out of order before the chairman. It is simply this, Mr. Fuentes. You speak of the curve, sorry, the angle into the pipe where
it's called a 90-degree bend.
90-degree bend, but it is not, as far as you're aware, is it? A literal 90-degree bend. It's an elbow, isn't it?
It's a curve.
A curve.
Yes.
And the likelihood of snagging on a curve is far less than a sharp-edged corner, isn't it?
And umbilicals are caught on the side of a ship. A simple thing at the side of a ship will snag an umbilical.
Right. And in the perfect world, none of that would occur, the snagging and so. But you appreciate that this is not a perfect world, and it was not a perfect scenario that evening.
Correct.
And lives were at stake,
Yes.
and therefore risks needed to be taken. It was not a perfect environment. You agree with that? Lives were
I
at
don't
stake.
agree.
Lives
The
were at stake.
risk needed to be taken is subjective.
Of course.
Yeah.
And as you rightly pointed out, it depends on the willingness of the person, the diver themselves, as to what they're willing to take, risk-wise.
In all safety courses, first aid courses that we go through, we are always taught make the area safe.
Correct.
First, before you render assistance to anyone.
And
that doesn't specify if it's your family, friend, or your foe.
Yeah.
Right?
I appreciate all that.
Make it safe.
We appreciate that. But they do the best one can to save lives is the highest priority, isn't it?
Sorry?
Do the best that one can.
Preservation of life, of course.
Thank
yes.
you so much. And in terms
That
now,
includes the rescuer.
and exactly the point, so that the rescuer is entitled to make that decision in a large part too, for his own well-being, what he considers too risky or safe enough, or worth the risk.
Please repeat that, sir.
Of course.
Please.
There is a personal decision to be made by the rescuer.
Well,
that it may be too risky, it may not be risky at all, or
Right.
it was worth the risk.
Yes, but that is only after the dive team agrees to make the dive. He can't, one diver can't
No, we
just
know
decide,
that, we
I'm
know
going to
that.
dive and rescue. The dive team, the supervisor in charge, come up with a plan and make this
Thank
rescue.
you. We appreciate
Not-
all of that. But at
Right.
the end of the day, there are a lot of personal decisions to be made. Because the supervisor could say, yes, I agree. But the diver himself could say, no, I do not.
Yes,
Or the diver himself could say, yes, I will.
correct.
Correct. Now, did you have any idea how far they needed to go into the pipe to do any rescue?
If I had an idea,
Yes.
they would, no, I
Absolutely.
had no clue.
Right. Clueless. So in terms of the distance that one had to go will determine the level of danger to the rescuer, isn't it? The further you have
The
to
further, the more dangerous.
go. Beautiful. And the less one had to go would be less risk. Yeah.
Less likelihood of a risk.
Thank you very much. And in terms of to save 4 lives, maybe 150 feet into a pipe, right? With all the risks and possible risks that you would have identified, do you think that was way too much to ask? To save 4 lives to going to 150 feet of pipe?
I'm not sure it's a fair question. He doesn't have all
No,
of the facts of the particular
that is so
scenario.
true.
He was never appraised of them. And I do think it's a little unfair to
All right, I don't want to
ask
be
him
unfair.
to answer that question.
I can't answer that, Mr. Ramadan.
Of course, I
Sorry.
appreciate it may appear unfair, but as we
Well, I've just said it is.
yes. Thank you.
As,
All right.
as I said before, the time for rescue would have been
Long gone, of
immediate.
course. And therefore, what you're looking at here, and that's the point, I'm so grateful, Mr. Chairman, it's more academic now looking back on it. You didn't have to deal with it in the moment. You agree?
Correct.
Dealing with it in the moment where there's a possibility of saving lives, very different from looking back upon it almost academically. Textbook, isn't it? You agree that?
Yeah.
But the Friday evening when they were alive was not a textbook environment that we had to deal with. You had to deal with real world circumstances, correct? Yeah?
Yeah, well, lives were at stake.
Thank you. And therefore, rescue should have been a high priority, and a risk, of course, attends to that.
Again, preservation of life.
Thank you. Both sides.
Both
Thank you so
sides.
much, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fuentes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, we do. I've just been advised by my chairman I need to say that we know each other from previous jobs and you recognize me?
Don't say who are you.
All right. I just want to ask you a few questions coming out of the inquiry in the room. I have an appreciation. It wasn't there on Friday, but because of the conversations came into the room, I just want to also bring clarity to the room using your expertise, if I may, and or your opinions. We're talking about the listing that, or the components of a rescue that you would consider that needed to be had. What I want to interrogate is, once we're planning dives, do we have to consider the manning levels? Or manning levels of, in your opinion, what is the manning level if a rescue had to be enacted as you're describing, utilizing the components you have?
Seven, 8.
I would have come on 7 or 8 as well. Now, because we in that scenario that you were describing to the inquiry, utilizing surface air and in-water tenders, we have to, or would you consider the ingress point umbilicals have to go in the pipeline for in-water tenders to facilitate traversing the horizontal of the pipeline?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
So that pipeline is about 30 inches. How many people would be ingressing the pipeline with umbilicals under the scenario which you were interrogated under?
Anyone, well, they would all be on umbilicals.
Correct. Okay, fair enough. So now I want to kind of, I'm trying to picture the umbilicals going ingress in a 30-inch pipeline.
Bring your microphone a little closer to yourself. Yeah.
So having an in-water tender in the pipeline, umbilicals going into the pipeline, would you consider if that now, two divers now going in ingress point would pose some sort of restricted access or restricted movement of the umbilicals?
Yes.
Okay. And restricted access versus confined space, is there a difference?
Yes.
Okay. Do you care to explain the difference?
So, physically confined space and a physically confining space. That's what you asked, right? That's the difference.
Yeah, your comment makes sense. I listen to you.
For example, if this room were a storage tank or oil separator on land, not designed for human occupation, and there's a small entry hatch, and you have to go in, you have to unbolt it, enter to go inside to do an inspection. That's confined space entry.
I'm following you so far.
If you ask that same inspector, just say we're working on land now, right, on the surface, on the dry. You ask that same inspector to go inside a 30-inch pipeline to inspect it. It is a confined space entry, but it's also a physically confining space where he cannot rotate 180 degrees.
Understood. Yes.
And that's the difference.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that restricted access into the pipeline, I now want to go to the positioning of a potential rescue diver going in. You as a supervisor heard it come out into the room. If one was to come across some sort of debris, like a tank and stuff, if you would pass it along the body. Now, I want to walk you through that. You are the dive supervisor. We have communications. We have all the things, as Mr. Ramadan said, in the perfect world. We have the communication. So your diver indicates to you, topside, suit, come across something, appears to be a tank.
Scuba tank.
Yes.
Right.
Given this restricted access, given the umbilicals, his equipment in a 30-inch pipeline, as a supervisor, he might want to pass that past his body, but you having direct communication with the potential rescue diver, and as a supervisor, ultimately, do you have the responsibility for that diver?
Yes.
Would you advise him to pass the bottle beyond him, given the restricted access that we envisioning, and or would you advise him to come out with the bottle?
It would depend.
Okay.
If he could slip by easily, because remember, this is a rescue time.
And that's what I'm saying, with the restricted access.
If he could slip by easily enough for his comfort, go for it.
So let me provoke you a little more.
Yes.
Are you seeing if he could slip by easily? Are you just going to take his word, or are you prepared to take that responsibility? Because debris could now have that diver.
As a supervisor, listening to my divers, I would be able to make that judgment at that point in time.
Okay, so thank you for that.
All right.
So I need to understand that, because if what you're saying, or what I understood you to say earlier, was that this is a matter for the individual diver. If he felt comfortable doing it, that is, slip by that tank, you would be comfortable.
Yeah.
If he had any hesitation about it, you might say, look, I think the best thing is to get rid of that tank. Let's take it out.
Yes.
And that's the approach you would take with all debris that he might come across.
Yes.
And you just said, in answer to the question by Mr. Wilson, that your concern is that the diver himself might be thinking time is of the essence, and therefore I am prepared to go past this tank and look for to rescue the men that are beyond it. Yeah. And of course, it would be cumulative, as I think Mr. Mutu suggested before, that if there were more than one tank, once you get to the second one, now it becomes a potential bigger problem. The more debris there is, the more of a problem might exist.
Yes.
But at each point, in the first instance, your view is, as the dive supervisor, that it would be up to the individual diver to make a judgment call. And frankly, he shouldn't be in that pipe if he wasn't capable of making that judgment call. Is that the position? Combined
with my interpretation of that judgment call.
Of what he says, yes, exactly.
How he says it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I entirely accept. Ultimately, if you say no, that's it. Yeah. Yes, I get it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So I wanted to go with the responsibility. So now I want to deal with the positioning of a potential rescue diver and potential fouling, because again, debris in the pipeline, potential for fouling. So that's why I was saying, if you're taking responsibility of passing debris and the diver continuing. But as I said, you're prepared to take that responsibility. If a diver goes head first and he has an in-water tender, and for some unforeseen reason he goes unconscious, would you consider retrieving that diver from that position, an unconscious diver? Mm-hmm. Physics and physiology, his legs would pose a problem pulling him back this direction.
That's possible, yes.
So the positioning of the diver is a serious consideration into a potential rescue.
Yes.
I would even offer, I don't know of your awareness that there are special harnesses for, as the lady from the SWTU for dives, Miss Alfonso, so, you know, he's good with not remembering names. I can never remember it. Mistake and can't remember. So so more so to your articulation around penetration dives. In order, in the unlikely event that a penetration dive needs to be engaged.
Right.
All right. Most penetration dives, in your opinion and experience, they have been so processed out, it's only advised to do to known standards practices.
Yes.
And to try and do, because we have a saying in industry, safety is written in in blood. Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So that's in our industry. Safety is written in blood,
Yes, it
which
is.
drives a lot of the processes, procedures, standards, and trade associations by which we practice our trade.
Absolutely.
So in order to execute a penetration dive, that requires a substantial amount of planning. In your opinion, would you agree?
So procedure and risk, heavily risk assessed. Yes.
And is it a common thing in industry to dive into a pipeline?
Into a pipeline?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
He said it's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's not a thing.
Well, again, the standards address it. So they address if we have to go into a pipeline. So, but to your knowledge, where I was going with it is, to your knowledge, do those standards employ any or communicate any limitations in the event divers have to do a penetration dive? Like limitations on the
umbilical length and stuff like that?
No, like maybe the diameter of a pipeline.
Not that I'm not aware of. No.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing a limitation onto the size of being allowed to.
Well, there's a physical limitation. I mean, if it's a 12-foot pipe, 12-inch pipe,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to get it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a physical limitation. I think what
But
Mr.
I don't think
Wilson's
there's
asking.
a written
Yeah.
physical limitation in any.
Sure. I mean, obviously, a 50-inch pipe would be a lot easier because you could turn around in it, whereas a 30-inch pipe, you can't.
Yes. So where I was going was if you are aware of any known recommended practices in terms of penetration diving.
There's some reference in the ADCI documents and IMCA documents, which both state they must be heavily risk assessed and all risk removed before doing such.
And at the end of the year, even in addition to that, there's a recommendation in our own voluntary guideline in the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau standard. So thank you, Mr. Fuentes.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Maharaj? No. Does anybody have anything arising from Mr. Wilson's questions?
Yes.
Just 1 minute.
There's only one question. Is there a limitation to your mind, whether by way of standard or even applying your own experience? Is there a limitation on the length of an umbilical that you would use for a penetration dive? And if so, what would that be?
I do not recall ever seeing a limitation, a stated, a numerical limitation on a penetration dive. The excursion limit would be based on the length of umbilical. The longer, the more umbilical the divers paid out, more risk. There's more risk attached. You want him closer. The further away he is, means he's further away from being able to be rescued.
Right, but in your, what I'm asking is in your experience, is there a limitation that you would say, right, I am not going to engage in an activity for a penetration dive that requires an umbilical greater than X? And if so, what would X be?
That would be a judgment call by the supervisor at the point in time on the job, depending on the job, on the scenario. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, there's obviously an outer limit, isn't there? I mean, you wouldn't want an umbilical that was a mile long.
No.
No, quite. So there's an outer limit. Precisely where that limit is would depend on the circumstance.
Yeah.
I mean, here we know that there would be a couple of bends for it at least to go around in order to get into the horizontal section of the pipe.
Right.
Once in the horizontal section of the pipe, we know two things. It's very slippery. So one assumes that would make it easier for the pipe to pass, the umbilical to pass along. And it is straight, which it also makes it easier.
Yes.
But it's still got to get around these bends, hasn't it, before it gets there. So, I mean, really, I think Mr. Mutu is asking you, are you able to put a sort of final length on what you would regard as safe if you were in the position as being the supervisor on the day?
Off the top of my head, 50, 100 feet.
Right. So
It's
once
so
you're
much.
once you're
and
up
that,
there,
and that's in an ideal situation without contamination and without delta
Right.
P possibility.
so the realities are that you would be very reluctant for anyone to go beyond, particularly in this scenario where you've got a number of contaminants clearly in that pipe.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of it was water. We know that that was the case, but there was clearly contaminants in there as
Yes.
well.
There will be.
Yeah,
I
we
don't
know
think
there
the line was picked. Was the line picked and clean? No, I
No.
doubt that very much.
No.
So, no.
No, it wasn't.
Right.
So the line was supposed to be full. It clearly wasn't. And that's what caused, I
That's the
suspect, the
problem.
delta
That's
P.
the problem.
Yeah, but so the issue really is once you've got to that 90-degree bend, how far would you allow someone to go along the pipe before you say, well, I think that's probably far enough.
Yeah.
And you're saying the outer limit is about 100 feet.
If I was supervising a diver,
Mhm.
yeah, off the top of my head,
Thank
yes.
you. I hope that helps, Mr. Mutu.
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Maharaj, any other questions? Well, in spite of your reluctance, if I may say so, Mr. Fuentes, you've been very helpful. Thank you very much indeed for coming. I appreciate it.
I try to be helpful to everyone.
Well, yes, well, certainly you have been since you've been here.
But
All right, thank you.
It's the wording.
Please take your file with you, and you're free to go. As I say, you can stay or go as you please. Can we take 5 minutes before we have the next witness, please? Thank you. Yes, just go that way.
All right.
Who we got next?
The next witness is Mr. Osei Flemming Holder.
Ah, yes. Page. 490. There we go. Sorry. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming Holder. Take the oath, please.
I,
I, Osei Flemming Holder,
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to this commission
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry to have kept you quite so long, but hopefully I intend to deal with you today, all right? So you'll be free to go. So first thing is this, Mr. Fleming Holder. Who is it that's going to do the summary? All right, so Mr. Bissessar here is going to summarize your evidence, all right? Please listen carefully and see if you agree with his summary, all right? If not, you'll tell me afterwards. And then once he's finished, Mr. Maharaj has a few questions for you, and then there'll be questions, I suspect, from one or two others of the lawyers that are here, all right?
Sure,
That's going to be the procedure. We're aiming for 5:30, all right? So everyone have that in mind. That would be helpful. Yes, Mr. Bissessar.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Fleming Holder, I understand you, before I summarize your evidence, that you wish to make an adjustment to paragraph 27 of your witness statement.
Correct. The time that was stated there is
Just 1 second, it's being brought up. 27 reads, at around approximately 8 p.m., I was called by Colin to the office next to the open area, the shipping building. Is that the sentence that you wish to make a correction to?
No, that was the one with Budram's, the time that I was called.
Oh, I see.
So that was 9:55.
If you can look at the screen and just tell us at what line of paragraph 27 and the correction.
Yes, that was the section he read. So at around approximately 8 p.m., you want to change the 8 p.m. to 9:55? It's pretty precise. Did you get that from somewhere else? Yes, all right. We're going to change it from 8 p.m. to 9:55, is it? That's correct. All right, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Bissessar.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Fleming Holder is the Operations HSSE Manager at Heritage and served as Incident Commander at Heritage from 13th December 2021 to 23rd January 2022. He says he is trained in major emergency management. Mr. Fleming Holder provided a witness statement dated 22nd September 2022, that's at WB 1490, to the Commission, but declined to be interviewed by counsel to the Commission. At about 4:45 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022, Mr. Fleming Holder received a telephone call advising of an incident at Paria and that it required his support, as a result of which, at 5:33 p.m., he reported to Paria's shipping building, spending most of the time at the Incident Command Post, ICP. He said he attended meetings and discussions held by the ICT and Mr. Colin Piper as Incident Commander. He also described his first meeting with the ICT that Friday at 6:08 p.m., during which he was the only Heritage representative present, and says that there was a scribe taking notes of the discussions. Mr. Fleming Holder says that he reported the ICT discussions to the Heritage executive team comprising its CEO, Arlene Chow, and Chief Operating Officer, Patricia King. Mr. Fleming Holder describes being part of some of the ICT meetings and that plans changed as scenarios did, so that after the rescue of Christopher Boudram, the ICT's plans also changed to search and rescue in the pipeline. He explains that following Boudram's rescue, the ICT discussed different options and plans, including 1, to determine the conditions inside the pipeline via boroscope and cameras, 2, to send in a rescue team into the pipeline, 3, to pump down the line so that it would be emptied of fluid, and then to send a rescue team inside the dry pipeline, and 4, to cut the pipeline to extract the divers. Mr. Fleming Holder said that on Friday at 6:15 p.m., he attended a virtual meeting of Heritage's executive team to update them and was instructed to provide whatever support was required by the ICT and to focus on logistics. Mr. Fleming Holder said he then requested a dive vessel, and Heritage responded by sending 2 vessels, the Gulfstream and the Spearfish. Mr. Fleming Holder also made requests for underwater lights, confined space entry experts, and pumps. He also explained that the main risks to a person entering the pipeline was becoming stuck, and he began to document the draft risk assessment, but was called back to the ICP by Paul Yearwood and never completed the risk assessment. He said that on Friday at about 8 p.m., he was in a room with someone holding a cell phone that was on speaker, and he was informed that the person on the line was Christopher Boudram, who had been rescued. And he heard Boudram saying that, 1, he was 80 feet down the horizontal side of the pipeline, 2, there was only one person behind him, 3, he passed young Kaz who looked broken up, 4, he got through and got to the vertical section of the pumps, and 5, Faisal Kurban helped him. Mr. Fleming Holder recalls that the call lasted about 3 to 5 minutes, and Colin Piper led the conversation, which was heard by the other persons in the room, including Michael Y., Randy Archibald, Mustaq Mohammed, Paul Yearwood, and Narissa. Heritage's dive supervisor, Rolph Seales, arrived at about 9 p.m., and Mr. Fleming Holder took him to the ICP and updated him, and was informed that 2 dive teams were on their way. Mr. Fleming Holder then described events in the ICP and discussions in relation to Mitchell's Diving, Offshore Technology Services Limited, that's OTSL, HHSL, and Eastern Divers Limited. He said that on Saturday, 26 February 2022, at about 1:08 a.m., he recalls Rolph Seales informing the ICT that based on his review of the video footage, that the dive supervisors from OTSL and Mitchell's said that the risk was too high to deploy their divers. Later, Mr. Vieira of HHSL, after unsuccessfully deploying their line crawler, said that HHSL was unable to perform a rescue of the divers. Later, on Saturday, 26 February 2022, he says in preparation for returning to Paria for the night shift, he called Raul Arno, Heritage's operations and maintenance manager, who told him that Eastern Divers had said, based on a mock-up of a confined space entry into the pipeline, that Eastern Divers had prepared, they were not able to perform a rescue. He reported to the ICP for the night shift at about 10:03 p.m., but there was not much in terms of logistics support for him to provide at that stage. Mr. Fleming Holder continued providing logistics support to the ICT on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and finally Thursday, 3rd March 2021, during which time he updated the Heritage executive team. Mr. Fleming Holder, do you agree that what I have presented is a fair and accurate summary of your witness statement dated 22nd September 2022 as amended today?
Yes, with one clarification. So when I left, this is Rolano's feedback. When I left that Saturday morning, the instructions to Eastern Divers was to perform a mock-up. When Roll gave me the handover, he said that it was too risky for them to enter. They never did the mock-up. So that's just one correction.
Can I be clear that is that a correction to this statement or a correction generally?
So that's a correction to the truth, basically. So when I left Paria, right? The last instruction.
Which day are we talking about?
This is Saturday.
This is on Saturday, right?
Correct. So when I left Paria, the last, in my handover to Roll, Eastern Divers were supposed to do a mock-up in a 30-inch to ensure that they could perform the rescue, right?
Yes.
When I was handed over, Roll told me that they could not perform the rescue. So I thought that they did the mock-up. So I'm just correcting the statement based on that fact.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes. Mr. Maharaj.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just want to ask you a few questions. At paragraph 4 of your witness statement, you said you served as an incident commander at Heritage from 2021 to January 2022.
That is correct.
I want some help from you. From your experience as an incident commander, would you say that the incident command team, one of the main purposes of it is to prepare for an emergency?
Yes, it is, by conducting drills and also checking the emergency response plans.
And to conduct drills in respect of a possible emergency scenario?
So it's based on risk scenarios, that is correct.
Yes. And in Heritage, whilst you were there, how often you would say the incident command team performed and conduct drills?
So you have two factors in terms of drills, right? So you have your field operations team, this is Heritage. You have your incident command team, and you have your business continuity, your BST.
Sorry, hang on, I want to make note of that. Field operations team.
Field operations team, which will deal with emergencies on a site, right?
On the site.
Correct. Your IMT is called in based on the extent of the emergency. If your FOT cannot handle that emergency, and your BST is also called in based on business continuity.
Field operations team. What was the other team?
IMT and BST.
Thank you.
So the field operation team would be the team that would have the drills in respect to, let's say if you have a Delta P.
So your field operations, so we're talking Heritage here now, right?
I know, I talk in Heritage.
So in your field operations team, you will drill based on a drill matrix, right? So you may drill based on severe weather, fire, gas release, etc. And that is to really check preparedness, maintaining a state of readiness to ensure that what are the gaps from your emergency response, you highlight them and you close them out so that you always remain ready in the event of an emergency.
Let me ask a more focused question.
Sure.
Right? As far as Heritage concerned, did it ever consider there would be a scenario for Heritage to have a drill? I'm not talking about Paria, for Heritage to have a drill for Delta P.
It would be based on a job or project. If you have a job or project, you go through based on what is the risk, right? You look at what are the scenarios, what is the methodology, you go through that, and then you develop an ERP to suit the job or project.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this then. Has Heritage, since you were there as an incident commander of the team, ever had a drill for scenario of a Delta P hazard?
No.
No.
Mr. Maharaj asked you a few questions back, how often you would drill?
So in Heritage, we drill at least once a month, right? In prior companies where I would have worked, we would drill every 2 weeks, 2 drills per week. So I've been an incident commander probably for the last 11 years in different companies.
The importance of drilling you've explained, because you
Correct.
need to be ever ready in a hazardous environment in which you're working.
Correct. You live on a time bomb.
Yeah, thank you. Well put, if I may say so. So there's really no difference in these terms when you're dealing with a site that is Heritage's or indeed a site that is Paria's.
Correct. You need to do drills in order to make sure that you can deal with emergencies. Emergencies are your last line of defense, and you need plans to make sure that you could deal
So
with
if there
that.
hadn't been a drill at your, say you joined a firm and you discovered in your role in that firm as operations manager that there hadn't been a drill for a year, what would be your reaction?
I would intervene with CCMER. We would sit down with the frontline teams and we would make sure and start drilling. Would attend the drills, would see what are the feedback and see what are the closure of actions.
What would be your initial reaction on discovering that there hadn't been a drill for a year?
Well, you understand why there's no drill, and then you show the methodology of why the importance of drilling.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming.
Good afternoon.
In all those drills that you've just identified at Heritage, did you ever drill with Paria in a scenario as supporting Paria?
Negative, no.
Thank you.
At paragraph 16 and 17 of your witness statement, you stated that you refers to being requested by Colin Piper and Randy Archibald to do a risk assessment for the possible rescue of the divers from inside the pipe. Okay?
That is correct.
Was that risk assessment ever done?
So the risk assessment was started. So when Rolph came, he was briefed by myself, Paul, and then he was briefed by the IC, which is Mr. Colin Piper. After that, he asked for us to do a risk assessment since we had the dive expert on board with us. We then left that building, the shipping building, and went to HSC, which is the HSC building, which is probably 20 feet from the building. And then we sat down, we contacted Ms. Catherine Balkisoon, and we had a discussion and started the risk assessment. Yes.
Well,
Item number 17 details.
Sorry, I want to keep a note of this because it's quite important.
Yeah.
Just so that I understand it, you're using first names. Not everybody is as familiar with them as you are.
Okay, so
Paul and Rolph.
So Colin Piper, Randy Archibald is who made the request.
Right.
Paul Yearwood and Catherine Balkisoon. Rolph, myself, and Paul went to the safety office to start the risk assessment.
Thank you.
Paul then left. Rolph, myself, Catherine, and another person on the line, and we were doing a risk assessment, looking at the different scenarios with respect to how could you safely rescue somebody within the pipeline. That started at approximately 9:10 p.m. that night.
9:10 p.m.
Correct.
On the Friday night.
That's correct.
So, after Paul had left, it's you, Rolph, and Catherine Balkisoon.
And I thought another person on the line, I can't remember the name as well, with Catherine. That was on the barge.
Right, but those two were together on
Correct.
the barge. Do you remember who they represented, even if you can't remember their name?
So I know Catherine represented Paria, but I
Right.
can't remember who was the next individual, but we were doing a risk assessment at that time.
Right. Was it someone who was a diver?
We had Rolph, who was the diver.
Right. Rolph
that
was your
point-
diver.
At
But
that point in time.
the person at the other end, was it from a diving company or?
I can't remember.
You can't. All right. Very well. Thank you.
Right. Now, in your statement, you said the risk assessment was not done because the need for the risk assessment was overtaken by what emerged in the video footage, which was obtained by the ICT of inside the pipeline, as described later in the statement.
So just to correct that. So while we were doing the risk assessment, right, Paul came back into the room and summoned myself to the ICT. This is for the call with Christopher Boudram. Because at that point in time, we did not run footage as yet. The only footage that was run was the PISL camera, which was 730, and that was the light. We didn't get any footage on that at that point in time.
Well, in this statement, you said the risk assessment was overtaken by what emerged because of the video footage which was obtained. At no place you said here that the risk assessment continued.
So at 9:10 we started the risk assessment, just to give a timeline.
Just answer me the question. At paragraph 17,
Yeah.
did you say in your witness statement that the risk assessment process continued?
When I went back to ICT, the risk assessment process was not continued because I was put on other duties.
Okay. Now,
Stopped.
It stopped, yes.
And it stopped because Mr. Yearwood came to see you and said, we've got some video footage.
No, he came to see me to take me back to the ICT. That's when they had the discussion with Christopher Boudram around close to 10 o'clock.
Right. So you'd already spent
About
40,
35 to
50
40 minutes
Yeah,
working on the risk
40
assessment.
Right, spent 40 minutes working.
That's
on it.
correct.
Was that in writing in any place?
It was typed on a PC.
Thank you.
Now, at paragraph 16, you said that the ICT communicate you with Catherine from time to time. What's to that effect? Well, let's inform you here. A request was made by the ICT, Colin and Randy, for Paul, Catherine Balkisoon, who was offshore, Rolph and I, to do a risk assessment. And there was the can I read it? I'll read it for you. For possible rescue of the divers from inside the pipeline. This is when I left the shipping building to go to the safety office. We contacted Catherine to join the discussions.
That is correct. So Catherine was contacted, and we were looking at the risks with respect to sending someone into the pipeline, maneuverability, etc. at that point in time.
And you contacted Catherine, who was at Berth 6.
Paul would have contacted Catherine, who was at Berth 6,
because you knew as a member of the ICT then that Catherine was in communication with the LMCS divers.
She was at the Berth, that's correct.
And she was given feedback to the ICT as to what the LMCS divers were requesting.
She was given feedback with respect to the risk assessment, because at that point in time, I was not in ICT.
Whilst you were the ICT, did you have any feedback from her?
Not directly. That would have come through either the planning section chief, Michael Wee, or the IC. The first time I had contact with Catherine Balkisoon was to do the risk assessment in the safety office.
Well, did she make any input in that risk assessment?
Yes, she did. We started the risk assessment. We started the discussion, and her feedback was critical in terms of finding out what was going on the site.
Well, did she tell you as part of that that the LMCS rescuers wanted to do a rescue?
Not at that point in time, because you need to assess before you go to rescue.
No.
So that's why we were doing the risk assessment to assess.
So around what time was this when this assessment was requested?
9:10.
9:10. Up to that time, did you have any information from Catherine? Did the
No.
ICT?
I didn't have any information from Catherine. I dealt strictly with Mr. Michael Wee and Colin Piper based on request for resources.
So you had no information about any rescue efforts?
Not at that time, no.
Not at that time. Okay. Now you said you talked about the video footage. I want to go to
Before you do that, Mr. Maharaj, you said it a moment ago that somebody was typing this particular plan.
Yeah.
As far as it got the risk assessment into a PC. Who was typing that?
Me.
You?
Yes.
Right. Is it still on your PC?
I will have to look for it.
Would you mind doing that?
I will try.
Right. Has no one asked you for this before?
No.
No. All right. Well, I'd be grateful if once you're finished here today, I don't ask you necessarily to come back to the hearing, but if you could find it for us, please.
No problem.
And send it to your lawyers. They'll then send it to us. All
okay.
Right?
Now, in respect of the video footage, you dealt with that at paragraph 37 and 38 and 39 of the witness statement.
That's correct.
And at paragraph 37, you refer to HHSL Safety Systems Limited. You see that on the
So there
screen?
were two video footage, right? So if you go back up to...
Okay, I'm talking about the
okay,
one.
no problem.
Okay. The one that you are talking about at paragraph 37.
No problem.
You would have seen there that you refer to Hull, right?
No, that's not Hull, that's HSSL.
Sorry, HSSL. All right. And then at paragraph 38, you said Ms. Vera of HHSL subsequently reported to the ICT in my presence that they inserted the line crawler at Berth 6 and attempted to dislodge the dive cylinder but was unsuccessful.
Yes, that's correct.
Now the video footage you saw the video footage?
Of HSSL,
Yes.
not at that time. So as I said, there's two video footage.
I know. Did you ever see the video footage of HSS?
Way after.
Huh?
After, another
Way
day.
after. When?
Probably this Saturday afternoon or something.
Saturday afternoon. Now, but you have put in your witness statement that the crawler was unable to dislodge the dive cylinder.
That is what Mr. Vera told Mr. Colin Piper that I overheard, yes.
So you would not know as a fact whether the crawler pushed the video, push the tank, and it caused the blockage.
No, the crawler would not have caused the blockage. So if you go back to my statement, Atlantic LNG would have run cameras. They arrived at 10:45, and before 11 o'clock, they came back and provided feedback that there was a large cylinder at 45 feet into the horizontal section of the line. HSSL came after Atlantic LNG. So there were two independent video footage stating that there is blockage in the line.
Well, I want to, you said, just want you to what the operators of the crawler said about the crawler. If I go to 315, was it good? 3157. Yes, 3155 of the supplemental witness statement bundle. 315. I'm sorry, 3153. That's it's dated December 16, 2022. This statement, right?
Oh, yes.
Yes, this is correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because it refers to.
Yes. And it's setting the position of crawler operator, right? The position. And if you look at the second to last paragraph, at 4:02 a.m., we were looking at ways of moving the tank. The operator began to gently push the tank in attempts to get as much distance as possible into the pipe. After several attempts in pushing the tank, the operator was able to move the tank approximately 9 feet, then 9 feet, then an additional 7 feet, and finally 3 feet for an overall total of 19 feet. You see that?
Yes, I'm seeing it.
And then if you go to page 3154, on the first part, well, at the beginning of the words, our persistence resulted in an additional 2 to 3 feet forward being achieved. However, the tank showed negligible signs of changing the orientation from a vertical to a horizontal position, which could have given the crawler the clearance it needed to pass the tank. At 4:30 a.m. and 200.3 feet inside the pipe, having exhausted all attempts to dislodge the dive tank, the recording was stopped. So this shows that the crawler was pushing the tank for some distance. Would you agree with that?
Based on your report, yes.
Yes. Now, it's also showed, if I refer you to page 3155, yeah, this is for the first of, this will be for the, is it the third? Sorry, the 1st of March, which would be the Tuesday. At page 3155, if you look at the 4th paragraph, we then quickly realized that pulling excess tether out of the case would be best suited as the rubber tracks on the crawler were not getting sufficient traction due to the residual oil on the surface of the pipe. So this suggests to me, and from what I read here, that it couldn't go further because the traction and it couldn't get the traction because of the oily substance. Am I correct?
Based on the report, it suggests that, yes.
Now, I also want to show you what was the state of inside the pipe according to the note made at the IMT. And if I take you to volume 2 of the supplemental core bundle,
Page 1572.
at page 1541.
41.
It's at the bottom of the page is at 12, is it 202? This would be 202. Yeah, this will be 202 AM.
So these are the handwritten notes
Yes, the
of the IMT.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And you see at 202 it says clear water, no sign of oil, no airspace, difficult to tell if any airspace because of the position of camera.
Look, I did not see this handwritten note. I could only report on what I heard Mr. Vera tell Mr. Colin Piper in my presence, and that's what I heard.
Well, this was the earlier note. Well, this was a note of the Atlantic LNG camera because of the time. Yes.
Right, so based on the report that Atlantic LNG would have given to Colin Piper in the room that I was in, was that they found a tank lodge at 45 feet in the horizontal and the camera could go no more. That is what I heard. And that's in my report.
Let's leave him. Okay.
Can I ask you about that? You're a diver, are you?
No, I'm not a diver.
Never been diving yourself?
No, but I've oversaw and supervised lots of diving activities,
Right.
confined space, etc.
You're familiar with the...
Yes.
Can I ask you? We've got 30-inch, you know the size of a tank, an air tank that's being used by scuba divers, don't you?
Correct.
Right. And what I suppose from the desk about this tall?
Yeah.
Yes? Round what, I suppose, 10 inches maybe?
Correct.
Something like that, isn't it? If it's full, it's heavy, isn't it?
That's correct.
And obviously, if it's empty, it's very light.
Correct.
If it's full in a pipe filled with fluid, would it sit on the bottom of the pipe?
I think it should.
Yeah. And if it was empty, would it be floating?
It should be. It should have some level of buoyancy. Yes.
Yes. I mean, it'd be because now it's empty. It's got. It's obviously much lighter, and so the equilibrium between the fluid that it's in and the weight of the tank, it would just float along, wouldn't it?
It should.
Right. So, two things we can understand from what we've got here is that if the pipe was sitting on the bottom of if the tank was sitting on the bottom of the pipe full, and the whatever scope was being used was slipping because it's slippery, you can understand why it probably couldn't push the pipe along, the tank along very much. If, on the other hand, it had been used and was floating, it would be relatively easy to push in the water, wouldn't it?
Correct. But the first camera that Atlantic LNG sent in did not have any traction or any push. This basically going to provide video feedback of what is in the pipeline.
Yeah.
That indicated that a cylinder was blocking the pathway and it was lodged.
See, I struggle a little to understand how it could be lodged on its own, bearing in mind the sort of what we're talking about. I mean, how would that lodge itself inside a slippery 30-inch pipe? Like just, you know.
That's what the footage showed.
Well, what it did was to come up against
a cylinder.
A tank.
Correct.
Whether there was anything else behind it is another question, isn't it?
Right, and the pipe crawler also confirmed that there was a tank that was lodged as well, based on the feedback that.
And then I follow what you're saying. What I'm asking you is to deduce what you can from that. You see, if you've got a heavy tank which is full of air, and it's sitting on the bottom of the pipe, and you've got some sort of camera, either with crawlers or not, and you can't push it out the way because it's going to be heavy, isn't it?
Correct.
But if it's been used and it's floating in the pipe, then it would be relatively easy to push.
That is
Literally
correct.
just do that and it would shoot along the pipe, wouldn't it?
That is correct.
Unless there was something the other side of it. Do you follow? So when perhaps it got to the point, whichever camera it was, and found that this tank couldn't move any further, perhaps that was because there was something behind it. Was that considered?
So that was thought of, but we had no verifiable evidence because we never got around the tank.
No, but I appreciate you couldn't get the other side of it. That was the problem. You couldn't get the camera the other side. But it doesn't prevent you from making deductions from the evidence that you had. The evidence was we've encountered a tank. One of them, I think, you could actually read the numbers on the tank. The fluid in the pipe was so clear, you could actually read the numbers on the tank. Did you know that?
That's correct,
Right.
yes.
So you got that far. So it's almost certainly mostly water, right? That tank is in mostly water. It's either sitting on the bottom or it's got some buoyancy, one or the other. Right?
Correct.
If it's sitting on the bottom, and I've seen the video footage, it's not, right? So it must have some buoyancy. There must be something behind it to stop you being able to push it. Don't you think?
Correct, and that was thought of as well.
Right. What do you think that might have been?
It could have either been a person or a plug.
A plug?
It had to be something. It could have been a person. The thinking was it could have been a person, but we was not sure.
Let's be clear, right? Again, using our best skills of deduction, the plug is sucked or pushed into the pipe.
Correct.
Followed by
Persons.
a whole range of tools and people.
Right.
So it was unlikely that this tank was coming up against a plug.
So it could have been a person, yes. It was unknown at that point in time.
Of course it's unknown. Of course it's unknown. But the question is, what could it reasonably be?
So the thinking was it could have possibly been a diver, but again, there was no verifiable evidence to basically confirm that.
What else could it be? Stab a guess.
I don't want to guess.
No, well, it's because it couldn't be anything else realistically, could it?
I don't know. I can't say. It's not verifiable from the video footage, and I don't want to say something that I'm not sure about.
No. Look, nobody's going to hold you to this, Mr. Holder. The fact is, though, is that your task that day was to assist them as best you could.
Correct.
In coming to a conclusion about the condition of the pipe and whether a rescue was achievable.
That's correct.
You'd sent cameras down, taken some time to achieve that, but you've got some cameras down into the pipe. You've encountered these tanks. And it's described as lodged or wedged or various different descriptions given to it. But it's really difficult to conceive of a tank of its own just lodging itself in a slippery 30-inch pipe, isn't it?
But
on its own.
That's the footage that we saw, sir, and that's the deduction that we made.
Well, the deduction wasn't made. You didn't make any deduction. All you said was it stopped there. The deduction to be drawn from it is that there's something behind it stopping it going any further. That's the deduction.
And that was discussed, yes.
And discussed to what end?
In terms of, there was a tank that was lodged. There's a possibility that there's a person or something behind there, which could not be confirmed via camera.
Right. But the possibility, well, it was more than a possibility. Do you not agree? A probability.
It's probable, but not confirmed.
Unconfirmed, but probable.
Correct.
That would be a fair deduction to arrive at, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So perhaps at that point, whatever distance it had got to that stage, there was a body or someone alive. Who knows?
At that time, that data was not confirmed or verified. So
the likelihood is, isn't it, that the tanks of air would have had the spiders attached to them, wouldn't they? You know what I mean by the spider, the various different bit that you put in your mouth, the depth gauge, all of that stuff, yes? Right?
Correct.
So perhaps, since when you look at the video footage, all you can see is the side or the back end of the tank, there was a spider attached to a man.
That was not confirmed.
Of course it's unconfirmed. Of course it's unconfirmed. But what I'm asking you is what deductions were reasonably made as to why it was that inside a 30-inch slippery pipe, a tank appeared to be wedged or stuck. What did you arrive? The conclusion, can I suggest, the only reasonable conclusion could be that there was a man the other side of it.
Possibly, yes, and that was discussed, as I said
It was
before.
more than possible. I think we'd already agreed it was probable.
Correct.
All right. Okay, thank you.
But the risk assessment was stopped because of the video footage.
No, the risk assessment, the process was stopped because of the call by Budram. When I reported to ICT after the call, I was instructed to follow up on some other items, and I never resumed the risk assessment because the thinking at that time was, after the video footage, that the dive companies would complete the risk assessment, sir.
But that's not what you said at paragraph 17. You said this is because the need for the risk assessment was overtaken by what emerged in the video footage, which was obtained by the ICD of inside the pipeline I described later in the statement. And later in the statement, you describe at paragraph 37, 38, and 39 that Ms. Vera subsequently reported to the ICT in my presence that they inserted a line crawler at berth 6 and attempted to dislodge the dive cylinder, but was unsuccessful. So the risk assessment was stopped because the ICT interpreted the footage.
No, that's incorrect. So the time that we were doing the risk assessment, my timing is probably a bit off, was 9:10 to around 9:50, 9:45, right? At that time, only one camera was running to the line, and that was PISL, and there was no visibility. Atlantic LNG reported to Paria around 10:45, and that was the first time that they had actual footage to see, and that was not available until around 11 o'clock, right? After that was looked at, Rolph was deployed to OTSL and Mitchell's to see if they could view the footage to basically establish a rescue. The first sign of any video footage was after Atlantic LNG ran their cameras,
right.
not before.
What Mr. Maharaj is asking is, well, you might be saying that now. That is not what you say in your statement. So you need to correct your statement. Is that the position?
Yes, sir.
Because you understand, don't you, Mr. Holder, that this inquiry asked of Paria for its representatives and Heritage for its representatives to provide statements. You're represented by the same legal team, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, you were invited to come for an interview. You decided, no doubt on advice, and I don't wish to go behind that, not to, right? So you wrote your statements and sent them to us.
Correct.
Presumably you took some care and consideration in the writing of those statements.
Yes.
And indeed, in your case, you wrote your statement as late as the 22nd of September of this year. Correct?
Correct, yeah.
Sorry? Last year, yes, forgive me. Last year.
Yeah.
22nd of September last year. And did you have any notes or anything, any other documents to work with in the writing of that statement?
Just some light notes, etc., in terms of looking at and writing back the statement, also checking with the scribe and some of the conversations had with the heritage team.
So you did what you could to access such information as you could.
Correct.
In order to assist you to get this right.
Correct.
And you did that because you knew it was important.
Correct.
And then you say, you see, as Mr. Maharaj has pointed out to that paragraph 17, I began to document the draft risk assessment. That's you telling me, you putting it on the
Correct,
PC.
yes.
However, we were called back to the incident command post by Mr. Yearwood and never completed the risk assessment.
That is correct.
And that's all correct, isn't it?
That is correct. The last part is where I erred.
Yeah, so Mr. Yearwood interrupts you, your task as you were given. He interrupts you, and you never actually complete it as a result of that interruption.
Correct. I reported to the ICT.
Yeah, let's just take the statement as it says it. This, you say, is because, so you're now giving an explanation. This is because the need for the risk assessment was overtaken by what emerged in the video footage that was obtained by the ICT of inside the pipeline as described later in this statement, right? So when you're writing this yourself, you know that you're going to go on to describe this later in the statement, and you say that the reason Mr. Yearwood interrupts your putting together a risk assessment, he interrupts that. You get called back to your to the
ICT.
office, to the ICT, and the reason why he's interrupted you is because the whole process was overtaken by virtue of the video footage that had arrived.
We didn't run any video footage. The only video footage I was run at that time was PISL.
I'm going to come to what you say the position is now.
Correct.
Right? Are you saying that that sentence, this is because the need for the risk assessment was overtaken by what emerged as a video footage, was obtained by the ICT inside the pipeline as described as later in the set? Are you saying that that sentence is wrong?
At the time, yes. At the time
of what?
So based on the timing, right, from 9 to 9:50, we did not run any video footage that you could look at.
Right. Just pause there. That sentence is wrong.
Yes, it is.
Right. So I can happily scratch that
Yes,
out
sir.
as having been completely wrong.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So when you say in the previous sentence, I began to document the draft assessment. However, we were called back to the incident command post by Paul Ewart and never completed the risk assessment. Why were you being called back to the command post by Mr. Yearwood?
That was because of the call to Mr. Budram.
Right. So you were being called back in order to be party
Yes,
to
sir.
the call to Mr. Budram.
Yes, sir.
Is that because Mr. Budram would have been able to give you some information which might have assisted you in making a risk assessment?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Well, almost certainly, isn't it? Otherwise, what's the point of you being there?
Correct.
You know, you don't need to just listen. There's lots of people listening, right? So the point of you being called back by Mr. Yearwood was to hear what Mr. Budram had to say.
That is correct.
Because Mr. Budram had come out of the pipe.
That's correct.
And he was the best person to tell you what was in the pipe.
To hear his account of what happened, that's correct.
Yes. So that you could return to your risk assessment armed with that information.
That is correct.
Did you return to your risk assessment?
No, after the call, the instruction was to verify where the Atlantic LNG camera was in to get an assessment, further assessment of what was the conditions in the pipeline.
So you already got Mr. Budram's account, and now you're going to wait for the camera's account, as it were.
To verify, yes,
Right.
sir.
After you got the camera's account, did you return to your risk assessment?
No, Rolph Seales was sent to talk to the divers, 2 dive teams, to look at the footage and complete the risk assessment to see if they would complete the dive, and they said it was too risky.
Right. No. Was the risk assessment ever completed?
No, sir.
Right. So
No risk assessment was completed by me and the team, no.
no. And the one that you were typing into your PC, did you give that to Mr. Seales to take to the divers?
I think I emailed it. I'll have to double check.
Please, can you do that
I'll
as
do
well,
that,
please?
yeah.
Because this is all new, you see.
Correct.
This isn't in your statement. That's the point of asking you to come for an interview. Do you understand?
Understand.
We're doing this now on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock because you didn't come for an interview to iron out these problems.
No problem.
Well, it is a problem because we're all here on Friday afternoon instead of 2 months ago. All right. But so that part of your statement is wrong and you want to change it.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Maharaj.
Yes. You said that Mr. Rolph Seales was given some instructions.
So after the video footage from Atlantic LNG was looked at, right, Colin Piper asked Rolph to go and speak to Mitchells and OTSL to have a look at the footage, look at the site, and basically give feedback if they could perform a rescue. That he was dispatched at around midnight or
To give feedback if Mitchell and the
OTSL
could
yes.
have done a rescue.
That is correct.
Not if he was of the opinion that a rescue could be done.
Correct.
Correct. No further questions.
Before this, before you came to give your evidence, and just after you'd sworn your oath, you indicated that you wanted to change a particular time on your in your statement, and we did that at paragraph 27. Do you remember? You changed it from 8 o'clock to 9:55.
Around 9 after 9, yes, that's correct.
Can I take it from that you read this statement before coming into this courtroom?
Yeah.
And you didn't spot this error on paragraph 17, rather more substantial than the time error on paragraph 27?
Yes, I did actually, but I remembered the mock-up, and in reading the first part of the statement, I missed in terms of declaring that.
So you did spot the error, but you didn't say anything about it?
I missed it, yes.
Yes. Who else would like to ask Mr. Holder some questions? Yes. Ms. Alfonso, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming Holder.
Afternoon.
Right. My name is Nairi Alfonso. I am the representative of this SWWTU, and I just have a couple of questions to ask you.
Sure.
I want to go to paragraph 14 of your witness statement, which is at, well, partially on 1492 and partially on 1493. Yeah. You say there, rescue efforts in the pipeline and the inspection of the inside of the pipeline as a priority. So you said that was a priority while you were, I don't want to say on duty, but while you were present in Paria's ICT unit. You saw that as a priority?
So when I arrived, the search and rescue at sea was going on. When Mr. Budram came out of the pipeline, there was a scenario change, and now efforts were now directed to confined space, understanding what was the condition in the pipeline in order to have a plan to rescue the individuals in the pipeline. Okay. So that was the scenario change.
Would you, okay, thank you. Would you agree in the time that you were on duty, because you handed over to somebody called Mr. Arno, yes?
That's correct.
Right. So at the time, in the time that you spent there, would you agree that the focus of the efforts going on was in respect of inspection or finding out the conditions in the pipe rather than performing a rescue?
So for confined space, one of the requirements under OSHA, IMCA, IOGP, before you commit anyone or any team to a confined space, it must be safe, suitable, and sufficient. You have to assess before sending any person into a confined space. So for confined space incidents, they have numerous lessons learned on single and multiple fatalities. There's something called stop, think, assess, and respond. And that is what the IC did in terms of stopping to assess the conditions into the pipeline. So I'll explain this. The confined space in the habitat space is different from the confined space in the pipeline, right?
Thank you.
The team had a emergency response plan for the habitat. They did not have an emergency response plan for the pipeline. Two different scenarios. Same confined space, but you have more maneuverability in the habitat than in the pipeline, and you cannot use the same ERP for that. So first thing the IC did, based on the scenario change, was stop and assess. I need to understand what is the conditions in the pipeline. You cannot send a rescue in there and you don't understand because it's not trial and error. You need to make sure and understand what are the conditions in order to draft a proper rescue plan. You cannot send a diver, bring him back out, send a diver, bring him back out. No, it has to be pinpoint accuracy, and you need to know exactly what is required in order to perform a rescue.
Okay, and the way that you are going to achieve that is getting camera footage, yes?
So the camera footage would have told you what was the conditions in the pipeline, where the divers were, and from there you make further assessment because you have to give the dive teams that in order for them to do their necessary emergency response plan and rescue plan before entering the confined space.
From your recollection, what is the time that the first camera went in? Was that the boroscope?
The first camera went in, I believe, around 7:30.
Around 7:30. That's the
Correct.
one without sufficient light?
That's correct, ma'am.
That's okay. And the next one went in?
So Atlantic LNG reached on site about 10:45, briefed, and I think they were back probably by 11:30, 11:45 with feedback to the IC.
I see. And that was the crawler that was
No,
not
the
able...
crawler came after.
Oh, I see. And the problem with
That
that...
second one was after 12 o'clock.
Okay. So that second one, the limitation of that was what? The length of the cable? What was it?
So the second one basically was to dislodge the cylinder that was seen in the first video.
Okay. And the crawler is the one that came in after midnight?
Correct, yes, because there were some issues in terms of mobilizing HSSL. There were numerous calls until we got onto them, and then they responded to Paria.
But each of those cameras gave you an incomplete picture of the conditions in the pipe. That be correct to say?
So it gave the conditions that we saw at that point in time, and we used and the IC and the team used that to make a decision.
And what was that decision, Mr. Flemming Holder?
So the decision based on the video footage was that there was a cylinder that was lodged, and we need to remove the cylinder without again committing a person, and that's where the crawlers came in.
Okay, so the crawler was trying to dislodge it.
That is correct.
Moved it 19 feet or something like that.
That
yes?
is correct.
Okay, but couldn't dislodge it further than that.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to be clear, Mr. Flemming Holder. We have had a lot of dive team names thrown around, and you contacted Eastern Divers?
So let me just walk through scenario change. So first, search and rescue, scenario change, getting footage, right? Then when Rolph went to ask the divers if they could do the dive or not based on the footage, that was no. The next step, HSSL with the crawlers, right? They couldn't dislodge. They also said that they could rescue. After they said that, the next option that was thrown out was to pump down and do a dry rescue. Then started to looking at mobilizing pumps and was asked in terms of if we know any confined space rescue teams, Eastern Divers, and Eastern Divers was contacted and told to report to Paria.
Okay. So did you contact Eastern Divers, a dive company, or Eastern, and I want to get the name right, Eastern Emergency Response Services?
So Eastern Emergency Response Services was contacted by Heritage and sent to Paria.
And they are not divers?
They are using industry to perform rescue.
Okay.
They are very competent in terms of rescue.
In dry environments?
In dry environments.
Okay. And as far as you knew, with the limited information you had, the environment where the divers was not dry?
That is correct. So the strategy at that time or the thinking was to pump down the line and perform a dry rescue because the dive teams, which were consulted, said that it was too risky to enter the pipeline at that point in time.
Well, the line was never pumped down.
So pumps were mobilized, yes, right? So got through with IOCL and pumps began to mobilize around 4 to 5 in the morning. And then they were en route to Paria to effect that strategy.
As far as you know, was that strategy employed?
So I left Paria at probably 8 o'clock Saturday morning. And as the plan that was discussed at that point in time, when I came back on shift, that plan was not put in place, no.
Okay, so Eastern, let's make it easy, Eastern response.
Eastern did respond?
No, you don't know. You never the company's Eastern response.
That's correct, yes.
Right, right. I'm just trying to distinguish it between
Okay.
Eastern divers, right? I said, they were never utilized because then it was not a dry environment was not created in the pipeline.
So they also looked at the response as far as I know, and I believe they said it was too risky as well.
Okay. But the environment for them to undertake their duties
It was not pumped.
was not created.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Fleming Holder.
No problem.
Mr. Ramadar, as you'll have probably noticed, my patience is running very thin at the moment. So I want to finish by 5:30.
Peter,
sorry.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Holder.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ramada.
We appreciate certainly the difficult circumstances that you were all placed under that afternoon and into the night where this tragedy occurred, yes? So you understand that nobody expected perfect circumstances, correct?
Correct.
Yes. You said something very interesting there, that it should be safe, suitable, and sufficient before you move.
That's correct.
You appreciate there are grades of safety, degrees of safety.
It depends on the risk.
Always does. You crossed the road recently?
Yeah, look left, look right before
Thank you.
crossing.
Exactly. But there's always a risk, correct?
You only cross when there's no risk available.
When there's no risk available,
Correct.
of course. So that you will never cross a road, as an example, if there is a car maybe a mile away.
So to answer that question, sir, right, there are road crossings, there are traffic lights,
Yes.
there are rules. You follow the rules and crossing the road so you get to the next side safely.
Beautiful. And of course, you know there are persons who sometimes take the risk and get killed. Yeah?
Those are other persons you're asking me the question.
Yeah. No, but you appreciate there are other persons who sometimes take that risk. Yeah?
And they get killed,
And
yes.
they get killed.
That's correct.
And there are others who take the risk to get to the other side and reach across wholesomely, correct?
It depends.
All right, so let's deal with what we're dealing with here today. So we're dealing with degrees of safety. Explain what you mean by suitability or suitable.
So for confined space as per OSHAC, IMCA, and all these other standards, right, you need to make sure, one, that entry and exit into a confined space is safe for persons who have to occupy the space and also for persons who have to rescue. If it is not suitable and sufficient, you shall not send in a rescue team.
Beautiful. So that the definition of suitable, is it objective?
So suitable will mean that, one, you have to, if it's a tank or a pipeline, it needs to be isolated, one.
Right.
Two, it needs to be drained. Three, the atmosphere in there must be at a certain percentage, 19.5 to 22.9, I believe, right? You must check your lower, your short-term exposure limit, your long-term exposure limit. You need to check heat stress, etc. You need to have a proper rescue plan. You need to identify that the isolations are suitable and sufficient to the persons who are entering. You need to do a drill prior to ensure that all those things are working and there are standards which governs that, yes.
Right. Of all those things, which were you able to ascertain?
So based on the pipeline on that day, right, without going into the pipeline, there were many unknowns. You didn't know where the persons were. You didn't know what was the condition inside the pipeline.
Right.
And you need to establish that before you set, as per standard, before you send any individual into the pipeline, sir.
So if you know nothing, you will allow men to die.
So if you know nothing, right, you cannot send a rescue team into a unknown condition. And I'll take you take me across the road, I'll take you to emergency response now, right?
I go with you.
So first responder,
Yeah.
right? You cannot respond to a medical emergency unless the scene is safe. Major emergency management, you cannot commit a search and rescue team unless it is safe to commit the search and rescue team. Else, you are willfully and recklessly endangering your search and rescue team.
Beautiful. So this is where we are now. So it's about liability that you are more concerned with.
No, it's about making sure, as per the standard, sir,
Yes.
that it is safe and suitable to commit a rescue team.
We've heard that.
Correct.
There are degrees of safety we talk about. Do you agree with that?
So in major emergency management, it's either it's safe or it's unsafe. It have no degrees.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Is that really right? I mean, if you deem it to be unsafe, does that mean, well, you can never do it then?
So if it is unsafe, you have two options, right? If you have a gas release and it is unsafe to send persons in, you either shut down, blow down, allow it to dissipate, you monitor wind direction, etc., or you'd abandon the facility.
Yeah, all right, that's a gas release. I mean, we're talking about going into a pipe here. So you're carrying out, or at least you got partway through carrying out a risk assessment. If you deem that it is unsafe to go in the pipe, that's it, is it? That's the end. Don't go in.
So, one, the pipeline, the camera went in, there was blockage, right?
No. Chair,
Let me
address,
explain.
no, you need to address my question first, which is Mr. Ramadar's question, really. Answer that question, then you can add whatever rider you like. But is it the case that once you determine it is unsafe, that is the end of it?
So if it is unsafe, you find another means to protect the rest of the individuals.
Right, so you look for ways to make it safer.
So if it is not safe for you to deploy a search and rescue team, if you blow down and it's not safe, if you have other scenarios and it's not safe, you either evacuate or you abandon the facility or based on the emergency.
I think what we're trying to get at, and I'm trying to understand because Mr. Ramadar's asked it and it seemed to me relevant. Let's say you're doing the risk assessment as you started.
Correct.
You told us you did. You start by saying, well, going in that pipe is unsafe, right? That's a given, I suspect, right? Nobody would think it was safe to climb into a pipe that's only 30 inches in diameter. So you're looking for ways, are you not, to make it safer rather than safe. It is never safe, is it, to climb maybe 100 feet into a pipe that's only 30 inches in diameter?
Correct. And how you make it safe? By ascertaining what is going on in the pipe via video surveillance, and then making a plan on that video surveillance.
No, you're not hearing my question. My question is, it is never safe to go into the pipe. There's always an inherent danger going in maybe 100, 200 feet into a pipeline like that. It is always going to be unsafe. The question is, to what extent can you mitigate that?
So you risk assess it.
Yes,
you
exactly.
get the equipment. So your risk assessment will tell you if it is safe to enter or not, based on the conditions in the pipeline. Yes or no?
See, I'm struggling with that concept. Right? I am genuinely struggling with it. If you say it's black and white, it's either safe or unsafe, I don't understand how you get from being unsafe to something that's safe.
So
in the scenario that we're dealing with, because it's not a case, is it, of, to take Mr. Ramadar's example of crossing the road, waiting until midnight, there are no cars on the road at all, and then you can walk across the road, then it's safe. And this is not that scenario, is it?
And I understand that. So to understand what is going on in the pipeline, because there were lots of unknowns,
yes,
right? You needed to, one, make sure and understand what are the conditions before committing a person to enter the pipeline, and you risk assess that,
Yes.
and you try to bring it as low as reasonably practicable. And
there
your
we
risk assessment will let you know if it is safe to enter or not.
Bring it as low as reasonably practicable means, doesn't it? You're making it safer. It's not that it ever becomes completely safe. It's simply safer by putting in different ameliorating features that will help to make it safer.
So if you don't know the conditions in the pipeline,
No, forget that for the moment.
Okay.
Right? Whatever the conditions are, whatever the position is, right? However far they are in the pipe, however many men there are in there, in order to get from unsafe to safe in a pipe like that is not it's just not achievable. What you can do, and what I understood you to be saying when you looked at a risk assessment, was to say, how do I get it as safe as I can make it? That's not safe. It's simply as safe as you can manage it.
correct, and that is
I don't want to be pedantic about it, but there is a difference, isn't there, between complete safety, so that you're not prepared to let anybody go into the pipe unless there is a 100% guarantee that they will never be injured. That's never going to be achievable, is it?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, good. Then
What I am saying is, right, according to standards, you have to risk assess and you have to understand the conditions before entering a confined space, regardless if it's a pipeline, a vat, a separator, right?
Right.
At the time of the incident, that was unknown.
So in your view,
your
view is that without knowing the condition inside that pipe, it would never be safe enough to send anyone in.
You need to ascertain what is the conditions, and you need to plan for those conditions before you send a human being to rescue. Right. That is what I'm saying.
So when you started your risk assessment, you had no idea what the condition inside the pipe was, did you?
So we know that it had fuel, right? We didn't know where the persons were, right? We didn't know if it had a blockage or anything like that. But we started the risk assessment. You have to find those unknowns. Where the individuals, what is the condition in the pipe, how you're going to rescue, what's your methodology of rescuing, to develop your rescue plan. You would not know that from standing on the surface and not understanding the conditions in the pipe. You have to send some kind of surveillance.
Yeah, all right.
And what was used was a camera. Why would I risk, or why would somebody risk sending a human being if they're not sure? You send a rescue team in when you are 100% sure that they can safely rescue the people.
Right. So then we got to where we are.
Yeah, 100%.
So what you're saying is you need to be, Mr. Ramadan, I'm asking questions at the moment.
My apologies.
What you're saying is you would not be prepared to let anyone enter that pipe unless you are 100% sure.
Meaning if the risk is as low as reasonably practicable, sir.
That's not the same thing, is it?
So you need to risk assess as low as reasonably practicable to ensure that the person who is going to rescue can return safely.
Of course. Nobody's suggesting otherwise, but that's not the same thing as being 100% sure, which you just said.
Well, as low as reasonably practicable. Because you need to make sure that the rescuer could return.
Well, rescues happen all the time, all over the world. I used to be involved in a rescue team in the mountains in Austria. That doesn't mean that there is no risk associated. When somebody falls off the mountain, we could try and rescue them. It doesn't mean for a minute that that there is a 100% risk, a 100% chance that when I start climbing that mountain, I'm going to come down uninjured. There is always a risk. There is always a risk in effecting some kind of rescue. And that's what I was trying to get at. And it seems to be you let the cat out the bag when you said it has to be 100%. The reality is it's never going to be 100%.
So, Mr. Lynch, there are a number of rescuers who have died as well.
That's part of the hazard of being a first responder, isn't it? But rescuers do die. They die all the time. They don't stop rescuing just because rescuers die. What they try and do is to mitigate the risk. And mitigating the risk doesn't mean reducing it down to 100% so that you're sure that there is no question of anybody not being able to come out of that pipe alive. It's simply not a realistic approach, is it?
But that's not what your standard says. Your standard says that you get it down to as low as reasonably practicable, and you need to make sure
that's not 100%.
Well, you need to make sure that the rescuer could return.
You need to make sure that you've done everything you can to give him the best chance of returning.
And that's why you need to, one, understand the conditions in the pipe,
Well, I understand
risk
all of that.
assess it,
I got it.
build your emergency response plan so that when the rescuer, if he goes in, if it's as low as reasonably practicable, he can return, sir.
Do we agree that you were wrong when you said 100%?
It's supposed to be as low as reasonably practicable.
Which
Yes.
is not 100%, is it?
That is correct.
Right. So you're wrong about that, aren't you?
It's as low as
Do
reasonably
you want to
practicable.
withdraw that?
No problem.
Well, do you want to withdraw it or not?
So again, when you're doing a risk assessment, it's supposed to be as low as reasonably practicable.
Yes. Do you want to withdraw your observation, which we have on a transcript, because I don't want to rely on it later on? Do you wish to withdraw the suggestion that it has to be 100%?
I will leave it. I will withdraw it and leave it as low as reasonably practicable.
Well, so you're replacing the 100% with as low as reasonably practicable.
Yes, sir.
With which I think we can both agree.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Ramadan.
Thank you so much, Chairman. You withdraw it today, but on the 25th of February, that was your position, wasn't it?
No, sir. So
Hold. It was not your position. You required 100% on the 25th of February.
no, sir.
Good. What percentage would have been good for you?
So as I said, right?
Simple question. What percentage would have been good for you?
So we need to assess
No, we don't need. I'm asking you. We're not assessing here. The men dead. What percentage would have been adequate for you?
It would have been based on the assessment that the camera gave and the emergency response plan.
Right. Ad nauseum. What time your camera reach? Forgive me, please. What time your camera reach?
So yeah, but there were 3 cameras. One came at 7:30.
Reach.
One came at 10:45. One came out after 1.
Right. So the 7. Let's deal with the 7 something. You got any useful information from that?
No, because the light intensity was inadequate.
That failed. Second one.
There was information from it, yes.
Right. About the tank.
That is correct.
Good. Knowing that there was a tank, you think that was a prohibition that will cause the death of a rescuer?
So knowing there was a tank, you need to assess how you're going to, what are the means to remove the tank so you can get around the tank to get further information to know what is the position of the persons in the pipeline.
So up to the tank, up to that tank, you knew that you could safely go.
So up to the tank was probably 105 feet.
Thank you. But you knew you could safely go.
At that time,
Right.
possibly,
So did you send
yes.
anybody up to 105 feet up to the tank to make a physical assessment? Because you knew there was no other danger. You knew all you could have at that 105-foot length, didn't you?
But we didn't know what was behind the tank, sir.
Of course. But you could go to that point and then assess from there, physically look upon it, or push the camera even further, isn't it?
So the camera was pushed further and the
Right.
pipe crawler was sent in to remove the tank. Let me finish.
No, I want you to understand my question.
No, let him finish.
All right,
He's
all right.
entitled to finish. You got to let him finish.
Okay, so that we would misunderstand each other.
Right.
Go ahead, please.
So the purpose of the crawler was to attempt to dislodge the tank without sending somebody in there.
Right.
So you have a clear understanding what is behind the tank so that you can build a proper plan as low as reasonably practicable to rescue someone if that was possible.
What time did the crawler go?
The crawler went in after midnight.
Beautiful. What was the timeline in your mind, you HSSC, whatever you call yourselves? I'm not too sure, right? But health, safety, and what?
Environment.
And environment. What timeline did you, as a practically minded, experienced person, believe that these men had that time to live? What time frame were you working with?
I guess based on if they had tanks, probably 5 to 6 hours.
Right. From the time of the accident.
Correct.
And what time would that take you to?
So again, understand this, Mr.
I don't
Ramadan.
understand. You answer the question.
But answering your question?
Time, 6 hours after.
Answer the question.
No,
Just a minute. First of all, Mr. Ramadan is right. He's asked you a straightforward question. You can answer that question. You can add a rider, anything you want to say afterwards. I don't have a difficulty with that. But he asked you what time did that take you to? Right? You said 5 to 6 hours was your estimate of the period of time that you thought they had air. Then asked you, well, what time does that take you to? So answer that question. And if you want to add something afterwards, you're more than welcome to answer the question first.
When he asked that question, all the witness said in answering Mr. Ramadan, and that was That exploded, Mr. Ramada.
My
Probably
name is
doesn't
not
like his
an
name.
answer.
I don't know.
My name is not an answer to the question. So could you tell us the number? Because I am very painfully aware of the time frame we're working with.
So, Mr. Ramada, right?
Okay, there we go.
So understand this. It took 3 hours, the team were doing search and rescue at sea, right? And then when the scenario changed, and this is important, right? Then they knew that persons were in the pipeline. There was no response plan for that at that point in time. So for 3 hours, search and rescue was at sea, not in the pipeline. Search and rescue in terms of understanding the conditions only came into effect after Mr. Budram was found. So post Mr. Budram was understanding what was going on in the pipeline in order to effect a rescue.
Right. So
You still haven't answered his question, in fairness. to him,
So in
right?
fairness, so 3 hours, right? It took from the time of the incident for search and rescue, right? And it also took about 3 to 4 hours for mobilization of equipment to find out the conditions in the pipeline. And again, I say, you cannot send someone into a confined space without understanding, as it was reasonably practicable, what are the conditions as per the standards, sir.
You're talking about the life of the men. You said 5 to 6 hours. What time then, from the moment of the accident to the time of their death, did you contemplate? Forget all the difficulties you had in between. What time?
So the 6 hours will take you from 3 to 9 o'clock in the night.
Thank you so much. So you knew by 9 o'clock, if they were not rescued, consider them dead.
So that was not the consideration.
No, I'm asking you from the simple maths.
So, Mr. Ramada, that was not the consideration. We were trying to put things in place to safely rescue the guys by finding out information.
Yes. And while you're making hay, the horse will perish, correct? You know that statement?
Can you repeat?
Let's move on. You worked in your mind with a time frame for life up to 9 o'clock, correct?
6 hours if you have oxygen, yes.
Yeah, 6 hours from 3 is 9. Yeah? But you still needed to assess further, and you knew by 7 something that there was a tank impeding.
By 11 o'clock, we know that there was a tank impeding.
So not before that, you didn't know.
No, sir.
Right. But you did know that Michael Corbat had got into that pipe and went some short distance in 15 feet beyond the elbow, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. You also knew by Christopher's mere existence that life was sustained within the pipe. Correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he was able to come out of the pipe.
That is correct.
Yes. You knew at some point in time as to how far from information he would have given, he and others would have been.
So the information I was heard was he was 2 pipe lengths from the elbow. 2 pipe lengths from the elbow puts you at where the large cylinder was 45 feet into the horizontal. Sir.
45 feet from the elbow?
That's correct.
Thank you. And that's the point. Good. And there was no danger up to the point of the lodge tank, from what you told us that you learned of subsequently. Correct?
We learned that based on the camera footage, yes.
Yes. So while you're waiting for cameras, men dying. You agree with that?
So, sir, there was 2 procedural breaches.
Yeah, we hear about procedure.
No, you need to listen.
My question, I don't have to listen to you. You have to listen to the question and you
Wow.
answer it. Yes, it's wow. It's wow, because you made decisions that night.
Really?
Or well, you meaning Paria and your
The
group.
process is a question and an answer, not a speech.
Thank you.
Right. So can we have?
Yeah.
You can make your speech next week. So and dressing up a question as a speech, rather dressing up a speech as a question, is not acceptable. Now,
Thank you very much.
please, Mr. Ramadar, I really would like to stop soon. So
and so would I.
Can you get to the point that you want to make,
right,
and then he can answer it.
Yeah. So that you knew from what you had learned from the live person, the director of the dance, that the men, or at least Mr. Kurban, would have been shortly beyond 45 feet.
He never got to 45 feet, sir.
Who didn't get to 45 feet?
Kurban.
No, I'm talking about Faizi Kurban, the deceased.
So if he was right behind Mr. Budram, right?
Yeah.
The camera would have picked him up before the Lord cylinder. He was not picked up before the Lord cylinder.
How far was the Lord's cylinder?
40 feet from the elbow.
That's the point.
45 feet from the elbow.
Thank you. So just beyond that, that's what we're talking about.
But there's no conclusive evidence to substantiate what you're saying.
Right. You know what the conclusive evidence is? 4 dead men. Right? And as the chairman has painfully made it clear to us all, that you have to do all that which is practically reasonable to achieve success.
And while I hear that and understand, right, you also need to follow the rules of confined space because there's a procedural breach that created an undesirable event. Are we now saying that it's okay to breach procedure again and recklessly endanger a rescuer? No. You have to follow the rules of confined space, sir.
Have you heard the evidence that you gave?
I heard the evidence I
Up
gave.
to the blockage, there was no danger. You agree with that?
Up to the blockage based on the footage, it was clear except the Lord cylinder.
Right. So there was no danger. Correct. You agree with that? I want to move very quickly on.
But that's what the camera would have shown.
Yes, and that's subsequent.
Did you know whether Mr. Budram had used a tank in order for himself to get out?
He would have to.
Right. So it wouldn't surprise you, given that he'd come out, that there was a tank between him and Faizi. Would it?
It could have been, yes.
Well, almost certainly was, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Right. So perhaps behind that tank was Faizi.
We didn't confirm that.
No, you didn't.
You didn't confirm a lot. You agree you didn't confirm a lot that night?
So we only confirm what the camera showed, sir.
You
Is
appreciate
there much more, Mr. Ramadan?
No, not at all.
Please.
Not at all. Risk. The amount of risk you will take is dependent on the value you see, isn't it?
Done this.
No, well, forgive me. Let me hear. Or the value you see. Did you value the lives of those 4 men sufficiently?
So, Mr. Ramada, I value everyone's life.
You didn't really expect a different answer to that, did you, Mr. Ramadan?
No. No. But the unknowns outweighed the value of their lives.
I disagree.
Thank you.
So you need to confirm, right, before you again send someone in to rescue and endanger them. You have to confirm the conditions.
I think we understand your position, Mr. Holder. You've made it very clear. Are there any other questions of Mr. Holder? Do you have any? Yes. How long do you think you're going to be?
2 questions. 2 questions.
2 questions.
Good afternoon. My name
Hi,
is
good afternoon.
Kamini Pasad Maraj, and I'm for LMCS Limited. I heard you said you have 11 years experience in the IMT?
As an incident commander, yes.
As an incident commander.
As an ICS.
ICS. And how many incidents have you presided over as the incident commander?
In Repsol a lot. So I would have done fires.
You have any ballpark figure in your head? No? Yes?
More than 15 probably.
Any involving lives? Actual saving of a life?
Medical treatment, outbreaks, gas releases, yes, all involve lives. All 70 people, 200 and something people, yes.
All right. And then also earlier, you were saying that during the course of between 9:15, whatever that timing was, you were doing the risk analysis.
We started the risk analysis, that's
Do you
correct.
recall how far or what the content of that document that you were typing up?
I will have to get back the document to see, but I know we would have gone probably about 35 to 40 minutes into the document, yes.
And from the best memory that you can conjure at this moment, do you remember how many pages you had?
No, we were still on the first page because we were discussing maneuverability into the pipeline, how you're actually going to rescue, and looking at the risks associated with that.
Thank you. That's
No problem.
Mr. Fleming Holder, you are aware of the removal of the plug and all of that that caused a Delta P event. That's, I think, accepted in this inquiry by now.
Yes.
The removal of the mechanical and inflatable plug, that would require, well, just now, you're familiar with the permit to work system, I take it?
Very familiar.
Yes. The removal of a plug in that scenario of that underwater project would require a separate and distinct permit to work approval for the removal of the plugs in that scenario, wouldn't it?
So so that's energy isolation. So yes,
That's what?
that's energy isolation. So you're actually removing the plug, which is the barrier for vapors coming up to create a ignitable atmosphere within the habitat and also prevent anybody from getting in. So that should be a separate permit, risk assessment, emergency response plan based on the methodology. And if it is supposed to be subsea, that is supposed to be properly risk assessed with an emergency response plan. And if it is on surface, same thing holds.
And what is it in thinking to have an independent standalone permit to work for the removal of the plug? Why is that advisable?
In order to control work.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Maharaj, just can I remind you, you offered to check your computer
Yes, sir.
to find the partial risk assessment that you were typing into the computer. I'd be grateful if you would do that for me, please. And if you have it, as I say, pass it to the lawyers. The question that you've just been asked in respect of the removal of the plug requiring a separate permit to work. I think there was a similar operation carried out on another riser 2 years earlier in 2020. We made a request for certain documents in relation to that. Is it 2021? It's either 2020 or 2021. Somebody tell me.
2020.
But either way, a very similar operation carried out by the same firm, LMCS, on behalf of Paria, all right? And that involved plugs as well, as I understand it.
Okay.
Can you find out for me, please? I know your heritage rather than Paria, but perhaps you could convey this, and I know Mr. Peterson is listening to what I'm saying. If there was a work permit for the removal of the plug in that case, all right, if you could find out, and somebody let me know if that is, sorry. Or I'm told by Mr. Wilson, who knows more about these things than me, an isolation checklist or certificate. Anything else? Right, okay, thank you. So if that could be just checked so that I can find out if that,
Okay.
if it doesn't exist, it doesn't. If it does, then can I have it?
No problem.
Right, look, thank you very much indeed for coming. I appreciate it. So we're quite late on a Friday afternoon, and I appreciate your being here. So you're free to go, and of course you're at liberty then to watch or see any of this that you might want to. But thank you for coming anyway. That is it for today. Monday, I've set out the timetable already. Thank you. Please go. I've set out the timetable. We'll start at 10 on Monday, even though we've got now 2 extra witnesses. So what we were hoping for was a short day, but it won't be perhaps quite as short as we thought. So that's where we are. Please all have a good weekend, and I will see you all on Monday at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Please feel free to go. I've got to tidy up my own stuff.